Well, this is going to be a Halo Combat Evolved Remake waiting room. It's going to be pretty late in the day for me and for you guys, and it's pretty much going to be the only thing people want to talk about. It's been a long-awaited, rumored reveal. The Halo World Championship event is where Halo Studios is going to finally update us on what they have been doing and what they have been working on. So I thought we'll just do a waiting room, which these are the streams where we just sort of sit around and wait for the thing to happen, and we talk about, sort of anything going on. So members, it is going to have that first opening hour morning coffee vibe where you can submit questions. That is only available to members. Sorry, Rope. The guys on YouTube knew I was starting late. I had the stream scheduled for 9:30 instead of 9. We had a date night last night. We hadn't had a date in a while. And so we had a date. Madam and I had a date night last night. We got back into Borderlands because the patch. It seems to have fixed the issues that I was having. So I woke up this morning. I was like, I'm going to sleep in for a little bit. I was like, because it's just a waiting room. And it's going to be a long waiting room. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to take it easy this morning and go live maybe a little bit later than usual. So you have a good react. We would probably want it to be somewhat on topic. You guys on YouTube, make sure you're doing the thing. Hit the like button. We've only been up for about a minute so far. Oh, it's Halo. You have something on Halo? Okay. Gonna be a long one. It's gonna be a long one. Yeah, this thing's not taking place until like 4 in the afternoon or something like that. So we like doing these, though. It's just a great way to spend the day talking, not really with an agenda, not really with anything, to cover or to discuss. What's this over here about Halo going to PlayStation today? I don't think they're shadow dropping anything, Brooklyn Breed. We have it on very good authority. There's a capture event going on right now. I don't think you do a capture event for a shadow drop, because a capture event, everybody's going to come back from the capture event and they're going to say, hey, here's my footage, here's my thoughts. You don't need people to come back from a capture event. You don't need to do a capture event if you're going to shadow drop a game. It sounds to me like they're getting ready to turn up the marketing. They're going to start talking about it. They're going to have the press talking about it. They will announce a beta. I could see them doing that, announcing a beta, announcing something where you'll be able to play. Yes. Guys, as you pile in for the day, make sure you hit that like button. Try to get us our first 100 likes. There's already a lot of you here. Happy Friday to you. I shadow dropped a beer in my hand. I mean, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. It's funny because when companies want to deliver news that won't be received well, they do it on Fridays. I mean, I don't think that's the goal here. I don't agree with that take. Joker Quinn is going to start us off. Han shot first, and so did you. First gifted member of the day. If you guys get this to 500, you get your Friday night stream. We have now introduced a new segment on Friday nights. It is called Gaming News Tonight, and it's my wife and I, my wife reacting to gaming news. And it is a very, very fun time. You guys seem to really enjoy it last week. And we will do that tonight if you get this to the 500. If you get it to 750, we will do another community game night tomorrow night. The brand new Jackbox that we got early access to was really fun. We'll probably just do that again if you guys manage to have a crazy day. Getting 400 members in a day is not unheard of. People like to go crazy on Fridays. Let's hope it's not another remaster of a remaster like Gears of War. Yeah, I wasn't aware that that's what that was. Broken Earth says, let's get started quickly. Sorry about that. A 10 bomb comes in from Broken Earth and gets us really close to the next milestone where I owe you guys a member. Thank you so much. I hope Halo team knocks it out of the park for the new Halo. Yeah, the new Halo, I think we'll probably get some kind of an update about that as well. I would think we would get some kind of an update about that. Like, I don't think they're going to keep us completely in the dark about the brand new one. Did you read that? John Linneman says, enough said. Das ist ein Xbox. And single gifted comes in from Stonespire. Stonespire is trying to bait a 5 bomb to 375. Whoever hits that is who gets the gifted member. Spencer addressed speculation surrounding future Xbox hardware, clarifying that the next-gen Xbox will be a first-party console. Quote, the ROG Xbox Ally will be released on October the 16th. This is an Asus product, he said. I think the hardware that we, Microsoft, announced as a first-party company will be the next console. It's interesting that he's saying I think, but instead of just saying definitively, yes, the next piece of hardware that we announced, and a 5-bomb comes in from Broken Earth, boom, secures the 375. We got a new king in town here. Let me pause the thing that nobody likes on YouTube. Once we've been live for about 5 minutes, I try to pause those things. Let me gift a member over there to YouTube. Let's get it started early, boys. It's a waiting room. You guys know the drill. We're just hanging out, having a good time, right? We're just hanging the frick out. Get us to 100 likes as well if you haven't done that already. And D487 says, let's keep it going. And he gets another 5-bomb on the board. We have not had a 20-bomb. I don't know if we've had a 20-bomb this week. No, I think we did. We had some 50s and some 20s earlier. I think that was like Tuesday or Wednesday. But D is tempting the 20-bomb to 400. Let's see if anybody decides to step up and slam that one home. You guys can also submit questions right now as members. And the 20-bomb comes in from Lone Wolf. Unbelievable. Lone Wolf consistently helping to hit the milestones lately. This guy's stepping up in a big, big way, and I appreciate it. If you guys get a gifted member, be sure to say thank you. You could now submit questions with the question command or just the Q command, just the letter Q. Exclamation point Q, then a space, and then you can submit your question. I owe you guys another member. Unreal. Well, about that, Lone Wolf? Well, about what? Oh, I can't see the normal chat. So when you said, well, about that, there it is. Is that what you were trying to put? Well, about that. Were you trying? I can't see the chat and the gifteds at the same time. Much love to you guys. That's very, very generous, Lone Wolf. Thank you. Hello in chat. Hope all's going well. What's good, Ray? Good to see you. Yeah, just like that, you guys can see, if you're looking at the YouTube chat, what It's Chill Will just did. That is how you submit a question. Operator 7 says, what time is the Halo announcement? Let's get a timer going. Paul, it's at like 4 p.m. Eastern, isn't it? That's when it is. Let me get my timer going. We actually have this fancy new tool that Creature built me. And we can use it so people all know. 1 p.m. Pacific? Okay. Halo announcement. Show timer set, start. There you go. That's how long we gotta hang out today, y'all. So let's make it a fun one. Submit questions. Get some member trains going. See how crazy y'all can go. 30 minutes? Okay. There we go. 4 p.m. G's. Well, hey, I'll get you through your Friday. We've done this before. It's a great way to spend the day. We just kind of hang out. We talk. There's a lot going on in gaming. Let's get 20 more likes really quickly, though. Let's get that done very fast. You guys on YouTube, it is super, super helpful when we hit that milestone as early as possible. And let's see here. We've already hit some goals on the members. Thank you to all the new subscribers as well. We're starting to see the things we need to see. So thank you everybody who's been hitting the subscribe button. We have made some adjustments, so you should no longer be seeing members only content or polls when you sub to this channel. We know that people maybe were getting irritated by that because that's not really content. We understand, So great day to have a monster Q&A. Yeah, get your questions submitted. There's already 2 in the queue. Once we have about 10 questions in there, I'll start pulling them up, and we'll just start jawing about whatever's going on in gaming news. If you guys have, obviously, questions about Halo would probably be best. If you don't have questions about Halo, that is okay. Like, this is just a waiting room. We don't have to be rigid with the topic. Where do I watch the Halo Remake reveal? You can watch it right here. You don't have to go anywhere. I will co-stream it. I will pull up the stream and watch it with you guys. So you can watch the Halo announcement with me in... we got the timer over here. This is the last event for Halo Infinite, so they need to explain what's next. Yeah, I mean, somebody already submitted a question about that, so I'll get to that in a moment. So... And guys, you can add to the total by renewing. Don't forget that. So if you've got your primes, check your primes. If you're on YouTube, hit the $sign. As long as you're at Member Plus and above and you renew, I count it. We count it in the total. We appreciate you so much. Keep getting these bots on. I keep getting these bots on Twitter. How long have you been streaming? It's like, oh my gosh. I have 3 procedures here. If I missed your answer, my bad. No worries, TJ Love. Are you doing 3 procedures or are you undergoing 3 procedures? Any Marshall sponsors yet? I think they caught on that I was dragging them along. These scammers. There it is. Sneaky Platypus puts purple on the board for the day. Boom. It's 42-1. YouTube wasted no time pushing the envelope. How did you guys get 42 so fast? Oh, I see. Broken Earth did 15. And then there's another from D. That's 20. And then we had the 20 from Lone Wolf. I was going to say, man, that is quickly a separation between the 2 platforms. There is a hype train going on purple, though, so now's the best time. Where is it going to be shown? Oh, that's what you're asking, Kitty Cat. It's at the Halo World Championship event that's happening today. Oh, you're a hospital employee. Okay. Thank you guys for submitting those questions, man. Nightbot's seemingly doing a really good job. There's already 8 in the queue. And Wired Rope says, we're got to put Twitch on the board better than that. And he drops a 5 bomb. And it's now 6-42. Thank you, Wired Rope. We are officially a 20 bomb away from the next milestone of 425. We'll see if anybody decides to do another one. Lone Wolf's already done the 20 bomb to get YouTube there earlier. YouTube absolutely sweaty tryhards. Yeah, Hilly doesn't like it. Hilly does not like it when YouTube wins. Thank you guys for a 5-stream streak. Narwaffle and Wired Rope have watched 5 streams in a row over there on Purple. I appreciate that support so much. Thank you very much. Tell your friends. Tell your friends that Lono's back on Twitch, man. I know a lot of you guys have people that you hang out with, Discords that you hang out with, you know. Let them know we've been back over here since April. There it is. We've got 10 questions in the queue, so I'm going to start pulling questions up because it'll be the only way I stay ahead of the questions. And It's Chill Will says, is it true they are sunsetting Halo Infinite this weekend? I don't know if that's going to be like an official announcement. I mean, they may be admitting that the roadmap is going to turn to end of life. I mean, I'm not sure. And a single gifted comes in from Joker Quinn. Thank you so much. We're at 407. I don't know if they're going to just flat out come out and say it. That, yes, this game is headed to end of life. I mean, I think it should be obvious that that's what's happening. But to me, I think companies should start having more frank conversations about this. About, you know, when it's time to put something on its end of life path. And I think it's fine to say that with Halo Infinite. It's fine to admit that, like, it's time for this thing to come to an end. Not that I'm not talking about, like, shutting servers down or anything. I'm talking about, like, just, like, no more of anything. No more contents, plans, updates, none of it. Like, it's time. And I think, you know, we've had similar conversations about Destiny. Phil Spencer says that Death Stranding 2 is one of his favorite games this year, despite being a game for PS5 and PC. It's not on PC. What is he talking about? Any chance of a shadow drop? I do not think they shadow drop anything today. No. Because they did a capture event. They did a capture event. So, like, to me, I don't know why you would do a capture event for a shadow drop. It doesn't make much sense. If you're trying to ride hype and you're trying to get people to just download and play your game today, The shadow drop doesn't make any... I'm sorry, the capture event doesn't make any sense. When you do a capture event, people come back with an embargo to show the footage and to talk about what they experienced. That's what I think is probably going to happen today. Yo, the hype train leveled up to level 3. How? Oh, thank you so much for subscribing with your Prime. Juice comes in and bumps the line to 7. We'll see if Twitch decides to try to tie it today. A little behind in the contest, but thank you so much for Wide Rope and everybody else. So the hype train continues. We are now at level 3. Keep it going, boys. Your Prime renewals, your new subs, your gifteds, they all help that hype train answer back to YouTube's dominance today. Yeah, I think it's a marketing ramp up. Exactly, Champagne. Like, I think that's what the capture event signals. So we'll probably hear from people today. I mean, I'm just assuming that today we will hear from people. They will have their footage. They will have their articles. They will be like, you know, Halo's back or something like that. You know, people are going to be pretty excited. You know, the Halo Combat Evolved Remake rumor has been floating around for, like, you know, a while. So what's my prediction for the release date? I don't know if I really have a prediction on release date. I would imagine anytime you're doing a capture event, the game is within, I think, 90 days. Typically, a capture event signals you're within 90 days. Unless it's just like a vertical slice to really get people excited and it's a half a year away or something. Again, what is typical is capture events are within 90 days of release. I could be wrong and that's not true, but my experience and my recollection is I feel like that's a pretty clear pattern. Is you're usually fairly close to the game coming out because you're letting people basically come back and say, hey, I previewed the game. Yo, thank you so much. Hello, Limo with 28 months and a member plus. Hey, Lona, how are you? Let's get closer to the goal. Boom. Thank you for that renewal to get us closer to the goal. I appreciate you so much. Good morning, Hugh Achilles over there on purple. Halo is back, and this time we mean it. Combat Evolved Remake released next fall, and the Combat Evolved multi-game Q1 with a beta drop this weekend. I do not understand what you're saying. Combat Evolved Remake release next fall, but then you're saying Combat Evolved multi-game what? Sorry, not so. Oh. You're saying the certain Affinity game will release Q1 of next year. You think Combat Evolved Remake is late next year? That's a really, really strange... I'll be honest with you, that's very strange timing. It's very strange timing to have a capture event for something that's not coming out for almost an entire year. I think that would be a little strange. That could be happening, but I don't know. Phil Spencer says, I'll leave our games out of the question. I'm playing Silk Song. I love it. Another game that comes to mind is Expedition 33, which is good. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound was also good. And then there's my friend Kojima Death Stranding 2 on the Beach, which is for PlayStation 5 and PC. I think the game of the year should be Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Am I drunk? Death Stranding 2 is not on PC. Am I insane? It's not on PC yet. Right, but we don't know when it's coming. Have they even said? Thank you, Wilbur. I'll pause the thing that nobody likes. Like, we don't even know when it's coming. I mean, it's coming to PC. I'm not saying that it's not, but I'm saying I don't know why he's saying that. He's saying is for the PlayStation 5 and PC. Unless he's saying that in a presumptive way, like, but Death Stranding 1 came to Xbox, so that phrasing is weird. Like, he's almost making it sound like it won't come to Xbox, which also probably is not true. It's a very weird statement. Chris with 49 months says, double up. Boom. Thank you so much for renewing. Prisoner with 2 months says, off topic, will you be playing The Outer Worlds 2 today? No. With the premium edition that costs $100, you can today. No, I'm not going to spend that kind of money to play that game early because I'm not really interested in it. Probably presumptive. Phil got the beta code. I assumed that Death Stranding 2 was coming to PC next year. That was my assumption. Guys, make sure you're smashing the like button on YouTube. We're having a really strong start. Let's keep the momentum. There's 10 seconds left, Twitch, if you want to roll the hype train over quick. Somebody do it. Yeah, I assume that Death Stranding's coming to PC next year. I don't think they're going to wait that long. So I'm thinking, summer, fourth quarter next year would be my my assumption is when it'll come to an end. All right, Hype Train has concluded. Thank you everybody who contributed to that Hype Train. Enjoy your emotes. I Am Melee comes in with their Prime. A little too slow to add to the Hype Train, but that's okay. It adds to the total, and that's what matters. Thank you so much for using your Prime sub over there, Melee. We are at 411 on the week. If you guys want another community game night, you're going to need to get that to 750, which you guys did last week, which was bonkers insane. This is a very strong start. Tonight, you guys are almost assuredly going to hit 500. We have plenty of time to do that. I Am Melee is also renewing their VIP on YouTube and says, time for the monthly double dip. Shut up and take my money. Thank you so much. Shut up and I'll take it. I appreciate that support. Listen, Friday nights are now Gaming News Tonight. It's a public stream, by the way. Everybody can watch tonight, but only members can talk. It's a great reason right now to click join and become a member. Thank you so much for using your Prime sub over there as well. Tiger Attack Cat on Purple Boom 413. Very kind of you guys to continue to use your Primes on me. I don't know who has the PC publishing rights. Death Stranding on PC happened because a third party had PC rights. Yeah, but Kojima's going to want to put the game in more places, I would assume. He doesn't seem to be the type to just want to leave it on PS5. He brought the dadgum thing to Xbox once he had the rights. Thank you, Broken Earth, for using your Prime on me. The line continues to get bumped. The Game Pass version doesn't get early access, but if you have Game Pass Ultimate, you can pay the difference and then usually get early access. That's typically how it works. You can go pay the difference. So I know what Stone Spire's doing. Boom, 415. He wants a 10 bomb to 425. I'll owe another member. Yeah, 505 Games had the publishing rights on PC for Death Stranding 1, and a member plus comes in from Warhawk. 24 months. Thank you so much. We could still see a 10 bomb. And to be an agent of chaos, somebody give Stone Spire his 10 bomb. I'll owe you guys a member. Insomniac Black using a Prime. Here come all the Primes. Thank you so much. So helpful. It really is. And V-Game Veteran gifts a member as well. Boom, over there on YouTube. We got a little member train between the two platforms going right now. Death Stranding 2 will be on PC. As soon as Kojima had complete control over the game and publishing rights, Death Stranding 1 ended up on Xbox. I don't think he's going to keep DS2 exclusive to PlayStation. That's not Kojima's way. That game is going to PC, I would imagine, next year. That would be my guess. Now, going to the Series S and the Series X, we'll see. Kojima's posture with Microsoft and Xbox is one of, friendliness. So, he may green like that, but Death Stranding 2 is quite a big endeavor. Decima scales down very well, though. It does. The Decima engine scales down very well. So I think they could get it over there, fairly easily. And Kojima doesn't seem like the sort that would do it purely based off of, how many copies he can sell. He seems more driven by, I want the game to be in as many places as possible, once it's conceivable. And I think that's why building the game first with Guerrilla and PlayStation makes good sense, and then you can port it later and you get a better product. I see it going to Xbox. Death Stranding 1 did, so I could see another staggered release. Hits PC next year, and then in 2027 it hits Xbox. Or, they could do both next year. They could do PC earlier in the year and Xbox later in the year. That they could do that as well. Let me answer another questions here. This is what you can do when you submit questions with the question command or Q&A. Or the Q command. TJ Love says, with COD and Destiny experiencing a decline, could you see Halo making a comeback with modern modes like Extraction or Battle Royale? I mean, we're hearing that the Battlefield 6 Battle Royales is shadow dropping on Tuesday of next week. There certainly is room in the market for other players, given the state of things. Thank you so much for 10 streams in a row, Ganks. 10 streak for a 10 out of 10 show. That's so kind of you to tune in every day like that. Guys on Purple can celebrate viewership streaks. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, there's room in the market. Halo could certainly carve out its own little corner. I don't know if you're ever going to see Halo rise to the heights that it once had. With a Battle Royale, maybe. I just think it's really, really hard right now for any shooters to get traction unless you've got, like, a very ravenous and excited player base. Like, what's going on with Battlefield is, like, that Battlefield player base is very excited. They're kind of chomping at the bit. I don't know. Halo just feels like that. I feel like that core group has just gotten smaller and smaller over the years. So I feel like they could certainly carve out a corner of the player pool and have a consistently engaged with BR, a consistently engaged with multiplayer game. But it's just tough. I think it's very challenging right now for anybody trying to do a live service shooter game. I think it's very difficult. If PlayStation owners wanted to play Halo, they would have already. I don't know if it's about including PlayStation as much as his questions about sort of becoming more modern, right? I don't think his questions invoking the idea that, like, being on PlayStation is what's going to change Halo's future. I think what he's trying to say is that if Halo nails a more modern approach as well as a BR, could they sort of maybe carve out a chunk of the market? Because, you know, COD's in a not great state. Mikey Mike comes in with 12 months and a Member Plus renewal. What's up, Lono? Guess it's my year anniversary here. Boom. Thank you so much for an entire year. We are at 419. Thank you, boys, for the continued support of the channel with your subs. If you want to count towards the total, upgrade to Member Plus. You can also count towards the total over there on Purple with your primes. If you're paying for Amazon Prime, you can do that every month. It doesn't cost you anything extra, and it supports me. I just think that giving us Combat Evolved again is just a wasted opportunity. I mean, here's the thing. I feel like they're following a playbook with both Gears and Halo. They're trying to get people sort of rejuvenated, whether as a new fan or a long-standing fan, before the next big thing. So they did Gears of War Remake, or Reloaded or whatever. They did that, and then you've got Gears of War E-Day coming. And Mike on the mic with the 5-bomb is going to tee it up and make it really easy for somebody to hit the milestone. Whoever makes this hit 425, your platform gets the member. I owe every 25. Thank you so much, Mike on the mic. 20 million played, Infinite, FYI. Huh? And there it is. Stonespire does it. A single comes in from Stonespire and secures a 425. It's not about... I mean, 20 million people may have played Infinite. You know, they did a similar, you know, user flex with Sea of Thieves. Right? They bragged about the number of people or whatever. And Mike on the mic is going to be an agent of chaos, and he's going to push us past the 425. Thank you so much. I'm going to come back in here and gift the member that I owe you guys right now. YouTube has secured 3 gifted members already today. Make sure you guys are going through the ritual of smashing the like button. We're currently sitting at like 140 likes. Let's try to get it to 200. And there's the gifted that I owe. 20 million played, but 20 million don't play anymore. Yeah, I don't think the question is whether or not people will play or try it out or give it a whirl, give it a go. You also have to wonder how many of those people played it on Game Pass. You got 20 million people that played Halo Infinite. What if half of those people played on Game Pass? It stands to reason that you have, at the time that game hit, you had around, 20 to 25 million people on Game Pass. If a half of the people on Game Pass tried Halo, then, that's about 10 million people. That's on a bad Halo game. Build it, we will come. Spartan's ready. Man, I like your confidence. 187. I've continued to say that there's something special about Halo. In the lead up to Halo Infinite, I was very optimistic and very positive. I said there's something about Halo. There's a feel, there's a vibe, there's a nostalgia. This game could be amazing. And we all know that it ended up not being amazing, but I would say that there's a chance that they can have a big comeback. But I'm telling you, it has to feel like a modern game. It has to feel like a modern shooter. It can't feel like some game from a bygone era. If that player number mattered, Infinite would be thriving game right now. Well, I think 187 just admitted a moment ago that it got that number on a bad Halo. He called it a bad Halo. He said it was a bad Halo game. So he's conceding that it wasn't a good Halo. I think what he's arguing, if I try to make his argument as strong as possible, he's saying, listen, if 20 million people checked out a bad Halo, how many would check out a really good one, especially if it's getting good word of mouth and good press and good reviews? Does that make sense? He's saying that the interest is there. I'm saying, what if a good portion of the 20 million were just people on Game Pass? That's my pushback on his argument. That, like, listen, yeah, your most loyal Xbox fans are going to boot up Halo and check it out, and a lot of them could have just been chilling on Game Pass and didn't actually buy it. How well did it perform on Steam with it? Think about that as a new audience. What was the player peak for Halo Infinite on Steam? Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Eugene. It's really hard to argue with what he's saying. I think there's an element of what he's saying that's true. 250,000 people were playing at once. There was interest. I said back then, there is something about Halo. Having a really good Halo, I think, is good for the market because it's not just another milsim. It's not just another COD or a Battlefield. Nothing against either of those games, but Halo's of a very, very different cut of cloth. And 250,000 people played Halo Infinite multiplayer on Steam. That's interest. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people that are like, man, let's see if it's any good. Now, obviously, it fell down. Nostalgia interest. I think arguing that 250,000 people logged in at one time on Steam as pure nostalgic interest, I think is very sweeping. Yes, a significant portion were probably like, oh my gosh, I'm nostalgic about Halo. But I would argue that if it was good, it would have carried itself. It was free to play. So, how many free-to-play shooters launch on Steam and get 250,000 concurrents, brother? Come on, y'all. Listen to me. Give Halo the flowers it deserves. There is something about the game. It draws a crowd. It draws interest. If you launch a killer Halo in a year or two and they nail it and it's good and you got streamers praising it, it will do very well. It'll sell a lot of copies. It'll be a very popular game. It's a fixture in the market. People know it. They remember it. I think hitting 250,000 concurrent players on Steam, free or not, that's a lot of people. That's not even a console. That's PC. We have to remember Infinite PvP launched in an awful state, too. You couldn't get match XP at first. You could only progress through daily challenges. I'm just saying people didn't need Game Pass. Oh, no. Like, I'm saying that 187 is correct. I was saying, listen, man, if half the people that played out of that 20 million were on Game Pass, is it that impressive? That actually doesn't matter. I'm looking at Steam and saying there were a lot of people that checked out the dadgum game. There's no such thing. There's no staying power in the modern landscape. I think it could have staying power is what I'm saying. I think it could. I 100% think that it could. They have to. I'm not saying that it will. I'm saying that it could. I think the name Halo carries weight. I think you get it spiced up, shined up, ready to go. You get streamers behind it. You get some good events going on. I think that Halo could be very, very strong in the market. It's got its work cut out for it because it's the danger and the dilemma is building it for the people who want it to stay the same. Not to derail the topic, does anybody know if we saw the brief Saint Rage mentioned Asmongold stream the other day? I have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't see a single tweet, DM, comment. Nobody said anything in my Discord. There was a while ago where he reacted to like a very small clip of me, and he was like, who is Reforge Gaming? Like, he doesn't know who I am, that's not surprising. I'm not a very big creator. I don't know what the context was if he mentioned me. I put in 3 years of consistent multiplayer gameplay and was a part of the best testing in summer of 21. I have mixed feelings about the game because I know there was a lot of missed potential, and I enjoyed my time and made some new Xbox friends doing it. Someone mentioned it yesterday in YouTube chat. I haven't received really a single comment about it. I have no idea what he was... Do you know what he was saying, Kula? What he was covering? What he was talking about? Yo, it's good, Sneaky Wolf. Sirius says, Microsoft has a terrible track record, though. I don't see it happening. 18-month contract policy. I think that's a completely legitimate concern. It was on a different topic, and someone in chat mentioned you. It's from his stream yesterday at the 48-minute and 50-second mark. They mentioned me. So, but again, why can't you just tell me what he did? What did he say? Anything? He was going to do some streamer award thing, and I jokingly said on Twitter that I want to get voted for longest ban to unban. Be right back. I'll find out. Yeah, Gangs, can you look at it? I have been very charitable to Asmongold because I feel like a lot of the times he gets very, very misrepresented with clips. I would hope, to be treated the same way. Hang on. Oh, a 5 bomb comes in from Sneaky Wolf. Thank you so much. 431. Thank you so much. We're a 20 bomb away from the next milestone. We'll see if somebody else does one. Lone Wolf already did one. He didn't say anything specifically. He was just reading a comment. Oh. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a group of people that are going to try to make me look bad, and they're going to try to get him to watch stuff. Like, the clip of me saying that I'm not good enough to play Ninja Gaiden 4 has, like, hundreds of thousands of views on Twitter, and that tweet is a lie, by the way. That tweet should be community noted. It's not a rage quit. I calmly put the game down and explained that I'm not good enough to play it. That's not a rage quit. I also think getting a code from Keymailer to stream the day that it launches, calling that a review code is really misrepresentative of the spirit of what was given to me. I wasn't given review access to Ninja Gaiden. I was given a code to stream it on the launch day. I don't know. The state of Twitter is extremely frustrating that you can get hundreds of thousands of views and make Twitter blue money lying about somebody. Like, that tweet should be community noted. It's a total lie. It's a total lie. That's not a rage quit. I spend the duration of the clip praising the game. I think that's ridiculous. I'm positive about the game. I praise it. I talk about how good it is. I talk about how I'm not good enough. I'm not cut out to play the game. That is not a rage quit. Like, calling that a rage quit is so dishonest. And people don't watch the clip because they just see a game they like being rage quit, and they just assume the worst. So it's like, okay, like, I called people out for it. They had no response. Yeah, just tell people, watch the clip. This is not a rage quit. The guy calmly puts the game down, says he's not good enough, and praises the game. That is not a rage quit. I don't know. 500,000 views on a lie. It should be community noted. He shouldn't be able to make a penny on that. It's dishonest. It's so dishonest and misrepresentative, and nobody's gonna watch it. Ninja Gaiden 4 is very good, but you really need to be on all the time. Oh yeah, it's an intense game. It's very well built. It's an Unreal game that I think shows that UE5 can be used to great effect. It can be used to great effect. He read a comment defending you about getting canceled over a twit longer. He was covering the TwitchCon stuff. I tell you what, Bajanga, I have always had a very, like, low-key desire, low-key wish that Zach or any of those guys would look into what happened. because it would be hysterical. I would just sit back and watch the fireworks because they would be freaking livid. They hate that kind of stuff. Asmongold and Tectone and all those guys, you say what you want about them, but they hate that crap. Man, oh man, do I wish they would have been, involved in covering what happened to me in 2020. It would have gone very differently. I would just sit back and watch the fireworks. For context, someone in his chat said they banned a guy named Say No to Rage for 3 years because of twitlongers, and now there's video evidence with no punishment. Yeah, I think it'd be a great time for them to call out the inconsistencies on the platform, because it wasn't 3 years. I was banned for 4 years and 9 months over claims, and I didn't even get banned for the claims. I sat on the I sat for 2 weeks and couldn't get a response, and I was not banned. I was not banned for 2 weeks. I was only banned when I defended myself, because I realized so much of what had been said was completely made up and fabricated. When I defended myself 5 hours later, I got banned. It was a very obvious favor. It was very obvious retaliation. So I've always been like, you know what? It'd be great if y'all looked into it. I'll happily do interviews. I'll answer any question you have. I'm probably the only person attached to the situation that'll actually answer questions, because I was the one that actually told the truth and can keep it all straight, because I'm not making things up. They all had to scrub their timelines, so we'll see. We'll see. I'm not pushing for it. I'm not out here campaigning. I've always just had this very low-key, lingering, it would be incredible if somebody of that size looked into it and covered it. It would be nuts, because it would bring a lot of people back around to support, and it would be so helpful, because I lost so much, and we're still not out of the woods. It's been 5 years of blood, sweat, and tears, and we're still doing the blood, sweat, and tears thing, man. It's tough. Might be worth talking to him. I don't have a way to speak to Asmongold. I don't have a line of communication to him. He's been covering the TwitchCon stuff, making sure he's not putting up false evidence or false info out there. I know people give him a lot of criticism and critique. I don't agree with everything he says, but I think a lot of the times he gets very misrepresented. And a lot of the times when he's dealing with situations like that, he is very careful, because they hate it. They hate lies. They hate false accusations. They hate it. And they would absolutely hate what happened to me, because it was absolutely ridiculous what happened. Completely inexcusable to just damage someone's entire career and livelihood over the most nonsense, benign, vague stuff. So much of it was proven false. Even if it wasn't proven false, the stuff was so benign and so vague. It was like, huh? It was very, very incredible that it happened. If you really look back on it with clear eyes, it's insane that it happened. So, okay, Brooklyn, I'll check it out. Another question coming in from Von Raz says, first off, good morning. What's expected from the announcement? A shadow drop for the PS5 and the Switch, or just an announcement showcase of what is to come? Yeah, I really, really don't think that there is going to be a shadow drop. I do not think you host a capture event a couple of days before you shadow drop. A capture event's purpose is to spin up marketing. So all the people that were at the capture event will likely be publishing stuff, today. I think this evening, you're going to be able to see a bunch of people's footage that was there, that were there. We will probably get a timeline. We will probably get a roadmap of sorts, maybe a beta date or something. We may even get a sneak peek of their progress with the, Halo in Unreal 5 stuff. We may get a look at that. Today's the day that I've been hoping and dreaming about but never would happen. Halo is finally coming to PlayStation. I haven't played Halo in nearly a decade because I stopped buying Xbox. Look, buddy, you can't be 5 feet tall and 98 pounds and go around blocking doorways. Yeah. None of those scumbags are relevant at this point and have all faded away. That's not what's important to me, Guard. What's important is that the truth be known and that the public record be set correct, and that there are people who did far worse things that were involved that should be exposed. I think the truth always comes out. I've never been out here trying to fight for the truth to come out. I've always just trusted that it will. You know what I mean? Like what happened with Christopher Barrett. I mean, The Destiny directory had its own Christopher Barrett, and I've just been waiting for them to be exposed. You just have to make peace with it, and if it never really happens in the time that you want it to happen, and if we're just going to continue doing what we're doing, and no one ever really looks into it or puts it in big headline coverage so that I get some level of vindication. I mean, getting unbanned on Twitch is its own level of vindication, but like a genuine, like, the public is like, holy crap, because nobody would cover it, nobody would look into it. That was what was always so frustrating. The public headcanon on it, the public narrative on it has always been the more frustrating aspect of it. So, because imagine it being you and people thinking things about you that are reprehensible and not true. So no. Astacross is a man of integrity and character. I respect him. He is like the only one who handled the situation with integrity and honesty. Astacross I have massive respect for. You can support him. You can give him your subs, your primes, your bits. If you still follow and enjoy Destiny content, you can support him with a clean conscience. He is a great guy. I have a massive amount of respect for Astacross and how he handled the situation. He's the only person that when more information came out and he realized it was a pretty complex situation with a lot of dishonesty, he took his video down about it, and I really respected him for that. So everybody else just kept their videos up with falsehood and lies, and they made money off of it. So let's see here. A question from Bumblepants says, do you think Halo Remaster has couch co-op or no? I sadly think it will get dropped. This is a great question. Here's the thing with couch co-op. Okay. Here's the thing with couch co-op. It's tough. I mean, I know we've given the Series S some crap, and we've taken issue with like Halo Infinite dropping split screen. It is really, really tough to do because if you're really pushing graphics, okay, I want you to imagine playing Ghost of Yote split screen. Like, that's not really probably possible unless you really turn the graphics and the lighting down. You're basically asking the console to render the world and the lighting, and it needs to do it twice. It needs to do it twice. Now, if you do something with, like, you're both on the same screen, like a side scroller or something, that's different. That's different. You're just giving another person independent control of a character. You're not, like, rendering the world and the lighting, twice. So I just don't know. It is an old game, but if they're going like hardcore with the remake, and a single gifted comes in from Joker Quinn, he's like, look, boys, the member thing's been too quiet for too long, and he bumps the line. If they go really hard and they make it look really nice and really pretty, that can run aground against things like split screen because it's just going to be too difficult to do. Gears just came out with couch co-op, so it's possible. I think that's a very good counter to what I'm saying. I'm just preparing people for the potential reality. I'm not saying that it won't be there. I'm not saying that. I'm saying prepare for maybe some disappointment because they may have gone really crazy with the graphics. I think Magic Dolphin brings up a good point, though. Like, hey, I mean, Gears did it. It really comes down to how far they went with, like, texture lighting, resolution, things like that. Upper Echelon covered your story. He tried. Upper only covered my story when I got banned from Destiny, which sadly was like, what was that, like 7 months later? I needed people in the firefight for me the day it all went down, the week it all went down. The ethos and the meta about this type of thing has very much dramatically changed. A lot of it is because of the Johnny Depp trial. And Zach Asmongold did a ton of coverage of the Johnny Depp trial. And a lot of these guys now are very ferocious when it comes to these types of things. I think in a good way. They should be ferocious against false accusations that ruin a man's life. And I think the meta has changed. So I think if what happened to me, if you tried to do it today, it would go very differently. Because guys with enormous channels like that would cover it. And then it wouldn't be so easy to just bully somebody out of existence. But back then it wasn't, it hadn't, the tide hadn't really turned yet. It was just this, everyone was scared to say something. Like Summit tried to say something and he got berated. He was like, what happened to innocent until proven guilty? And he got berated. Basically, just he was essentially calling for like slowness and an investigation, which is what I've always called for. And Summit got attacked for that. It was a very different culture back then. I think the culture shifted when people realized, oh wow, people do this opportunistically and they destroy people. Wow, this is crazy. And then if you actually look at what happened to me, it's like blatantly obvious, like that's what happened. So I think the culture around it has just shifted. So, but couch co-op, you know, for a Halo remaster or a Halo remake, if I was a betting man, I would say that it's going to be there. They got such negative feedback and press with Halo Infinite, I don't think that they would do that again. If I was a betting man, I would say I bet the Halo Combat Evolved Remake has couch co-op. I bet that it does. A 360 game that had couch co-op and being remastered is still having couch co-op 2 gens later isn't equivalent. Gears already had couch co-op. Oh, I see what you're saying, Eugene. You're saying that Gears having it's not really equivalent. I'm looking at it from the optics of how it didn't go over very well when you know, Halo Infinite didn't have it. It's not gone over well when features like this and elements like this have disappeared. It's not the optics on it haven't been very good. So I would say that they prioritized it being there. So Horizon Zero Dawn's exceptional. I can't believe I've missed this. Oh, are you playing the remaster and are you playing it for like the first time? It really is an excellent game. You can see why the franchise has been so successful. It's like 38 million copies or something like that. It really is a special game, especially at the time. When Horizon Zero Dawn landed, it was a very special game. It was like, wow, this is crazy. Because that's a PS4 game. I mean, you're not playing the PS4 version now if you're playing the remaster. You're playing a very good-looking, you know, polished up next-gen experience. A lot of the rough edges are gone. So I want 4-way couch co-op. I mean, I don't know 3 people to invite over, but it's about the principle. Guys, make sure you're hitting the like button on YouTube. Get us to 200 likes. We're just now finishing our first hour of the broadcast. So let me open up the chat to everybody now over there on the old YouTubey tubes. So still only members can submit questions, but we want to invite everybody else to be able to talk. The opening hour being reserved for members. If you like that as a feature, be sure to click the join button. It supports me directly. I do this full time. You're getting bits and pieces of the fact that I got pretty destroyed 5 years ago. We have spent 5 years rebuilding. It's why there is a pretty heavy emphasis on like, hey, I'll do extra streams and community game nights and stuff, because this over here is kind of the engine that keeps this thing going, because we very much are still rebuilding. And those of you that have been helping with that and continue to help rebuild and get us to this place, I appreciate it very, very much. So, yeah. And if anything happens and somebody of that size and substance, covers it and we get a lot of attention and potentially a lot of growth and support, that would be obviously amazing and probably life-changing. But I'm not going to hold a candle for that. I'm not going to fight for that. If that happens in its own due time, it happens in its own due time. So I appreciate you guys, and all the years we've fought to get where we are. Getting back on Twitch could be the beginning of something, and we've been back for about 6 months. So, yeah. Let's take another question here. Wolf Saints, thank you for 3 streams in a row, watching 3 streams in a row. To be honest, I only played it so I could say that I played Halo with a PlayStation controller. Stop. Did you get my Prime sub? I don't see it. You might have to refresh and celebrate it. Damien gifts a member over here on YouTube and bumps the line to 433. Thank you so much. You might have to celebrate champagne. Like, you might have to refresh on purple and then celebrate it, because I don't see it on my dashboard. Over 1,200 game journalists have left over the last 2 years and have not returned. Jason Schreier is calling that number into question. I don't think there's ever been 1,200 game journalists even at a given time. Love the channel and community, even if we're Xbox fans. I feel like Xbox fans will... I don't know. I feel like they're going to start coming back around, because I think they're going to be like, dadgummit, that guy was right about all this stuff. I'm not rubbing in anybody's faces. I mean, we had a very, very regular guy here who was a big Xbox guy, and I kind of miss him. I kind of miss him hanging out. He was a good dude, you know. I got years of Prime subs. I've let go to waste. I'll go over and use it. Thank you, Magic Dolphin. There it is. Thank you, Champagne, for using your Prime. That's 3 months. Boom. Let me add it to the total. 1,200 people claiming to be journalists. Yeah, I don't know if there's been 1,200 journalists at a given time. Diablo Dark Matter, I just paused the thing that nobody likes. Thank you so much, Spice the Saint, for gifting a member. A little bit of a member train going right now. We are 15 away from the next milestone where I will owe you guys a member. And Hilly's asking if the all-important question, which is the best Halo? Which is the best Halo? I don't have an answer to this one. Yeah, Big Mad Mo. I miss Mo. Mo was a nice guy. Thank you so much for another gifted, Spice the Saint. Mo was a nice guy. He had some wild takes. He had some passion about the brand that made him have some wild takes. But I liked him because he was nice. There was never any malice in it. He was never unkind or disrespectful. He just really loved Xbox. And I loved him for that, you know. I think he's still a member. Like, I still think he supports the channel. He just doesn't really come around. 2 months from Brooklyn Breed. Thank you for using your Prime sub over there. Listen, if you guys are paying for Amazon Prime like that, you get that every month. I mean, you might as well use it. Anything to help the channel, I appreciate you, brother. Biggie Small says, I don't think that it would be a good idea, being that Battlefield's coming out with their Battle Royale next weekend, and then Arc Raiders is coming out as well. Oh, you mean a shadow drop? I don't think they're shadow dropping, and I kind of agree with you. Now is not a great time to try to get people's attention, because, you know, we're hearing about a shadow drop Battlefield 6 next week, and then we got Arc Raiders, and then you got Call of Duty. I think you got to prime the pump. Pouring Rain resubscribes over there on Purple. 45 months from Pouring Rain. Thank you so much. He always shows you love in 30s chat. Yeah, I think Big Mad Mo still supports my channel with a membership. I don't think he ever canceled. He just doesn't come around to the chats anymore. And like I said, I just kind of miss him. He was a nice guy. He was a fixture in the channel. Everybody knew that you could count on Mo to be, you know, pro Xbox, you know? And I appreciated that about him. He was consistent. Haven't seen Javier Cotto because I banned Javier Cotto. He turned really toxic and nasty. He started disrupting chats, saying really wild things. I know what Stone Spire's going to do. He's going to bump the line. He wants a 10 bomb to dunk this home, okay? He's going to do another single, and he wants a 10 bomb to 450. Don't let Joker Quinn ruin it, okay? Somebody slam this home. Get your fingers ready. Get your finger triggers ready, or your trigger fingers ready. I said that wrong. And there it is. There's the other one from Stone Spire. We are at 440. A 10 bomb to dunk it home. Do not let Joker Quinn ruin this. He loves to ruin the setups. Jaster says, stop this man. I really need a strong reason to even buy the next Xbox. Steam is a good enough reason for me. I had a lot of people asking me this question in the comments, and I get it. And Arthur Torres and Joker Quinn both come in and mess with it. Boom, boom. And a third's coming in from Elevated Vibrations, 43 months and a member plus. He says, Halo 3 was epic. Yeah, what's your favorite Halo? Hilly just asked what the best Halo was. What's y'all's favorite Halo? Right now, stop lurking and take a second and tell me what your favorite Halo was. As a PC, that's excellent. College box for gaming and productivity. I got Reach. I got Halo 3. It's a tie between 2 and 3. Halo 2, Halo 2, Halo 3. I'm seeing a lot of differences here. Yo, Vegas, thank you so much, Vegas Band, for using your Prime sub on my channel. 444 on the week. Haseo just did a nice setup. We're a 5 bomb away from 450. Anybody can steal it. Unlucky Specialist just used their Prime 3 months and bumps the line again, 446. Thank you so much. I'm seeing a lot of people say Halo 2 and Reach. Reach had the best campaign by far. And another one comes in from Haseo. Haseo's like, let's just keep it going. And a 5 bomb comes in from Behemoth and secures it, 452. That was an Agent of Chaos. Thank you so much, Behemoth. I now owe a member to YouTube. YouTube's cleaning up today. They're the ones that are getting all the gifteds today. You love to see it. And here it comes. Thank you so much for the continued support. Behemoth and others that drop the bombs on the chat and keep this engine going. Y'all are the best. There it is. There's the one that I owe you. We got a question from Stonespire. Do you think this new Halo will launch on PlayStation with multiplayer PvP crossplay with PC and Xbox? Yes, I do. I think that's sort of like a ground level expectation at this point. If you bring a game like this kind of out of the attic, okay, out of the basement, wherever it is, you bring it out and you're like, here you go. You got to have some of these ground level features. You know, I think you got to have some of these ground level features. I don't think you can just be like, oh no, we don't have PvP, we don't have crossplay, we don't have any of that. Like, I don't think that would go over very well, personally. I don't. Magic Dolphin uses their Prime. 12 months of support over here. There you go. Pretty much sure I followed you for a long time over here, and then I never subbed. Magic Dolphin, you have followed me on Twitch since December of 2017. That's freaking insane, bro. Thank you. Let me add you to the total. 453. Thank you. Suplono, Reach, 3, and ODST in that order, says Sean. People are weighing in with their favorite Halos. You know? Hey, Lono, I saw your viral clip on Ninja Gaiden. It made me laugh. But obviously Toxic Twitter was terrible about it. I've not even looked at the comments because the people probably aren't even watching the clip. It genuinely should be community noted. It's not a rage quit. Calling it a rage quit is a lie. I calmly say that I'm not good enough to play the game. That's not a rage quit. I'm too old for this game. I'm not good enough. Look at this rage quit. Like, huh? Halo 1 and Halo 2 already got remastered. Where is Halo 3? I think this is going to be a remake, boys. This is not going to be a remaster. I think this is going to be a Halo Combat Evolved Remake. Like Unreal 5 Halo Combat Evolved Remake. If you guys are just tuning in and you're looking for the Halo Combat Evolved Remake announcement, it's happening in about 5.5 hours. At least that's what we're speculating, okay? That's what we're speculating. You can watch it here. I'm going to co-stream it. So just buckle up, lock in for the day, okay? Hit the like button. Hit the sub button on YouTube if you're enjoying the coverage. We do this sort of thing. It's just a safe for work discussion. They put a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Last Ronin reference. Yeah. I just did that one, Sven. And it definitely flew over my head. I did not catch that. There are too many people liking the Halos that don't have Chief, says Fuzzy. He's saying that in the members-only Discord. That's a place where you guys should be hanging out. Are you sure it will happen? They usually put announcements last. That's why this is so long from now, brother. They say that at this time there's an announcement. That's what this timer is for. I'm not like guessing. Like they say there's an announcement at this time of the day. Thank you so much, Jordan Lanham with 29 months and a VIP. Bumps the line to 454. You the best. Halo Infinite was free. Lono, you have to be the worst person I've ever seen at getting mad. You're very bad at it. It's the most Mr. Rogers, most polite, most charitable rage quit I've ever seen. Like, I pay the game a bunch of compliments. I pay the game a bunch of compliments. You know what I mean? Oh, Brooklyn, are you lecturing me here? Brooklyn's lecturing me. He says, stop saying you're not a big creator. Yes, you don't have 100,000 or higher subs yet, but if people have the energy to misrepresent or hate you or even support you, that alone means you're a big creator. If not to yourself, but to others. I myself consider you a big creator. I appreciate you, bro. Nothing but love. You've always had my back, and I appreciate it. Guys like you didn't know who I was and suddenly started backing me, and I appreciate it. Like guys like you and Wooly were like, I like this guy, you know. I appreciate it. And a single gifted comes in from Jack Garland. I know what Jack Garland's trying to do. He's like, somebody do the 20 bomb to 475. Have you tried the new Borderlands? I'm at almost, my wife and I have been playing quite a bit. Nero, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. That reminds me, my wife and I are now at 46 hours in Borderlands. So we're closing in on about 50 hours. She's like, we've played for 44 hours. I was like, yeah, babe. She was kind of shocked. Let me set the super chat goal. Every 5 super chats, I will gift a member. So you guys can make it rain confetti over there on YouTube, and then I give back. Thank you so much. Morning feed. Yo, what's good, feed? Lono's viral clip to sub ratio is pretty impressive. I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean like how many views it has and how many subs I have? It's because people love a good rage quit, but it's a terrible rage quit. It's not even a rage quit. Here's this 43-year-old dad saying he's too slow to play the game as he calmly praises the game. Like, it's so boring and tepid. There's nothing exciting about that clip at all. It's not a crash out or there's no screaming. There's no cursing and swearing. It's just, yeah, I'm not having fun. I'm not good enough to play this. Oh, man. If you put that in a rage quit montage on YouTube, people would be like, why is that clip in here? People would be like, why is that clip in here? Yeah, it's old man rage. Yeah, he's too old to get excited, so he's having to keep his blood pressure down. People are going to get mad at you for your crap rage quitting. This guy can't even do a good rage quit. This guy can't even do a good rage quit. I hate him even more. Oh my gosh. That was the most boring rage quit ever. Oh, gee, many Christmas. Old man rage is the most laid back kind of rage ever. For sure. For sure. Holy frick. Oh, that's funny. A $20 super chat. So much. That's so kind. I'm not done yet. I'm only an hour into Borderlands and I love it. I also can't wait to see what they surprise us with the remake of Halo. Oh no, I can't. I can't ever like these super chats anymore. It doesn't let me like them in the fan funding dashboard. Here's the thing. No, actually not here's the thing. I have a question for you, Nero. Which character are you playing as? You don't have to super chat me, by the way, to interact with me. The chat is set to anybody can talk now. I turned off members only. Cisco Nabisco with 5 months. Thank you so much. Let me add you to the total. Maybe if you do like a compilation that just gets more rage as it goes and you're the first one, it would make sense. Yeah, but I'm not even angry in the clip, though. I'm not even angry. I'm just like, yeah, I'm not having any fun. I'm not very good at this game. A $10 super chat tip from Shadow Dre. Hey, Lono, if you remember Dante Norris, I do remember you, Dante Norris. Back in the SNTR days, that was me. Glad to see you are still at it, doing consistent and quality content. Also, thanks for the pick at Guardian Con 2018. Oh, man, you're OG if you came to that one. If you came to that one, I think that was the second one that I had gone to. The first one they did was in like a bar. The first like official one they did, it was in 2017, I think, and then 2018. Yeah. I remember that one. Thank you so much. Where are you guys coming from? There are people piling in on Twitch and YouTube. How did you find me? Is it because of the clip on Twitter? I was there. Yeah, Pouring Rain was there. Wired Rope says, see? What do you mean? That's a super chat on YouTube. They're clearly coming from somewhere. I bet you it's the Ninja Gaiden clip. They're like, is that Lono? Is that Lono? Is he still around? I cannot enjoy Borderlands. I've tried. I've beaten the campaign and it's just not fun. I played BL2 and it was okay. It's not for everybody. It isn't. You should rage more often. I guess I should. A member plus from Norin So Rad. Thank you so much for 17 months. Let me hit the button. You've been playing as Rafa. That's who I'm playing as with my wife. I'm Rafa, and then she's the Siren, Vex. Yeah. We're having a pretty good time with it. I've got my shoulder cannons with like really crazy beams now. Like they're really strong. It's very, very fun. Anybody playing Borderlands, am I alone in this? I feel like shotguns are the meta. Like, I'm constantly finding shotguns that are stupidly strong. They feel faster on TTK than almost anything. You have your OG hoodie. I wore an OG Say No to Rage shirt yesterday. I was abroad and out of the loop for a few years, says Shadow Dre. But I just did some research to find you again. I haven't seen the Ninja Gaiden clip. Oh, okay, cool. It just happenstance then that you've did a little research to find me. Yeah. Shotgun with the spread launcher. Jacob shotguns. Yes. Hot slugger. Snipers are OP. I don't like snipers, but I feel like shotguns in Borderlands 4 are the meta. I don't switch to a lot of other weapons now. I'll just main a shotgun. I'm just like, boom, you're dead. Boom, you're dead. And then I'm like, oh, you're a bit beefier. I have to shoot you 3 times instead of once. Spread launchers OD. I think, did you mean to put OP? Haters make you greater. I mean, at this point, I just laugh because I'm like, oh my gosh, you're really desperate for clips. You are desperate for a clip. If you're like, look at this rage quit. It's like, it's just fully taking advantage of the fact that Twitter doesn't watch the clips. I said in the clip, I literally say they're going to claim, the people that hate me are going to claim this is a rage quit. I literally predicted it. I literally predicted. I'm like, yeah, they're going to say this is a rage quit. I said it when I was stopping. I'm like, they're going to say this is a rage quit. Oh my gosh. It's like I could see the future. Oh, my word. Jacob shotguns and handguns are the teats. Also, Vladov submachines. Yes, the Vladov subbies are very, very fun. I agree with you. Yes. Yeah. The Bonnie and Clyde gun. Oh, Haseo, I haven't got one at level. Yeah. I don't have one at level. But yes, the Bonnie and Clyde gun is very fun. Do you want to know why? You switch from a shotgun to a rifle in its firing modes. It is such a fun freaking legendary. Bonnie and Clyde, I think, is one of the more fun legendaries I've used in Borderlands 4. This man would have gotten into fights at TwitchCon. Thank God you didn't go. Wait, why would have I gotten into fights? I'm not a fighter. I mean, if I'm threatened, then I'll stand my ground, and don't ever underestimate the little guys, because we're crazy. But I'm not a fighter. Why would I be fighting people at TwitchCon? Let me see here. Here we go. Haseo says, do you think the Halo they're showing today, do you think they brought it to the modern era? On very, very solid, good information from a very reliable source, this remake is going to have modern features. Yes, it is going to have modern features. So Sprint will probably be there. You're going to be on an episode of Ridiculousness one day with a segment called Worst Rage Quits Ever. That's right. That's right. Does Lona still change the colors? Oh, yes. Let me change it to blue. Sorry about that, Zinthos. We're a little out of sorts today. What the heck? The batteries must be going low in this. Hey, Shadow Dre, thank you so much for becoming a member. That's a member plus. That's a blue badge. So you must have been a member here for a while and maybe just drifted. You had a white badge at some point if it's blue now. You guys see the game Dispatched? It seems like it's getting very good reviews. It's just not my cup of tea, so I didn't check it out. Is that show even still around? I have no idea. Yeah, I forgot to change the lights, because ordinarily what we do, so if you guys have never been here before, you haven't been here in a while, we are no longer creating members-only content. We can't do it. It's very damaging. Really big content creators like Linus Tech Tips and even Charlie, Moist Critical, even they're like, we can't do it anymore. It's hurting us. It hurt us this entire year because every morning we were starting with morning coffee and ending the day in Green Room. Those were 2 streams just for members. I can't do that anymore. It was killing us. So now we open up the day with morning coffee where only members can talk and they can submit questions for Q&A. And then we do Green Room at the end of the day in the Discord. So if you're a member, you still get all the extras. We just have to do it a little bit different. Tonight, you guys are almost assuredly going to unlock Friday night. So when we hit 500 members on the week, we do a Friday night stream, right? We do a Friday night stream with my wife. It's called Gaming News Tonight. My wife reacts to gaming news from the week. It's hilarious. We even slip in a fake story to see if she can pick it out, all right? So make sure you're here for that tonight. Friday nights is now a public stream, but only members can talk, all right? We hope you guys enjoy that. It's a fun way to spend your Friday night. If you get beyond this and get stretch goal, I do another stream on Saturday evening for the community called Community Game Night, all right? So appreciate that. Appreciate you guys supporting and getting us to the goals every single week. And this is what you can do when you are a member. You can submit questions, and then I can pull them up like this. What do you want out of the Halo Combat Evolved Remake? I want the game to be faithful, but I want it to be updated to the modern feel. Like, and I know that's going to be hard. Here's what I think they need to do with a Halo Combat Evolved Remake. What I think they need to do is let people play the game with none of the new stuff on. If you don't want to sprint, if you don't want to ADS, like if you don't want any of that stuff, give people the option to play like a classic version, okay? Give people the option to play a classic version. But give me the option to play with sprint and ADS if I want. You know what I'm saying? Because I think long-standing fans getting like a remade, prettied up, dope-looking Halo Combat Evolved, if they want to play it as it originally felt with respect to like movement and shooting and stuff, I think that would be a good way to do it. I want a Can Madam Spot the Woke to be a real thing. I mean, that was pretty funny when we did that with Wolverine. I was like, babe, you got to see if you can spot what's woke in this trailer. And that was fun. I don't know if there's going to be content for that every week, though, Mr. Chosen. Do you know what I'm saying? It's hard. It's hard for people to every week have something like that. Can you design a space for both modern movement and old slow movement? I don't know. I really don't know. You definitely don't want people playing against each other with the modern movement or the non-modern movement. That would be a little disadvantage. If you're like, I don't want to sprint, and there's guys sprinting around. In PvP, it wouldn't work. I mean, like when you're playing by yourself. If the Xbox Ally is a public beta test for the next-gen Xbox, Microsoft needs to start working with the community today to deliver it. Yeah, I agree with Windows Central. They got a long way to go if they want that thing to really usher in whatever this console thing is. We got another question here from Buckeye Plays. Says, if the Halo Combat Evolved remake matches the quality of the Resident Evil remakes, what do you think that will do for the Halo franchise comeback? I mean, really what you need is more than just a Combat Evolved remake. You need more than a Halo remake, I think. This could be the start, obviously, for people to say, well, hey, Halo's kind of hot again. Okay. I think this will fizzle out pretty quickly, though, if I'm honest. I'm not being like a Debbie Downer. I'm not being negative. I just don't think this will have a ton of velocity. Right? I don't think it'll have a ton of velocity. But it's a good start. Like, if it's a really, really quality piece of content and people really, really like it, it is a good start, I think. And if in my mind, if that's where they want to try to like get people kind of back in, that's the place to do it. What you really need is the next mainline Halo to be amazing. That's what you need. You need the next mainline Halo to be amazing. Oh, no half measures. You know, not just another Halo. You've got to deliver something excellent. You do. And I think they can. I think they can do it. I think this could be somewhat proof of concept if it looks really good in Unreal and everyone's like, oh, wow, look at Halo. Halo's never looked better. That could sort of be the opening salvo. But Evil West was pretty rage-inducing for me. Evil West was really fun for the little that I played it. I've kept that one in the backlog. I've kind of wanted to go back and play it again. Have they done any good updates to it to like kind of smooth out? Combat was a little rough. It'll sub better on PlayStation than Gears of War did. For a while, I have said that I feel like Gears of War E-Day will be stronger with the PlayStation audience. I'm prepared to be wrong about that. I could end up being wrong about that. I just feel like a lot of PlayStation fans are kind of like, yeah, we've already kind of made up our mind about Halo. I don't know if a really, really old Halo getting remade is going to change their minds about it. I'm open to being wrong, but Gears just feels like a better fit for the PlayStation audience. The question command is just you type !Q, the letter Q, !Q, then put a space, and then just type your question and submit it. That's all you got to do. So, and make sure you guys are smashing the like button over here on YouTube. If you are looking for the Halo Combat Evolved Remake trailer or announcement or whatever it is, that we will be watching that in about 5 hours. So hit sub, hit like, hang out with us for the rest of the day. We're having a good time. People are submitting questions. People are chatting. People are lurking and listening. I keep it safe for work. You can subscribe to the channel. And I do these kinds of talk shows Monday through Friday about everything going on in the gaming world. And we have a members-only Discord for you as well if you decide to support and get involved at that level as well. Evil West is like, oh, you like that, boss? Here's 3 of them, plus 2 from the previous boss fight and 2 new ones. You're going to be at the Halo event this weekend, Kevin? That's awesome. Are you traveling on your own, or do they like invite you? Are they like flying you out? Like how's that working? Or is it like just close to where you live or something? Or is the event being held? I'm not actually sure. He also predicts the future of gaming. He's got a good average. Yo, what's good, Derek? I've been subjected to the Master Chief Collection because Neighbor Guy has an Xbox One. It had not been enjoyable. Oh, it has not been enjoyable. And I don't know if that would be improved by remastering. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Derek. If you don't have nostalgic attachments to Halo, I think it's really, really hard to go back and play the old games. You know what I mean? I think it's hard. Because you don't have any attachment to it. You're like, yeah, this is nice, but I don't get it because you don't get it. You see what I'm saying? 37 months from Nova Hands over here on Purple. Bumps the line to 459. Thank you so much, sir. Did you get a chance to finish Yote? No, but no spoilers, boys. I'm like 80% through the game. I think I'm at 60 hours. And I just played the legendary tale that I think people were waiting for me to play. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was good. It was very good. That's all I'll say. Bring back all the original color options from the original Halo Combat Evolved, Blood Gulch, and Boarding Action. I mean, this will probably have a lot of fan service in it. If you guys are just tuning in, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it so much. Make sure you're hitting the like button as you pile in. And make sure you hit subscribe and the bell button. You can talk in my chat. You can talk in my chat as long as you're subscribed. That is free. So, saw the screenshots. Yeah, I put some screenshots on Twitter, and I was like, if you know, you know. Right? If you know, you know. And I said no spoilers, y'all. Y'all are going to be getting timed out if you keep it up. You're in chapter 2? I don't even know if it's popped up and said chapter 2 at any point. Elysium says, not only do I have a nostalgic attachment to Halo, but a large factor to why I enjoyed those games after the campaign was the Xbox 360 multiplayer experience, which I have nostalgic attachment for. That's missing for me now. Yeah, I think that that's, yeah, TJ loves trolling, y'all. That's not a real spoiler. He's trolling. Yeah, I mean, I think the nostalgic attachment to the game makes sense, but it also makes sense to be like, I really don't have as strong of an attachment now, or you don't maybe have that multiplayer attachment. I remember I was pretty heavily invested in the Xbox One, era of time. During that time, I created like an LFG group for Destiny. I had like a large friends list. I mean, I was big into Xbox. I always felt like Xbox had better social features than PlayStation. I felt like it always had better social features. So it's a bit of a bummer for the brand to kind of have fallen down to where it is now. But I've always maintained this. I've always maintained they have good property. They really, really have good property. They've got to treat it better. They do. I think they've got to treat their studios better. I think Microsoft needs to get out of the way. They've got to. Sadly, I don't think they're going to. We covered that report yesterday. I don't think Microsoft's going to get out of the way. And that's the biggest concern. Is like you have all this great property and you have this monolithic corporation at the helm instead of people who like understand gaming. And I think that is a legitimate concern to say, you know, look, this is concerning. You know, this is concerning. Oh, if I'm there, I'm in chapter 2. Okay, then I'm in chapter 2. They've bought most of it. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that. So, I mean, that doesn't mean they can't do good things with it. When is it going to start? I'm pointing for the audio listeners. I'm pointing at the timer right there. We got our fancy timer down there in the corner, so I don't have to answer that question all day long. That is there to help you always be oriented to when the next thing is happening. All right. Haseo says, if the voice actor is really old for Master Chief, should they try and make a different mascot than Master Chief can pass the torch to the in-game? I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can take this idea of like he's the icon, he's the centerpiece, and like pass the torch. You'd probably be better off not doing that. Just continue with him and maybe get a different voice actor or something. Maybe get his permission to use his voice in perpetuity, maybe. I don't know. Justin Kidder says, since Halo Infinite HCS is done after this year, wouldn't it make sense for the rumored new Halo multiplayer game to be revealed today instead of the Combat Evolved Remake? I think it's going to be both. There's a high probability that we get both revealed today, Justin Kidder. It's whatever Certain Affinity's been working on, like a Halo Battle Royale and the Halo Combat Evolved Remake. I feel like we might get both announced today. That's very, very likely. I think a lot of what Certain Affinity has done has probably largely influenced the next Halo mainline game, since the next Halo mainline game will be in Unreal. Yeah. That's what I think. You could definitely get both today. Because if you're trying to cause a resurgence and a bit of a bounce back, I would say, how long have we been streaming? An hour and a half? Okay. That's better. That certainly is better. A lot of you guys have found this stream today by searching on YouTube. If you found me in the search results, just hang tight, hit subscribe. You can watch the thing with me. Nova Hands, did I thank you for your Prime resub on Purple for 37 months? I feel like I did. Did I add it to the total, y'all? I can't remember if I did now. I expect Halo multiplayer to be teased today as a one more thing. You did? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I feel like you're gonna get both. I feel like you're gonna get both. And thank you so much. So many people are hitting subscribe today. Listen, I know you might be subscribing because we're covering Halo and it lets you talk. I hope you decide to come back for future streams as well. I do a daily live stream about all sorts of things going on in gaming news. And a single gifted comes in from Haseo and bumps the goal to 460. We are 40 members away from unlocking the stream tonight. It's called Gaming News Tonight. My wife reacts to gaming news. You're not going to want to miss it. It's hilarious. If the PvP ain't good, it's a pass, says Typhoon. That's fair. I think that's totally fair. Imagine if we get Combat Evolved plus a multiplayer game plus Netflix Season 3. I don't think so. You had me in the first half. I'm not going to lie. You had me in the first half. I don't think they're doing anything more with the show, brother. I think the show's done. Okay? I don't think it's coming back. And a BR to top it off. Yeah. Well, Certain Affinity allegedly was building a battle royale, like a Halo battle royale. Let me pause the thing that nobody likes on YouTube. Guys, I just hit pause on that thing. It can be a little frustrating. It kind of interrupts us. I try not to let that hit too often. Be sure to hit the like button to help us out. If you like the fact that I do that, hit that like button. This would be a good reaction video today. 17 minutes long, but it really hammers home why Halo was king and its downfall under 343. From a YouTuber named Wheezy, Halo fans need to move on already. Why hang on? Is he reacting to the Actman? Didn't Actman do a video about that? And a 5-bomb comes in from Siege Master. He's looking for a tag team partner. A 10-bomb to 475 is what we need right now. Somebody step up to the mantle and tag team with Siege Master. No, this is his video? Okay. Oh, Actman reacted. I was going to say, I saw Actman in my feed with the why hang on thumbnail, and I thought, why would they both be using the same phrase? That makes sense. I was like, somebody reacted to somebody here. I think I watched Actman talk about it for a little bit. I think I did. No, I think I watched Actman talk about Xbox because he put on a Nintendo hat. And he wouldn't put on a PlayStation hat. It was pretty. It was a pretty funny video. Zubair says, "Track with me here. I could not let go and keep hoping for a banger Halo game." Let me pull up a question here from Jazster. He says, "At this point, what are we even talking about in terms of Halo doing a more modern approach? What even is modern at this point?" I think this is a good question. So when I think of modern approach, I'm thinking of it in layers. Layer 1 is just foundational expectations from gamers where they're going to expect to be able to sprint, slide, and ADS. I think that is a base level foundational expectation that gamers are going to have. If I'm going to come into your game and I'm going to shoot guns at enemies or other people, then I expect to be able to ADS, which is aim down sight. I expect that I'm going to be able to sprint and probably also slide. Doom has none of those. That is a very fair point. Let me explain why that's not an equivalency. Doom has a whole vibe with like being a boomer shooter and strafe shooting and not ADSing. Like it's got its whole vibe that's built around that, okay? Halo is far too adjacent to other shooters to ignore those things. Doom is not adjacent to Call of Duty or Battlefield. It's not. It's sort of built in its own lane, its own thing. Doom had sprint. Doom, you're just always running fast. You just are. What's interesting is Doom Eternal is one of the more praised of the trio. You've got Doom 2016, Doom Eternal, and Doom The Dark Ages. Doom Eternal is one of the more praised because of the ability to like double jump and dash, because of the verticality as well as the agility that they give the player. Both vertical agility as well as lateral agility is something that was highly praised in Doom Eternal. So yeah, you can't ADS, but think of the movement and the freedom and the volition that you're given in Doom Eternal. It was one of the reasons people liked it so much, okay? I liked it until the Marauders showed up. I did not like what they did to combat rhythm. Outside of that, I thought Doom Eternal felt fabulous. So yeah, you can't ADS. But I also don't think Doom is as adjacent to other games. Listen, if you're trying to build a battle royale, you're trying to build a modern-day multiplayer game where people are going to play against each other, that's what they're going to expect. Nobody goes to Doom expecting a battle royale. Nobody goes to Doom expecting PvP anymore. I don't think so. Like, they passed on it this time. People were grumpy, but by and large, I don't think the market at large was like, oh, I can't believe there's no PvP in Doom. Like, I don't think that was an expectation. I just don't think so. I think when you are lining your game up to be that sort of adjacent and similar to other modern shooters, people are going to expect to be able to sprint, slide, and ADS. I think that's a fair foundational expectation. Now, the layer above this that you would build on, you got to think about other things. You got to think about what you want your game to be and do and how it should feel. Do you want to go into the arcade direction with like double jumps, wall jumps, grappling hooks that are probably faster, than the one that we had? It was fine, but maybe a little bit faster. Dashing, things like this. I'm not saying they should do this. I'm saying you got to decide. Do you want to go that way, or do you want to go with a more grounded approach where it's more boots on the ground, it's not nearly as arcade-ish, because especially if you're wanting it to be maybe even having a foothold in esports. These are questions they're going to have to consider. There are modern expressions of shooters in both directions. It could feel very, very adjacent to something that's super arcade-ish like Splitgate. Or it could feel very, very adjacent to like a Battlefield where everything's very grounded. Not weapons and tanks and stuff. I'm just saying the approach to player movement is what I'm talking about. Player movement. This guy compared Halo to Battlefield. No, I'm talking about movement. There are modern expressions within these two veins. Splitgate and Battlefield are like going in one direction that are completely opposite. One is very arcade-ish, one is more grounded. And Halo would have to decide which direction it wants to go. I would say my advice would be to try to straddle that line right down the middle. Have some arcade-ish stuff. He is running around in like armor and he's enormous. He's supposed to be, right? He's a Spartan after all. So I do think giving him some sprinkling of the arcade influence is good, but I also think sprinkling some of the more grounded approach as well. Maybe they could straddle that line and have a game that really pulls from both sides that could then be embraced and, loved. MTO with 32 months and a member plus. How do you continue to get clipped? I saw a Ninja Gaiden 4 clip that has over 570,000 views on X. Get your name out there, free publicity. It's got to be the most boring rage quit I've ever seen, MTO. I argued this morning that it should be community noted. It should be community noted because it's not a rage quit. It's a total lie and a total misrepresentation to claim it's a rage quit. Calmly saying that you're not good at a game and praising the game and paying it compliments, that is not a rage quit. That is not a rage quit. That's making money off of lying about another creator is just, I don't know. That platform has just gone to hell. Literally laughing about how ridiculous it has to be getting new abilities every 3 seconds. But yes, rage more, loser. Yeah, I'm just raging and laughing and obviously poking fun at the game, but also saying it's good. It's just, yeah. One of the things that immediately jumped out to me, says Derek, playing an old Halo recently, was how big and floaty the jumps are. I haven't played a shooter with Mario jumping in a long time. There is definitely a lack of like groundedness to that. Like you don't feel like you've got like this weight that could also help the game. They need to look up the definitions of rage quit. Yeah, it's very, very misleading. It's extremely misleading to say that it's rage quit. Yo, what's good, Wooly? 23 months and a member plus. You watch Moriarty destroy? Yes, I saw. I didn't watch the whole thing. 23 months. Thank you so much. Grifters are getting dismantled left and right. Yo, what's good, Wooly? I hope you're well, man. Thank you so much for 23 months and a member plus. Literally, Doom the Dark Ages has those jumps. Has what jumps? What are you talking about? Cobra Kai. Sarcasm has completely left the internet. It's a very, very charitable and fun. I feel like I'm being very kind and charitable and just kind of laughing and having a good time, and it gets turned into something that it's not. Yeah. A guy tried to do that yesterday. I was just like goofing around saying that the guy doing the Kirby Air Rider stream, he should start his own stream, right? And the guy was like saying I wasn't being nice and I was being unkind. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm just joking around. The large jumps in a shooter. Huh? What do you mean large jumps in a shooter? They described Doom the Dark Ages as you're more of a tank, and in Doom Eternal you're more of a jet. You don't, I mean, you can do big jumps and like crash down on the ground, but you don't have like the agility to like jump and dash and double jump. You know what I mean? The top comment on your vid says you're gay, so I wouldn't put too much stock in their opinions. You're gay. You should be applauded for admitting it was too much. I thought people would respect the fact that I was like, I'm too old for this. I'm too old and too slow. I don't have any history with these games. I can't do this. I can't get into gear. I thought people would respect that. I guess not. I guess not. I guess, you know, they're just like, somebody didn't like the thing that I like. Like, the ironic thing about it is they're all raging. They're the ones raging. I'm not raging at all. I'm just like, yeah, I'm too stupid and slow and dumb for this. And they're like seething and mauling about it. It's like, okay. You still haven't seen this clip? Trill, it's literally just when I stopped playing Ninja Gaiden. You were here, weren't you, Trill? It's literally just me saying, I can't do this. I'm not good enough. My old man brain can't get into gear. Like, I literally am like, it's a me problem. I'm not saying it's the game's fault. I'm like, it's a me. It's a me, Mario. I was like, it's a me problem. Like, I'm too old for this. I literally tweeted that day the Obi-Wan gif. I'm getting too old for this sort of thing is what I said. I was like, I can't keep up. It's too fast. It's too fast. It's too many systems. So, have you tried being less gay? I just paused them. Thank you so much, Wilbur and Diablo Dark Matter, for letting me know those hit. I was here for a seething and molding drop. Yes, there you go. You got me to say seething and molding. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Sponsored content's not grifting. Yeah. D-Tom, thank you so much for 6 months of members coming in. 468. I appreciate it. I did think it was interesting that Keith got a sponsorship to do something like that. I actually thought that was kind of cool. Like, I actually thought that was kind of cool that, like, PlayStation was willing to do a sponsored segment with a guy he's known for being comedic and even kind of poking fun at the game. You know what I mean? He pokes fun at Yote, but in a nice way. He's not being mean or anything. Like, I thought that was pretty cool that PlayStation did that. They did a sponsored Yote thing with Keith, and he did a skit. I thought, this is great, like, because it is. It's funny the way everybody's been playing Yote. Like, they're not focused on the Yote 6. Christopher Burnett says, Lono, I respect that. You're one of the real ones on YouTube. You're one of the very few I actually follow and listen to. Keep doing what you're doing, and the haters just keep hating. My hope is that thoughtful people will watch the clip and be like, he's being very fair to the game and just admitted he's not good enough to keep up. Like, that's respectable. He's not rage quitting and being like a childish, like the irony of the guy clipping it's being like a childish loser. It's like, this guy's not being a childish rage out, crash out, like, idiot. He's just calmly saying he can't keep up with the game. Like, that's respectable. In this day and age, when people are like, this game sucks, I hate it. It's like, I didn't do that. I was nice. A 10 bomb from Broken Surprise gets us to 478. And I owe you guys a member. Thank you so much. YouTube continues to steal the member milestones. Broken Earth. I think I said Broken Surprise. Broken Earth comes in. Every 25, I owe you guys a member. Thank you so much. Do you make money? No, I don't make any money off of that. He does. He does. That's what's so despicable about it. It's despicable to steal someone's content, re-upload large portions of it, and lie about it, and make Twitter blue money. Like, it's zero integrity, low-life behavior. It's that the content's not repurposed, the content's not edited, it's just a complete re-upload. It's just, and then he lies. It's like, you're lying about me. It's not a rage quit. It's dishonest. It's despicable. It's like, come on, man. Like, you want to clip me and disagree with me, clip me and disagree with me. Don't clip me and besmirch me and lie about me. That's ridiculous. That's your creative content I don't understand. I'm not going to police Twitter and slap people down for stealing the content and re-uploading it. I'm not out here trying to go to war with people who clip me. I just don't like when it's dishonest. That's what I take issue with. If you want to clip me and say, look at this idiot, he's so dumb, I don't agree with this guy, I don't care, go for it. Don't lie. Don't lie. That's all I ask. You can put me in your content, you can react to me, you can clip me, you can do that all day long. If you're going to re-upload unedited content like 10 minutes and lie about me, I find that to be wrong. I don't think that that's right. I think that should be community noted. You shouldn't be able to make money off of a lie. You shouldn't. If I clip somebody for 10 minutes and I put it on Twitter and I said, look at this guy, raging out on this game, and it gets 500,000 views and I make a bunch of money, and the guy's not raging out. He's just calmly saying like, yeah, I just don't really like Ghost of Yote, and da-da-da-da-da-da. Like, what if I would have done that to Skill Up? What if I would have re-uploaded 10 minutes of Skill Up on Twitter and said, yeah, look at Ralph raging out on Yote? That should be community noted. I should not be able to make money lying about another person. That's just what the standard should be. I don't think this is like a weird personal belief. I just think that's a pretty standard thing. Like, if you're going to clip somebody, then honestly represent them. So, Stone Spire's trying to set up the 20 bomb to 500. 2 singles come in. Thank you so much. Community note should link to your Twitch and YouTube channels, bare minimum. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I kind of agree with that. Like, if you're going to clip something like that, it should require source linking. Yes. I think that would be a great standard for Twitter to put into play. Is that if you're going to clip something, you should have to source it and say, oh yeah, I clipped it from this, instead of just straight up yanking somebody's content and re-uploading it. I mean, that homie will upload like 23-minute clips. That's ridiculous. Sometimes I only stream for like an hour and a half. You're ripping a third of my show and just re-uploading it? That's not reaction content. That's not repurposed content. You're just straight up ripping a third of my video out and throwing it up on YouTube. Throwing it up on Twitter. I don't know. I don't police it. I don't try to stop it. I just disagree with how it's done. I don't think it's done in a way that's done in good faith, and it's not done in an honest way. That's my issue with it. You can react and disagree with me all you want. Don't lie about me. don't misrepresent me. That's just uncalled for. I think we can be better. I think people can be better than that. I think that meta is hopefully just running out of gas, because it's very tiring. It's very tiring. I'll get comments all weekend on my channel and people be like, you think this? And I'm like, no, I don't think that, but I'm assuming that somebody told you I think that and you didn't watch the clip. I'm just going to assume that happened. Like, that's pretty common now on the channel on the weekend. Like, I'll pull open my phone on like a Saturday or something and I'll have like 6 comments in a row and they'll all say the same thing. And I'm like, all right. Like, thanks for stopping by the channel, I guess. It's like, what the heck? Yeah. The good news is, good thinking persons watch the content and they're like, this guy's actually making sense, or you're actually not being honest about him. And then they'll show up and support the channel. So it usually ends up helping. But yeah, I don't appreciate being lied about. That's the thing that I've never really liked. I think that's what I take issue with. Which I think is a very fair thing to take issue with. Like, nobody wants to be misrepresented. So, Buckeye Plays says, have you seen any of the rumors about Halo 3 related project? There's been some interesting snifflings going on. I forget what I saw a while ago. I saw something about this. Yeah. I can't remember what it is, though. You guys feel free to chime in and add meat to the bones. I don't remember much about it. They paint you in a bad light. It's sad. Generally speaking, I don't care, because it's people that already don't like me. I don't like when a clip goes viral that lies. That's what's irritating. It's like, so 500,000 people think I rage quit when I didn't. It's, that's what I don't like. Just don't lie. I think that's a very low bar. That's a very low bar. You want to obsessively clip me every day and you think that's normal behavior? I mean, live your life however you want. I think it's a bad way to live your life. I'm not in charge of you, but I think that's a pretty pathetic way to live your life. Just don't lie. I think that's a low bar. That's a very, very low bar. Just don't lie. Adam King says, does this fly in the face of the Master Chief Collection coming to PlayStation eventually? I think I'd rather just have the Master Chief Collection. I don't know. I mean, I know people thought there was going to be a Gears of War collection. I'm pretty sure we heard about the Gears of War collection a ton of time. We heard about it a ton of times, I should say. We kept hearing about the Gears collection, and then they went with Gears Reloaded. I guess in my estimation, maybe they're testing the waters. Maybe they're testing the waters. Like, hey, if people are really interested, we can do the other ones or something. Oh, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I'm perishing, Fuzzy. Yeah, the AI games are going to be amazing, and, like, it looks really bad. It looks really bad. No shot it's a collection when they can charge you per game. That's what I'm thinking, Cobra Kai. That's what I'm thinking, is you test the waters, and you're like, we can sell these individually and probably make a pretty good chunk, a change each time. And people are like, oh, you're nickel and diming. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that's probably the way that they're going to approach it, is they're going to take the approach of, like, how can we maximize profit? I don't think that's scandalous to say. I don't think that's, like, rude or unkind to say. I think that's what they're going to do. They're going to try to maximize profit with the IP. Dylan comes in with a single gifted and bumps the line to 481. We are 20 away. If you guys are around tonight, okay, if you're subbed to the channel, you're following me on Purple, If you're around tonight, you guys are almost assuredly going to unlock this. There's a lot of time left in the day. We'll probably get 19 renewals before the end of the day, and we'll hit this. Friday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern, my wife and I are now doing a segment called Gaming News Tonight, just on Friday, and we have my wife react to gaming news from the week, and we do slip in one fake story to try to trip her up, and she has to pick which one is fake. So, be here tonight for that. It will be a fun time. If you go beyond this and hit stretch goal, we'll do another stream Saturday night as well. Thank you, Kyle W., for 41 months in a VIP. We'll do a community game night tomorrow night. We had a lot of fun last week with Jackbox Party Pack 11. I got sent early access to that. We had a really good time with that. Maybe they should do what Sony did and release the campaign and then sell you the multiplayer separately. Huh? What are you talking about? Eastside Vandal. What are you referring to? What's good, Larry? Maximizing profit. How many luxury boats do they need? As many as they can get. I mean, generally speaking, when you're talking about the uber wealthy and you're like, how much money did they need? And you're more. Can you read last? You think Gears of War E-Day would have like an 80% chance of coming to PS5 or higher? Wait, Chaos Theory, are you asking me if there's a chance Gears of War E-Day is coming to PS5? I feel like every report we've looked at, every insider that's spoken on it said it's coming, and then I thought they recently made that clear. Didn't they recently make that clear? Have they not officially announced that yet? My brain gets so fuzzy on this because to me it is. It just makes sense that it's coming. I don't know if they've officially announced it yet or not. I mean, Gears of War Reloaded coming over, to me, pretty much confirms that Gears of War E-Day is coming to PS5. I mean, I don't think that that's I don't think that's an outlandish prediction to make. It's not been confirmed yet by any official announcement. I think Gears of War Reloaded coming to PlayStation was basically about as strong a confirmation as you could freaking get without them literally saying, oh yeah, that's coming too. Like, I could have sworn they announced it too. Yeah, Cobra Kai. I was looking, I was like, did they announce that it's coming already? Like, I don't know. I thought that they had. I thought it was like on an end card or something. It doesn't look it's been officially announced yet. So, other than Sarah Bond and Phil Spencer, everything is coming to PlayStation. That's good. That's good, Steven. If I was a betting man, the new strategy is 6 months later. I don't think that's the new strategy. I don't think the new strategy is 6 months later. When Matt Booty spoke to this, he said that production was one of the main reasons that, like, Indiana Jones came later. He made it sound like there are going to be plenty that come day and date. If they can land it day and date, I think they do it. That's my honest opinion on it. I don't think they're going to stagger because they make more money and they make more sales when it's day and date. At this point, just assume everything's day and date unless told otherwise. I thought I saw a PlayStation logo on the Gears trailer. Keeper isn't on PS5. Keeper is like literally the exception. If you go watch the showcase where I said during the showcase, I said, oh, look, hey, Keeper's probably going to be a timed exclusive. It was like one title out of 20. And like the rest were announced as day and date. What about Forza 6? Have they said? I don't think they've even given you a release window for Forza 6. I think all they said for Forza 6, it was basically an announcement trailer with nothing other than that. Keeper avowed south of midnight. Yeah. Now hang on a minute. You're really misapplying those examples, and you got to know anything coming out this year that's of smaller size, like South of Midnight, Avowed, and Keeper, they were already in a pipeline with a deliverable date. You're not going to suddenly get a PS5 version out of those games. You've got to see that. Going forward is what we're talking about. Like, going forward, I think the goal is, if they can do it, day and date. I don't think going forward they're like, oh no, it always needs to be 6 months. Did you see the report that we looked at yesterday? If they're wanting a 30% margin, they're not going to stagger, brother. If they can get it out day and date, they're going to push it out day and date. If they're wanting 30% margins, you better believe by the end of next year going forward, virtually everything's coming day and date. I'm here to tell you that. I would not sit here and hold on to hope that like they're still prioritizing giving games to you first. I just don't think so. Forza Horizon 6 will launch first on Xbox consoles and PC in 2026. Oh, so they've officially stated about Forza. Okay, I'm here to tell you, I don't think that's going to be the standard. I really, really don't. This is what I'm trying to do. This is what I've done since the beginning of my coverage of the Xbox Activision deal. I'm trying to give you the straight shot. And to me, the straight shooter here is, listen, that is not going to be the norm. The norm is going to be day and date. Satya Nadella said to the FTC, if I had my way, there would be no exclusives. Satya is in charge. You're going to have rare exceptions like Keeper and Forza 6. I'm here to tell you, by and large, if it's an Xbox game studio, it's hidden everywhere that it can day one. If they can even get it on the Switch 2, they're going to try everything day one if they can. There will certainly be exceptions, but I'm telling you, they want that money. 30% margins is ridiculous. If they're going to even try to get there, you're not going to have the standard practice be, staggering release dates. I just don't think so. And I'm not saying this to persuade you to do anything. I'm not. If you want to stay on your Xbox, if you want to move to PC, if you hate PlayStation, that doesn't matter to me at all. I'm setting your expectations to that's not going to be the standard. I really don't think so. Look at how many times the PlayStation logo showed up in the Xbox showcase. They are completely moving on from the notion of games coming to you first. They're moving on from that. That's going to be an exception. That's going to be an exception to the rule. That's going to be an exception to the norm. And the only reason I say that, Keeper is only 30 FPS on console. That's what? Huh? No, it's not. Are you serious, Paul? They launched another 30 FPS game? No, they didn't. There's no reason for that game to be 30 FPS. Why do Xbox fans hate on PlayStation fans for owning Xbox games on the PS5s, but then they cheer for the next-gen Xbox having access to Steam? Listen, man, you're trying to make sense of something that's not trying to be sensible. Fandom, that level of fandom is not trying to be sensible. You're trying to make sense of something that's the goal is to not be sensible. They're not attempting to be sensible. You don't get 30% margins waiting later to release on another platform. It's funny to bring up Keeper. It's a 3-hour walking lighthouse simulator. Now, come on. It got good reviews and people really liked it. Don't be unkind to that game. Double Fine did a cool little thing there, but I can't believe it's 30 FPS. It's not a reason, it's a choice for the cinematic experience. Not sure if AI is right. It fluctuates between 30 and 60. While the game aims for 60, performance dips in certain areas, and some players find the 30 FPS mode more consistent. I wonder what they did for it to dip below 60. It didn't seem like a very demanding game. If we're to believe that 30% margins are what Microsoft is mandating now, and day and date is not part of the plan, what's the alternative to hit that mandate? You don't want to know. You don't want to know. One of the best ways to hit that mandate is to shut studios down, because that's a great way of lowering your operating costs. Like I'm telling you, that was one of my biggest concerns about the. I've got a spot in my back. I can't get it to go. That is one of the biggest concerns I had from the very beginning. Was Microsoft's just going to say, you don't generate enough revenue, get out of here. I think that's a genuine concern. You don't bring enough to the table. You know, a small, like, think about it like this. Let's just say the operating budget of some team is $1 million a year. Let's just make this easy to experiment with. I don't know what operating costs. Let's just say the operating cost of some small team is $1 million a year. And they can generate, 1.5 to 2, they can generate like 1.5 mil in revenue. So they're making 500,000 in profit. You're like, wow, that's pretty good. Okay. But if that slips below these averages, the justification is basically like, listen, it's not worth $1 million to keep you in business because the return is so small. It's not even about the percentages per se. It's about you're just not generating enough capital. We're just this gigantic, monstrous thing now. You're attached to Microsoft, and that's just how they operate. They're not gonna want to sit around and wait for peanuts from small studios. Why would they spend $70 billion on studios and then throw all the things they bought in the garbage? That doesn't make much sense to me. I don't know why you're asking this question like it hasn't already happened. Ask them. They're the ones that did it, Eastside. I feel like you're typing like it's still, 2023. This already happened, man. What do you mean? They've already canceled projects and shuttered studios. They've already done it. You're like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Well, I'm sorry it doesn't make sense to you. They already did it. But I'm not forecasting something coming. I'm talking about something that's already taken place. They've already done it. It makes some money. I've used this example before. Let's say that you buy a lawn care business, and that lawn care business has 10 trucks and 10 employees. Okay? 10 trucks, 10 employees. So your operating costs are based off of that. And you crunch the numbers. And you're like, you know what? 3 of these trucks, 3 of these employees primarily target portions of the city, and they generate about half of the revenue that everybody else is doing. They generate about half. I could fire all 3 of them, sell the trucks, sell the equipment, get that money from the equipment, no longer have to pay them, no longer have to pay for gas and maintenance and parts. And guess what I'm now doing? I've lowered my operational costs by this much, and I'm still generating all this revenue over here. So I've now increased the value of the company. It happens all the time. There was a time where my dad's business was purchased. It wasn't his. He didn't own it. He just worked there. My dad worked at a company, and it got purchased. And the first thing they did was laid a bunch of people off because the company is still running and it's still generating all this revenue, and you lower your operational costs. You've just made the company more valuable like that. And guess what they did? They started shopping the company. They were basically, you know how people flip a house? They buy a house, they invest $10,000 in fixing it up, and they try to sell the house for $50,000 more than they bought it. They're netting a $40,000 profit, right? Like they're flipping houses. They were trying to flip the business. They bought it for this much, get rid of redundancies. Company valuation now goes up. Company's now worth more money because it generates more profit. They're trying to sell it. It's the same principle. This was one of the reasons I warned people about the Activision deal. I warned them. I said, I don't think you understand. Microsoft is not looking at this the way that you're looking at this. You're like, ooh, we're going to be eating good on Game Pass. And you know what Microsoft is thinking? Microsoft is thinking, ooh, we're going to be generating a lot of revenue. How can we cut redundancies? How can we get rid of operational costs within the business to increase how much money this investment makes us. That's one of the fastest ways. I told people, I said, one of the fastest ways to get ROI on a purchase of this size is by firing people, letting people go, and shuttering studios. I told people this so many times. I'm like, this is a common practice. A company of this size, that's exactly how they are looking at this property. They're looking at it as a means to an end. If they cancel a project like Everwild or whatever the one guy's company was working on, and then the studio disappears. What was his name? John Romero, his studio, gone. Studio working on Perfect Dark, gone. All those operational costs, all those contracts, all those deals, all the marketing, they now don't have to spend that money. So they're automatically making a better margin because now they're not spending as much. I disagree. They have given their studios plenty of rope with non-money making games. South of Midnight, Hellblade 2, Psychonauts Grounded 2. They're letting them make non-money makers. I don't have time to dismantle how erroneous what you just said is, Cobra. We don't have 4 hours isn't enough time to break down how just way out in left field that is. None of that is evidence against anything that I've said. Just because there were already games in production like South of Midnight, Hellblade 2, Psychonauts, and Grounded 2 does not mean that Microsoft didn't kick the door in 2 years ago. You're talking about games that were already in the pipeline and already in production. I'm not saying they're going to cancel everything under the sun. Angry Pete with the gifted member, thank you so much. I'm not saying they're going to cancel everything under the sun because it won't make enough money. I'm saying if your operational costs and your budget is in a threshold where your margins are 10%, 15%, you're making money for the company, but you're not making enough, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. Listen, just because they had games in the pipeline that ended up coming out that weren't big money makers like South of Midnight and the rest, the question you should be asking is how long are those studios going to be around? Because they did it to Hi-Fi Rush. You just said you fear they will shut down studios if these studios don't make them money. My fear is legitimate. Your point is not legitimate because they have already closed down studios, and this is the reason we're being given yesterday. I feel like you're ignoring facts and maintaining some belief that because a handful of games came out that they're not doing what I'm saying they're going to do. They've already done it. They've already done it. I don't know. I feel like you guys are stuck in the past. They already did this. They did it to the Hi-Fi Rush studio. They did it to the studio working on Perfect Dark. They did it to John Romero studio. They end everything, and then the studios are gone now. Wait. Now they might not have owned some of those studios, but they looked at return. They looked at cost, and they said, "Cut it. Cut it." The Tango got closed. This is what we heard because Hi-Fi didn't sell enough copies. That's insane. That's insane. You're talking about it as if it hasn't already happened. That's what's crazy to me. They've already done this. And everything Sneakers SO said is coming to fruition. It's all coming to fruition. Everything he said. And Sneakers SO said, first quarter of 2026, there's more coming. I'm serious. I feel like some of y'all are stuck in the past, like this hasn't already happened. This is the hardest part about this for me. Why? Why do you trust them? Why do you have any positive outlook on anything they're doing as a company right now? It's so bad right now. I thought they sold Tango because the main creator left. They did not sell Tango. They shut Tango down. Somebody swooped in and resuscitated Tango. They did not sell Tango. That's even more frustrating that they won't just sell the studios. Instead of selling Tango to somebody, they shut them down. The only thing is if it's financial quarter one or calendar quarter one. Yeah, I don't know. Sneaker said quarter one of 2026. I don't know why anybody right now would trust them or have a positive outlook on anything they're doing. This is now like the 4th or 5th time that leakers have said bad things are coming. You now have a very reputable source with Jason Schreier saying bad things are coming, and you're like, I don't think so. Why? Why? I don't think any studio is safe. Any small studio is in jeopardy right now. I'm here to tell you, it's about to get real bad. It's about to get real bad because the worst thing that could possibly have happened has happened. Microsoft's in the room calling almost all the shots, and that's not what you want. Phil Spencer would keep a small team around, a creative team around. You can tell that's something. Do you ever consider something? A lot of people are really angry at Phil, and they're really angry at Sarah Bond. And this is relevant to a Halo day, by the way, because Halo's underneath their ownership. Why do you think just recently Sarah Bond and Phil Spencer were at some of these studios playing these games and saying how great they were? Why do you think that is? Just noodle that one out for a little bit. Just really bat that around in your brain for a little bit and really think like, what could have possibly happened where you would travel to a studio and say, yeah, this game's looking good. This game's looking great. Matty Plays reported on one of these, and he said like he was so mad because they were like, you guys were all internally saying that these games were good. Do you want to know why they were doing that? Optics? Nope. No. There's no optics traveling to a game company studio and saying the game is good. There's no optics. Phil doesn't have to invoke the name of a game on a podcast all by himself and talk about how it's looking good. He doesn't have to do that. Phil Spencer was literally on a podcast this year and just invoked the name of a game and talked about how good it was looking that ended up getting canceled. There's no reason for him to do that if he knows it's getting canceled. You guys, I'm telling you, look at this with eyes wide open. There's a reason that they talked and spoke the way they did about these games because they had no idea. They had no idea these games were getting canceled and these studios were getting shuttered. They had no idea. I don't think Phil knew. I don't think Sarah Bonds knew. I think Microsoft is the one that called the shots on some of these things. There's no way you would sit on a podcast and invoke the name of a game that's about to get canceled. Doesn't make any sense. What about Ben? What about Media Molecule? That has nothing to do with the conversation. That has nothing to do with the conversation. Those are whataboutisms and false equivalencies that have nothing to do with what's happening right now. If I tell you your house is on fire and you're like, yeah, but what about the guy across the street? I heard his basement's flooding. Who the frick cares? Like, that has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with the situation. If PlayStation's mismanaging some of their studios or made bad calls on live service, it doesn't have a thing to do with what we're talking about. They had Bend working on a live service game. They had Blue Point working on a God of War live service game. Absolutely dumb decisions. That has no bearing on this conversation. It has no bearing on the conversation. Sony didn't spend $70 billion and increase their operational costs into the nosebleed sections of the stadium, and now they're expecting their studios to hit 30% profit margins. That's something that Microsoft did. That's something that was reported about it just yesterday. You take your whataboutisms with PlayStation, and it ain't going to change anything. This situation is where we are right now. Those studios are rumored to possibly shut down soon, too. It has nothing to do with the conversation. It has literally nothing to do with the conversation. The lessons there and the business impetus there will be completely different. It's not even remotely the same. The idea that you're even invoking it tells me that this conversation is a waste of time with you because you refuse to see things as it is and you want to invoke a completely different company with completely different business structure and completely different reasons that those studios might be in trouble. Like, they're not even the same at all. If Ben shuts down, for example, which I've not seen a single rumor about that, by the way. I think you're pulling that out of thin air. I think we just saw a rumor that Ben was greenlit on a new game. but I don't know. I have not seen this. I've not seen a single thing about Ben getting shut down. Let's just say Ben gets shut down. Let's say it happens. The causality is completely different. The causality is that you stupidly had one of your single-player studios working on a live service game and you wasted a bunch of time and money. That's a completely different thing to be critical of. Was anybody cheering for that? Was anybody cheering, yay, PlayStation, make your studios work on live service games. Have them work on live service games. They didn't make Bend do it. Ben pitched a game and Bend was working on a game. Was anybody cheering for that? Was anybody saying, you know what I would love, PlayStation? I would love if you had your single-player studios building live service games. Was anybody cheering for that? Was anybody out here shaking their pom-poms and their tail feathers for PlayStation to do that? No. It's not the same at all. People were cheering for an unprecedented acquisition because they didn't want to buy Call of Duty. They wanted to get Call of Duty onto Game Pass. Like, that's what people were doing. And I'm sitting here telling you, we tried to tell you for years this was a bad idea and this is what it would lead to. And here we are. And you want to go, but PlayStation though. But Bend might shut down though. I don't think it's the same. Not even remotely close to being the same. And nobody was cheering for that. Nobody was out there being like, yeah, PlayStation, have Blue Point do a live service God of War game. As soon as we heard about it, we're like, that's the dumbest thing you could possibly be doing. Yeah, PlayStation fans were very much booing and chanting against live service games. So you're not even making a very good point. It's like, yeah, if those things happen, that's disappointing. That's frustrating. A lot of us said Concord's dead on arrival. I said, that's a flop walking. Nobody was cheering for that game either. I mean, there are some people on Twitter that say they miss it. I think these people are crazy. But hang on, I have some people to thank. Raphael McCoy is rounding us out with 2 single gifteds, 485. A $5 super chat from Siriu. Even if you wanted to say Xbox and PlayStation are the same, which they're not, the results have been completely different. It's vastly different. Like, the fan bases reacted completely differently. You had fan bases that were cheering against live service, telling PlayStation to not do live service. So if their investments in live service lead to layoffs or studios shutting down, yeah, PlayStation fans are going to say, I told you that was a bad idea. I told you that was stupid. People cheered for the ABK deal. People cheered for the Xbox Activision deal. It's now put every medium to small studio under threat. I said for a very long time now, I'm like, I fear for all the studios under Microsoft's ownership. They own a lot of property. They own a lot of good IP. And I don't think Microsoft gives a frick about any of it. I'm talking about Microsoft. I'm not talking about Xbox. Microsoft does not care about any of those things. Why do so many people hate you? I don't know. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat, Siriu. Even if you wanted to say, oh, I read that, I'm sorry. And a 5 bomb comes in from Siriu. We are now 10 members away from the goal. Thank you so much. Yeah, big Pac fan. I don't care about the people clipping me. We've moved on from that subject. We're not going to keep talking about that. And what studios have they shut down from the ABK deal? The ones they acquired? It's okay, hang on, Cobra. I'm speaking really fast. It's not just about shutting studios down. They canceled games, brother. How many times did they use Perfect Dark and use it in their marketing and show it to you like, hey, look at this awesome game? They canceled the game. Studio's now gone. And they shut down Tango after Hi-Fi did very, very well. They put John Romero's game. They canceled it, and that studio's gone. They don't necessarily have to own the games. And a single comes in from Silver Subaru, and there it is. A 10 bomb comes in from J. Christ. That's an agent of chaos. You've secured Friday night. Now you're working on Saturday night. Listen, Jackbox Party Pack 11 was so much fun. There is a drawing game that we all loved. Usually the drawing games in Jackbox aren't that great. We had so much fun with it. We'll see if we can get there. A single renewal comes in from Storm using his Prime. 57 months on Purple. Thank you so much. Listen, the other thing we're saying, Cobra, Xbox and Microsoft have done thousands of layoffs, and we're hearing that more are coming. So I tell you what we'll do. Let's just put a pin in this and not waste any more time debating it. I don't think this is worth our time anymore. I'm going to start taking questions about Halo, okay? We got a long time to the Halo announcement. We got about 4 hours. I love a good debate, but we're going to run in circles here if you will not acknowledge the fact that Microsoft is in charge, that Microsoft is requiring margins that are absurd, and that a reputable source reported on it, and a reliable leaker who leaked virtually all of the changes that Xbox laid out the last couple of years, that same leaker is saying more closures are coming, more layoffs are coming. If you can't see that for what it is, I feel like you're wearing a blindfold on purpose. Arcane Austin, The Initiative, Roundhouse Studios, Alpha Dog, Tango Gameworks, all shut down so far or sold, says Louis Love. There you go. When the reveal is, time's right here. Storm does a VIP renewal on YouTube as well. Thank you so much. Layoffs, price raises, cancel games, shut down studios, no more console. Yeah, they've raised the price of Game Pass twice. They've raised the price of their hardware twice. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know how you could look at the company and the brand right now and not be like, oh, good golly, this Activision deal really didn't work out that well for us, for consumers, or for studios, or for games. The way that people shrug at canceled projects like that's not having an effect on you. We're not getting Perfect Dark. We're not getting Everwild. You're getting less property. You're getting less games. I told people this would happen. I said, you are going to get less games, less talent, less things to buy. Like, this is what drives me insane about this conversation. The people that are pushing the notion that games should be everywhere, that's better for the gamer and better for the industry, while shrugging and just hand-waving canceled projects. You're so freaking inconsistent, it's infuriating. If you really cared and you really were all about this pro-consumer ideological nonsense that people put out there, you would be furious that they're canceling games, because that's less games. That's less property. You should be mad about that. Instead, you want to wax ideological and self-righteous about, like, well, games should be everywhere and, exclusives are antiquated. What? They're canceling games, and you're worried about exclusives being antiquated? You're getting less games in the market. It's so infuriating. A week after Microsoft closed 4 game studios, Microsoft-owned Activision announces a new game studio. Yeah, they've closed studios. Like, it's all there. Because Sony hasn't done layoffs, price increases, and canceled games. See, there you go again. Cobra Kai, let me tell you something. I don't respect you. I don't respect you. Because you don't come here to have a conversation. You don't. I don't respect you. You come in here and you say something, and when we trot out all the facts, we trot out all the reality, you're like, yeah, but Sony, though. Take a dadgum walk. You're a waste of my time. You're not even here to have a conversation. You're not even here to acknowledge the fact that this has happened. And it's a direct result of the Activision deal. Sony's not even in the same universe of layoffs. They're not even in the same universe of canceling games and shutting studios down that Xbox is in. They're in different universes. I got no respect for somebody that's going to come in here and do that. Like, I'm just going to bring up a bunch of stuff, and when I get countered, I'm going to go, yeah, but PlayStation, though. You've done it like 3 times. That's just such a nuisance to the conversation. You won't acknowledge what's happening. And the thing is, I actually sat here and said, I'll readily admit that PlayStation's made mistakes. They made bad decisions. They had single-player studios working on live service games. That is a terrible choice. That is a terrible choice. And if it leads to studios getting shut down, then PlayStation's deserving of criticism for that. That has no bearing on what's happening at Xbox. It's not even related. It's not even related. Everybody's chasing the live service dollar. Everybody's chasing the live service dollar. PlayStation misfired pretty big. They misfired acquiring Firewalk. They misfired having Bluepoint working on God of War live service. They misfired having Bend work on a live service game. Those were all misfires. Those are worthy of criticism. See, we can now set that to the side. There's no reason to invoke that anymore. It's like, yeah, that was bad. That was a bad idea. That's deserving of criticism. It has no bearing on the subject of Microsoft spent $70 billion. They're now in the room, and they are going to take these studios to the threshing floor. So you can take your but PlayStation, and you can take that somewhere else, because it's just annoying. It has nothing to do with the conversation at all. It's done in an effort to shade the conversation and make it look like console tribalism, and to make it look like, yeah, he's just a pony and won't acknowledge PlayStation's faults. I will readily sit here and acknowledge PlayStation made some very, very stupid decisions. You're trying to frame the argument in that way so that it can be clipped and reacted to later for your favorite friends and your little circles that you hang out in. I'm not stupid. I know who you are, and I know what you're doing. You will always reframe the subject and invoke PlayStation so that then you can, instead of interacting with anything that I said, instead of interacting with any of the stats, any of the figures, any of the trajectories, any of the predictions that I got right, you just get to claim Angry Pony. Because there's no way you can interact with anything Microsoft has done this gen and act like this is not a direct result of the Activision Blizzard deal, and it's worse for gamers. All you pro-consumer saviors out here, you aren't very pro-consumer when you cheer for an unprecedented acquisition that results in job loss, layoffs, studio closures, and canceled projects. You're not pro-consumer. You just throw that term around because you think it makes your brand look better than the other brand. Let me ask you something. How pro-consumer is Xbox right now with a 50% price increase on Game Pass and a second hardware price increase? How pro-consumer are they when they tried to do the $80 game thing at the same time that Nintendo did it? They tried to trot out their games at $80. How pro-consumer are they now? You still think they're pro-consumer? With their 30% margin requirements of studios, you still think they're pro-consumer? The pro-consumer narrative is dead. That's not what... I tell you what people think died. They think like the console war died. The console war never started this gen. It was already over. You know what died? The pro-consumer narrative about Microsoft and Xbox died. That's what's died. That's why people are angry. I told you guys last week. What did I tell you they were going to do? I said they'll focus on me. They will. They'll focus on me. I'll get clipped. I'll get made fun of. I'll get called names. You want to know why they're doing that? Because all their narratives are dead and in tatters on the ground. So the only thing they can do to distract from that is to just invoke a bunch of emotion and be like, look at this angry pony. Look how dumb he is. Look, he's seething. He's molding, whatever. They'll all use the same words. I told you they were going to do that, and they did. Instead of being like, yeah, we got this one wrong. Microsoft's the devil, man. Look out. Look out. Here they come. They're going to take these studios, these properties, these games to the threshing floor because Microsoft doesn't care. I tried to warn people about Microsoft for 2 years, and everybody thought it was console warring. And it was like, no, I'm talking about Microsoft. Imagine defending that company. It's like defending Google or Amazon, for Pete's sakes. It's like defending Google or Amazon. He's mad at Xbox again, what a pony, instead of admitting you actually make points. They'll never engage with the points. I'll get wound up. I'll get passionate. They'll take the clip and say, look how angry he is. He's unhinged. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah. Watch a boxing match, and when the guy lands haymakers and the other guy lands on the canvas, say that the guy landing all the punches is the one that's unhinged and mauling, because that's all this is. These are haymakers to the jaw. All you that called me names, all you that put me in your content and made fun of me all these years, you got it so egregiously wrong. And now you're embarrassed and angry, swimming in a bucket of egg on your face. And the only thing you can do is keep calling me names. That's all you've got left. You got no ammunition at all. No market analysis, no logic, no reason, no coherence to your positions or your points. All you can do is hurl insults, which is one of the greatest admissions of not having an argument ever. You just concede that you have no argument and no points and nothing to stand on when you're like, well, we're just going to make fun of you and call you names. Okay, thank you for admitting that you can't argue about this. You lost. You lost. Big time. You cheered for an acquisition that has completely uprooted everything that made this that made this brand worth cheering for and being behind. And if we get a great Halo, if we get a great Halo Combat Evolved Remake, if we get a bunch of great games from these studios, that's excellent, and I'll celebrate that. I will. I'll celebrate that. Readily celebrate that, because that's what we want from them, is good games. The concern that I have is that the likelihood of that is going down with every report we're seeing, with every piece of Microsoft's foot in the room. That the odds of getting good games from these studios just continues to go down. That just goes down. If you're not concerned about Fable, if you're not concerned about State of Decay 3, if you're not concerned about, even future Halo. Did you see what one of the veterans of Halo said after leaving the company? I'm here to tell you, you should be very concerned about all this property and all these studios. You should. I don't know how anybody could be confident in any of this going forward. The stuff we're hearing is so concerning and so worrying. I feel for Halo fans. If this doesn't work well for them, I have some diehard Halo fans, and they aren't holding their breath. When's the reveal? We got a countdown right here. Happy. Thank you for 18 months and a member plus. What time does the event start Central Time? All you need to do is look at this. Wherever you are in the world, in 3 hours and 47 minutes, that's when they're going to do it. The announcement is actually scheduled at the Halo World Championships. We know the exact moment they're doing this announcement. They have not said whether or not there is going to be they've not said it is Halo Combat Evolved. We are assuming that's what it is. And thank you to all of the people hitting subscribe today. Listen. I know the viewership spikes when I get spicy. I know the viewership spikes when I get ranty. That's because there are Discords where they get really excited when I'm wound up. They're very excited by that, right? They're thrilled to have clips for their favorite creators this weekend. The reason I get passionate about this is because I actually believe what I'm saying. This ain't a grift. This ain't some phony, fake posture. This is, man, oh man, is this disappointing. I've been with this brand for so long, and this is so disappointing. This is so frustrating. I was really looking forward to Perfect Dark. I really wanted to see what Rare could do with Everwild. If that's the beginning of the signs of things to come, I don't know how you're not worried. I don't know how you're not disappointed. I don't know how you're not angry. Gears fans are starting to worry for E-Day, and that worries me. I hope for the best. I really hope Coalition's been shielded by a lot of it, Erica, because Coalition does really good work with Unreal. I think they even had some people from the Coalition helping some of the other studios with Unreal. I think that's probably a sign of good things and health. The way they treated 343, I think, is so cautionary. It's so cautionary. The way they treated 343, it's like, oh my gosh, how many other studios are working under similar conditions? How many other studios right now are working under similar conditions that 343 was working under? Like 343, for Pete's sake. Like, they've got your Halo. They're holding Halo in their hands, and the way they treated that studio, oh my gosh. Oh yeah, Contraband is canceled as well. Another game that got canceled. Gaming peaked during the Xbox 360 generation. I think you misspelled Xbox. Xbox peaked during the Xbox 360 generation. Gaming's doing just fine, my friend. Have you played any of the frontrunners this year for Game of the Year? Have you played Expedition 33, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? Have you played Split Fiction? Have you played Ghost of Yotei, Death Stranding 2, Silk Song, Hades 2? We're swimming in an ocean of amazing games. What are you talking about? Gaming didn't peak in the 360 era. Xbox did. Gaming's doing just fine. The only people that want to invoke that gaming is dead, dying, and not any good anymore, this generation's not great, they seemingly all come from one place. We are swimming in games. There are too many games. The number one complaint I see on Twitter right now is there's too many games. There's so many. Gaming is as good as it's ever been. It didn't peak. And it's not dying and it's not dead. It's doing quite well. People's backlogs are busting at the seams right now. I hate to work as a dev under Microsoft, never knowing if what you're doing will see the light of day. Your backlog is staggering. That's what I'm saying. And I'm going to be real with y'all. That's who I want to talk to. That's why I'm just going to start banning people like that. I don't want to talk to them. It's not fun to talk to them. It's so bad faith. It's such a forced narrative. I want to talk to gamers. I want to talk to people right now who are like, I got 6 games in my backlog and I can't get to them. I want to talk to gamers. I want to talk to the people that are like, yeah, man, I feel you on that Ninja Gaiden. It's really tough. You know, it's a tough game. I don't want to talk to these weird sycophants that clip and yell and hate. I don't want to talk to them. Got no interest in talking to you. You're not my people. I want to talk to gamers. That's what I want to talk to, and that's what I want to talk about. That's far more exciting and interesting than all this other stuff. I'm always drowning in games, says Erica, like there's too many. Gaming is dead gets the biggest eye roll from me. You want to know what gaming is dead comes from a lot of the times? People that can't stop playing some live service game, and they try a new game, and like it just doesn't speak to them. Like I feel like there's a lot of people, and listen, if this is you, hear this. Hear this as a call to try something new. Take a break. Whatever live service game's got its claws in you, just do this as an experiment. Take like a week break from that game, like a week off. And when you would typically play that game, watch a show, read a book, supplant it with something else. And then after a week, pick up one of the latest games that has come out. And I've got news for you. You're going to be like, whoa, I feel different about this new game. It, like when you like literally bounce from whatever live service game you can't stop playing into some new game, I just think you're setting yourself up for failure. It's like binge watching a TV show and then trying to watch The Lord of the Rings right after. Your brain's so fried, you're not going to enjoy. Like when that flute hits for the Shire, it's not going to give you goosebumps. You're not going to be equipped to get immersed in Middle Earth. You're going to be like, yeah, I just watched 10 episodes of Orange is the New Black. Now I'm barely awake. Let's watch The Lord of the Rings. Like, I'm serious. I think so many people are so jaded, so blunted, so oversaturated, or so not oversaturated, overstimulated. Like, stop playing these live service games for like a week and then play a new game. Then boot up something like, you know, Hades or Kingdom Come Deliverance or Yotei or Death Stranding 2. Like, I really, really do think so many people are like, gaming is dead and gaming is sucks. Nothing's fun anymore. And it's like, yeah, because you're beating your head against some live service game that's not actually giving you a dopamine hit anymore. And you're blunted and you're angry. And then you come and try and play some new game and it's not hitting. And you blame the game and oh, gaming sucks. Gaming's boring. These games are lame. I mean it. I mean it. So much of this is related to how you've been playing games more so than the new games themselves. I think so many of the people that run the gaming is dead and dying and games suck now, I think they've gotten so you've been wrung out like a rag by some live service game, whether it's Fortnite or Warzone or Destiny. I really do think, man, a week break from that game and then boot up something. That's why I walked away from the first Descendant. Right? It was... I'm telling you, there's something insidious that can happen with a live service game where the relationship gets reversed. And instead of you wringing out the game like a rag and trying to squeeze all the fun out of it, the game is wringing you out like a rag. It's like roles get reversed. And you're like, yeah, I got to log in and do this thing. Almost got the next thing. Okay, almost. Couple more hours. And the game's just going like this. It's just going like this to you. It's just squeezing you. And I think that really, really hurts your ability to enjoy games. It may not be gaming related. It could be social media or algorithm related. Yes. I think that could be happening as well, Eugene. Like, it's very easy to watch a handful of YouTube videos, a handful of tweets and clips, and conclude, yeah, man, gaming sucks right now. What? Who says? What are you talking about? What? What do you mean? I think that's a very good observation. A $5 super chat from Sketch. Your words ring true, Lono. I play 2 Hoyo games concurrently, and I can tell that it makes me less interested in my growing backlog. Love your content. Thank you. You're not a robot, man. You have a mind. You have a soul. Like, there are parts of you that are immaterial, and you can absolutely blunt your ability to enjoy things and to feel mirth and to feel excitement. You can do that to yourself by playing things in that way. 100%. If you're drinking from the fire hose of negativity on Twitter and your YouTube algo just keeps feeding you ragey videos, gaming sucks, look at what this actress said, woke this, trash that, slop that. Wow, I'm so surprised you're in a bad mood and don't like to play games right now. You're drinking from a fire hose of sewage and you're complaining about the smell in the air. It's like, well, yeah, everything stinks. Of course everything stinks. You got to break from that cycle. I mean it. And this is why I think it feels so weird. Like, you see people saying that and you're like, what? It's like they're in another universe. You're like, what are you talking about? You've just put down a gaming session with a game that you're loving, and you see people saying this, and you're like, what? How does gaming suck right now? I'm barely, like, I'm trying to finish Yote, and I'm trying to finish Borderlands, and I've got games sitting there saying, come and play me. Come and play me too. And I'm like, I can't right now. A bunch of outraged merchants, boycotts on games they're not going to play anyways. They don't game. Yeah, that's a whole thing too. I agree to the point that if you dive into too much negativity, it becomes hard to get out of it. You just need to disconnect. Yeah. I've been thinking about this a lot lately. I know this is a bit of an off-topic soapbox and a rant, but I've been thinking about this a lot lately. And, excuse me. You know, I'm 43. I've been married for 18 years. My son just turned 10. My daughter will be 12. She wishes she was a teenager. She's gonna be unbearable next year when she turns 13. she's so, I want a phone and I want all these things. She's getting her ears pierced very soon for her birthday. Anyways, I've been looking at my son, and I was coaching him in soccer, and they won the championship game. They won the final. They played incredibly well. He played like a monster. He's really impressed me. He's really risen to the occasion, and I think about how impressionable he is. Right, 43. What are you eating? Juju fruits? I know I look good for 43. Anyways, he's very impressionable at 10. And it's obviously a concern as a parent, right? And he, at one point in time, there was something he was wearing, some article of clothing that he had inherited from his sister. And all it took was one kid to say something. One older boy said something, and it was like a seed got planted. That's lame. That's dumb. That sucks. And so I have tried to instill in him this idea that, like, what people think of you, what people say, like, all this stuff, it's immaterial. You wear what you want. You do what you want, right? Because my son is cool. Like, he can wear anything. It's kind of annoying. He just has a vibe. He's got, like, long, wavy hair. He'll put on all these mismatched clothes, a ball cap, and sunglasses, and he just looks freaking cool. It's like he climbed out of a clothes basket, and he just looks cool. So I'm trying to build him up in that. Like, just have that confidence to be like, I don't really care if you think my shirt's lame or whatever. And it's made me think about a lot of what I feel like, is going on. I got to thank these super chats in a minute. A lot of what is going on, I feel like a lot of young men are being told things that are like these toxic seeds that get planted in their brain. Like when my son suddenly didn't want to wear, they were like these minion pants or something, and he didn't want to wear them anymore because somebody planted that seed in his mind. No, my daughter says 6'7", and both my son and I hate it. We both roll our eyes when she does it. The family dynamic in our home right now is really fun. Like, me and my boy are kind of pairing up, and she does that, and we're like, oh my gosh. In any case, I really do feel I've like a heart for these guys, these young men that are getting absolutely, they have these toxic seeds getting planted in their view of the world and their view of everything. And I'm like, the result is that you're just like miserable and angry, and you're just sort of staying angry, and like, man, oh man, I feel bad about that. I'm like, you could be living and feeling so much differently like right now. Like, I look at my son and I'm like, I want to protect him from somebody saying something like that and like planting that in his mind. And it's like, then I look at the current ethos of conversation and the current culture and the climate around these conversations, and it's like, man, some of you young men are being told that your pants are lame, and you're throwing them in the bin, and now you're just sort of angry, and you're just continually in that cycle, And I end up feeling like I wish I could do something about it. Yeah, we have a countdown, Mirko. I have a son who's 3, but I'm an older parent. I'm 42. But yeah, I think about all this stuff, getting him ready for the a-holes of the world and get him confident. Help him be confident, help him to be a good thinker. Yeah, I don't know. It makes me sad. It does. It makes me sad. Like, I see a lot of these dudes, and I'm like, man, oh man, you're just angry and miserable and unhappy and yelling at everything. And I feel like people are taking advantage of you. I feel like you have a right to feel angry and disenfranchised. And I feel like the culture has treated young men really poorly. And you have every right to be angry. But this is not the way. It just feels really unhealthy. So, I don't know. That's a side issue. I've been thinking about that a lot. Release the Kraken with a $5 super chat. Sick in any specific genre will do this to you. I mainly play Souls games, but I've been playing T-Lu 1 for the past week, and I am loving it. Zinthos with a $5 super chat says, Confetto, you were a little late to make the Confetto, but I'll give you another chance. I'll reset the goal. I owe you guys a member over here on YouTube. Every 5 Every 5 super chats, and I pay it forward, pay it back. We don't really get into the trenches, and I don't really cover a lot of that stuff. I don't like to react to or talk about a lot of the rage bait content that's out there, a lot of the toxic content that's out there. I try to model something that's very different, but obviously I get put into the content and I get misrepresented, and people try to act like I'm a toxic, hateful, console tribalist. And it's like I've tried to model something different, and when I feel like somebody's going to come in here and disrupt what we're trying to do, I'm going to walk them to the curb, because I don't feel like that's conducive to what we're trying to model here and do here. Live service gamers tend to be completely oblivious to other games. That's another thing that I've tried to tell to people, is that one of the best things that's ever happened to me is getting banned from Destiny 2, which happened in like 2021, and it wasn't because of anything I did into the game. We don't need to get into that, but that was one of the best things that could have happened to me. Like, it opened me up to so many other games and game types. I've played so many other games and genres that I probably would have never had time for or touched if I was still like mainlining Destiny and covering Destiny like every day. Hey, Ocean Blue, thank you so much for 7 months. Welcome back in over here on Purple. We are now 20 members away from the next milestone of 525. I appreciate my mom for that so much. I was a black anime and gaming nerd. Oh, you were a black anime and gaming nerd who listened to new metal and metal music. I chose my own path, and I wouldn't be working in games. Yes, and I think that, breaking from those molds is huge sometimes. You wouldn't be doing what you're doing now without the confidence that my mom and my family pulled into me. Good on you for doing that with your kid. I would love to do that with my content for young men that are getting very much, I don't even know what to call it. Like, the one time I said, like, you're not getting red pilled, you're getting roofied. Like, that's my concern, is like you're getting lulled into this stupor of anger and malice, and it's why people are like really think about the state of things, where I'm getting eviscerated and like harassed and yelled at on Twitter because I calmly stopped playing Ninja Gaiden 4. Like, that's how angry some of these people are. Do you know what I mean? It's like, that's where we are. It's like, Jiminy Christmas. You would think that I insulted someone's family or their mother. It's like, what in the world? And then if you bring it up, they'll reverse it back on you and be like, oh, you're playing victim. It's like, no, I'm not. Like, that's so discouraging as a dad to see so many young men so angry about stuff that just, number one, they're angry about something that's not even true. They're buying into some false framed lie that, like, I rage quit when I didn't. And two, you're that angry? Like, you're that volatile as a person? Over video games? Do you know what I mean? Like, that just feels so unhealthy. Like, I have a master's in counseling. Like, I'm a dad, and I have a master's in counseling. And, can I ask a favor? Don't let these young men start saying Jiminy Christmas. You can leave Twitter. It's not a real place. Erica left, and look at her, now working for IGN, doing her stuff and mentally healthier. I don't feel like it's having an effect on my mental health anymore. I think there was a time where it really affected me because it's really activating. Like, that's the platform and the mechanism that led to me, that was utilized and leveraged, to propagate falsehood and to cancel me 5 years ago, right? That platform is very good at that. It's very good at spreading falsehood. It's very efficient, because people don't stop, think, and watch. They just react. So I am more observing it from the distance of, like, looking at it as a culture, and I'm like, this is so discouraging that so many people are living life like this. Like, I don't know. I find it to be discouraging and worrisome. I said a while ago, it was a couple of years ago, I was paying attention to trends, and there was a rise in motivational content for men and also like stoicism, like these, these more wisdom oriented, more stoic oriented content. And I said, that's great, right? That's great. That can be very empowering and very freeing. But I also saw a lot of toxicity and a lot of just nastiness. And I was like, these are two very different roads. They're two very different roads. You can be going down like the energy of like modern wisdom podcast and stoicism and being a man of principle and diligence and discipline, or you can be this raging, yelling, screaming, angry thing. Like you're yelling at people over video games. You didn't like this game, you're this. It's like, whoa. Twitter's a waste of time and energy for next to no return. I'm not talking about Twitter. Don't pretend this isn't all over YouTube. It's all over YouTube. Twitter is just like is like the overflow of it, obviously. It's all over YouTube. How many videos am I in like that, where like they misrepresent me, lie about me, call me names, and there's a bunch of people in the comments, yeah, he sucks, and then people come to my comments, yeah, you suck, and it's like, cheapers. It's just video games, boys. You had no idea there was a Combat Evolved remake? Yes, Alejandro. And thank you for upgrading to VIP Evidence. That counts as 2. All upgrades are a double. We're at 507. Evidence says, keep up the good work. I appreciate your consistency and honesty in the industry. I appreciate it. Oh, you're speaking in general. Yeah. Creature speaking in general about like, yeah, just get off of Twitter. Yeah, I tend to agree. Christopher Burnett says, how dare you stop playing a game that doesn't speak to you like Ninja Gaiden 4 and defending us fans that grew up with it. I'm just joking. I never played Fortnite and never will. Right. Do you guys remember when I played Fortnite with Pugs and I had to teach him how to like pick up things and drop things on the ground because he had never played? That was fun. That was a long time ago. There's a lot of poisoning of the well being done through online men's support content, and now we're seeing the surge of men who are overly concerned about appearing masculine. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot, this is what I've said recently. There's a lot of angst out there. There's a lot of angst. A lot of existential angst, and I think it appears in very weird ways. Like they need a purpose, they need a North Star, and I think a lot of them are just feeling like their purpose is some weird war that consists of yelling at people and being nasty. And I'm like, man, this just doesn't seem healthy, I can't do much about it. I mean, I don't have a content funnel to speak to it, Question here from Spider Senseless. Do you think previous Halo games will release on PS5 to hold us over for the remake or other future plans? I could see Infinite Campaign going over as a taster for the other stuff. Halo 2 is the best, by the way. This is an interesting question because like I feel like what they would do is like slowly go through the games if they get good response. Like they're not gonna, I don't think they're going to do the collection. I don't think they're going to jump to Infinite either. I feel like they would just slowly work their way through all the Halos if they feel like they get a good response and they feel like it gets good support. Every year or so you could have like a remake coming out about, from going through the catalog. Christopher Burnett says, I saw a clip this morning of a former NSA employee who said she had her entire workforce take the week off when Halo came out in 2001. Imagine when GTA 6 comes out. Yeah, it's going to have an effect on the workforce for sure. There's only a couple more in here, Wired Rope. In the past, I naively believed console exclusivity was very bad, but now I don't mind timed exclusives as much. What would you say if a happy middle ground for this, given Halo may be coming to the PlayStation? I have been a big proponent of timed exclusivity for a while. This is why there were really hardcore PlayStation fans that were angry about games going to PC. That didn't bother me at all. It did not bother me at all. And the reason it didn't bother me is because I just saw it as an opportunity for the game to be played by more people and for the game to be enjoyed by more people. And I encouraged people to buy Returnal and Ghost of Tsushima. And I remember I was pretty scathing when there were hardcore PlayStation fans that were like celebrating the fact that The Last of Us Part 1 had been ported and was doing very poorly. It was like a bad port, if you remember. Like Iron Galaxy did it, and then the ownership blog about it was very vague and stupid, and I was very frustrated. The accountability and the ownership from PlayStation and Naughty Dog was pretty embarrassing. And I remember people that were celebrating that. They were like rubbing it in the PC Master Race guy's face. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you celebrate the bad port of a game that you like? That doesn't make any sense to me. Now there are clips that have been ripped from context where people think that and this again this is what we're talking about, right? We're talking about a machine that runs on dishonesty. And there was a time where people would come in and they would intentionally say stupid things, and then I would rant against what they said, so then they could clip me and make me look crazy. So there was a time where there were guys coming in and they were bellyaching about the fact that they had to wait for PlayStation games to come to PC. And they took a rather absurd position. And we went back and forth for a while, and I eventually got frustrated, and I was like, well, get your own games. Essentially, I've argued for a long time, right? Like, PC has so many exclusives. You have so many games that are only made for PC. There are so many games that only land in Steam. There's an ocean of, like, indie and AA titles that you guys get over there, and console guys don't get them. And so I've said something like, get your own games. Well, that gets clipped and misrepresented, and they're like, yeah, here's Reforge angry about PlayStation games going to PC, and he says you should get your own games. That is completely untrue and doesn't represent my position at all. My position has always been, if you build a game for one system first, like in this example, you build a game for the PlayStation 5 first, and you build a really solid piece of property, a very solid product, and you tap into the technology. Like, there's things you're going to be able to do, like what they did with Ratchet and Clank, for example. They're like, oh, there's new things we can do. Cool. And they do all that. And then they do new things with the PS5 Pro, and they tap into certain things. You know, like they did with the ray tracing and Yote and upscaling and all that. You build a very good piece of property, very good product. And then you hand that to a porting company that's very good at what they do, like Nixxes. And then Nixxes brings a very good polished product to Steam. Everybody wins in that scenario. Everybody. PlayStation is able to leverage their studio, their tech, and a game title to prop up and make their business healthy. That's good, because what that means is that leads to reinvestment and future health and future games from that studio. So if you really liked Ghost of Tsushima, that's great, right? That creates this environment of health where, like, hey, a great studio, a great game, and PlayStation is successful. Like, they get they're getting health from that. And then the consumers on Steam are able to buy something with confidence, and they also then get a good product that then funnels more money over here so that a good studio and a good piece of property is then propped up. Everybody wins in the scenario. Nobody loses. Now, the only time you could say people that lose are the people that, you know, either aren't willing to buy the PlayStation or don't have a PC. Like, let's say you're just only on the Nintendo Switch or you're only on Xbox. Well, yeah, you're like, well, we don't win. We can't get it. That's where I think you have to remember something. Exclusives are good for the consumers that buy them. So it can't be anti-consumer. Like, all the people that bought Tsushima, or in this case, let's take Yote. All the people who bought Yote for PS5 got a very good product. It's excellent. Good scores. People are really liking it. Like, if you look at the sales, obviously it's doing very well. And then if you go to the PlayStation Store and you look at the user score, you can clearly see it's got a 4.82 out of 43,000 reviews. This is a really, really strong score for a game. Okay, this is a 96%. This is a very strong score. And it's got, 44,000 reviews. Okay, so the consumers that purchased that got a great piece of property. They got a great product, and that could be handed to Nixus in like a year and a half or whatever, and it could show up on Steam. And then all of the people on Steam will also get a good product. It'll leverage some of the stuff that the PC can do that the PlayStation can't, so you can turn some of those things up. That's great for everybody involved. So this idea that like, oh, that's bad, that's anti-consumer, it's like, I don't know where this comes from, because I've been celebrating doing the timed exclusivity because it increases the quality. I feel like it increases the quality of the game. I feel like it increases the likelihood that the game is going to land and be feature complete, and and really making good on the promise of the hardware. Like if you're somebody who purchased the PS5 or the Pro, Yote's making good on the promises you were told to, when you bought that. That's a good thing. That's good for the consumer. You bought something, and then this studio is leveraging it, and then you're getting something at the caliber of quality that you were promised. Do you see? And then it can come to PC later, and people get a quality product. Like there's nothing along that chain reaction that is harmful or bad. There isn't. If it keeps the studio in the green, and it keeps PlayStation in the green, and PlayStation's happy, and the consumers are happy, this is a very, very good situation. There's nothing wrong with this situation. There's nothing anti-consumer about it. I don't like the Ghost franchise. I love it. Digital Dude, thank you for 4 months. How well do you think Halo would sell on PlayStation? I never played Combat Evolved. Is it really worth porting to PlayStation? For many people, it's a classic. Yeah, I mean, for many people, it's a classic. So I would say, yes, it's worth bringing over. I mean, the fact that a lot of people are looking for it, the fact that a lot of people are trying to see it right now, they're tuning in and they're like, hey, when is it? When is it? When is it? And we've got a timer here. I think, yeah, there's market demand for it. I think there's people interested in it. Yeah. Raijin says, what are your thoughts on the rumors of devs using generative AI for future Halo games? This is an interesting element within the discussion about games lately, because I don't think generative AI is this. Let's peel it back a bit in the timeline of gaming, just a touch. There are people right now who justifiably, I think they're justified in this skepticism, or maybe even this criticism. They're not really big fans of procedural generation. Like, they're not big fans of procedural generation, and they think that it leads to, a game that might like not have a soul. It doesn't feel like bespoke, handcrafted content. And I think there's justifiable criticisms at times when it's used in a way that is, soulless and cheap. But I also think there's No Man's Sky. You have Starfield, where procedural generation was utilized in a way that I think is worthy of some criticism. And there are fans of Bethesda games that felt like it was very soulless, and it lacked that environmental storytelling and that exploratory purpose and that sense of mystery and wonder. Too much procedural generation. I think that's a valid criticism of Starfield. And then you see how procedural generation is utilized in No Man's Sky. I use this as an example to say the tech isn't the problem, it's how it's used. Someone should do a video series on the AI impact of gaming. That would cook on YouTube. Hilly, I will find you one day for that joke. You'll remember this day. But yeah, I think the technology's not the problem. It's how it's utilized. I think there will be studios that utilize AI and generative AI in ways that are worthy of criticism. I think there will be studios that leverage it and do it that'll be just fine. I think a lot of the anger and the ire and the frustration with AI, I think has a legitimacy. Like at a ground level, I think there's legitimacy to some of it, you know, to be angry, to be worried, to be concerned, to be criticism, to have criticism, I'm sorry, to be critical. I actually think I actually think that there's legitimate criticism. But I think what ends up happening is it turns into like this fear-mongering us versus them thing where it's like AI is bad, AI is the devil. Any studio that uses AI, you know, that's bad, that's wrong. A couple of examples of like AI usage that I don't think is that problematic. Let's say you're a smaller studio, there's just 3 of you and you're working on a game and you're really passionate about it, and you use AI to create some background music, you know, some synthwave or something. All the synthwave I play on my channel now is just AI generated because I don't want to deal with, you know, copyright claims. I don't want to deal with someone's music that they made sitting somewhere, you know, where one day they decide or somebody decides or suddenly it's handed over to a trust or whatever and they start going around claiming the music. It's like, no, I'm just going to use my own. I'm just going to make it and use it. It's just background music, right? There's not a universe where I would be hiring musicians to make music for me. I'm not taking money away from anybody. Similarly, some studio with 3 people might say, we're never going to be in a context where we can pay people to make music for us. We're going to use AI for the soundtrack. In a very similar vein, they might do that for voice acting as well. They might be like, listen, we don't have the budget for it, but we would like to have voices in our game. They are not taking a job away from somebody. It's not like they fired somebody that they were paying and they're like, yeah, we're just trying to save money. Get out of here, Dave. You're fired. We're going to use AI for the voices. They're like, man, this would really elevate our game because AI is getting very sophisticated with music as well as voices. And, you know, we could do this and it would save us quite a bit of money and it would elevate our game's quality and value. I think instances like that are not worthy of criticism and anger. When a big studio decides to or wants to, I don't think they're going to be allowed to do this because I think that people have a right to protect their voice and their likeness. If they decide to like, oh, we're going to try and use AI to mimic Christopher Judge's voice for Kratos, man, I would have a real problem with that. Now, let's say Christopher Judge is, you know, retiring, or maybe he becomes ill or something, and he says, I want to sign over the rights of my voice. I'm going to allow you to do this as a gift to the fans. Then I'm completely in support of that. So again, I think it's all about how it is done. Like if he were to do that, if you're like, you know what, I really want to retire, but I'm happy to be compensated to some degree, and you can use my voice in perpetuity, I should be paid X amount of royalty or X amount of this for project used, hours used, something. You know, let's say a very famous voice actor becomes terminally ill and is like, I'm not going to be able to finish this, but I'm going to give this particular group permission to use my voice in perpetuity as a gift to the fans. I believe James Earl Jones has done this with his voice for Darth Vader as a gift to the fans. Like we obviously all are going to benefit if they ever do anything else, and we get his voice, you know, as a gift of like, here's Darth Vader sounding like Darth Vader. So I think there are ways to do it that are good. I think there are ways to do it that are good. There are ways to do it that are bad. I feel like there's enough awareness and enough of a raised consciousness within the gaming world and the studios and the public. I think everybody's kind of backed off. They've kind of backed off and been like, yeah, we're not going to just try to use somebody's voice without their permission. So I don't think that the bad uses for voices in particular are gonna be there. So somebody might push back and say, yeah, but what if a company uses generative AI to build all their worlds and all their missions? Fair. What if they do that? The question will be, did they do such a good job that gamers can't tell and they're having a good time? And if gamers can't tell and are having a good time, then value proposition has been met and consumer satisfaction has been met, and this equation is now sound. I don't think you're going to just be able to like push a button and be like, create a world, and then gamers are going to be like, this is awesome. I mean, even before generative AI walked onto the scene, gamers started to be critical of open worlds just for the sake of open worlds. Even without generative AI, we've got some open world games that feel rather lifeless, soulless, and just sort of there for the sake of being there. And then you have open worlds like Yote and Death Stranding 2, where it feels incredible to explore it, and it feels real, and it feels like, yeah, I can go up that mountainside if I want to. Like, I think the bad uses will be very easy to detect. Or they can tell and it's for the positive. I'm not sure what you mean, Omar. What if Harrison Ford had signed his voice for the games? Troy Baker would have been out of that job, which was great for him. Troy Baker is not owed that job, though. If some company went to Harrison Ford right now and said, we would like to do an animated, spin-off story about Indiana Jones. We would like to use your voice. And let's just say Harrison Ford said, that's fine. I don't want to go into the booth. I don't want to get into the studio. You can use AI to mimic my voice. I agree to this. And they compensate him. Nobody could stamp their fist and say, hey, they should have given that job to Troy Baker. Troy Baker would likely agree with this. I don't think he would like it all that much, but he would be like, I'm not owed that job. If the cost to hire Troy Baker was significantly higher than whatever they agreed to with Harrison Ford, do you see what I'm saying? Like, he's not owed that job. You obviously don't want a future where all of these very talented voice actors are kind of run out of the industry. And I don't think that they will be, because I think they bring marketing weight. I think they bring marketing weight to the table. If you have a project and you have a well-known movie actor or actress, and you're like, hey, we've got them on the project, that's worth marketing. Like, the marketing budget for Expedition 33 is what paid for some of the big name actors like Charlie Cox. So I would imagine you're not going to see this world where all these big name voice actors fall by the wayside and aren't leveraged anymore. The real concern is the more mid-level voice actors and down, who you can't leverage for marketing clout. Stephen Jones over here, he's great. We've used him for, Santa Claus and a grandpa and Old Man Withers. And maybe he's just really good at doing elderly men's voices, and he gets used on a lot of these smaller to medium-sized projects. And all of a sudden, he's out of a job because AI can do it, adequately and for a fraction of the cost. I don't think you lose the big name people because they can be leveraged for marketing clout. I think you lose the mid-level people that aren't known because it becomes negligible. It's like, well, why would we pay them? We can save so much money by not hiring them. If you're a medium to small size studio, every precious penny of your funding counts. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Jack Garland. No way AI could ever meet the quality of Troy's performance. If they had used AI Ford, the game would have been worse. In about 2 years, Jack, I don't know if you can say that. In about 2 years, I don't know if you're going to be able to say that. It's getting better and better. It's accelerating so fast. It's getting to the point where like the average person can't tell the difference. I was playing some of my AI music that like I write the lyrics and then I let the AI create the music. I was playing that in my car and my friend couldn't tell. He thought I was pulling his leg. He was like, no. He was like, this is real. He was like, that's a real person. I'm like, no, it's not. I was like, that's AI. I was like, that is not a real person. He did not believe me. He didn't believe me. So, what's good, Silent Spartan? AI has come a long way. It really has. You can't say it now. AI can't innovate. It can only mimic. But it can get better and better at the mimicking, is my point. If it gets better and better at mimicking. I have a song right now that I made. I swear you can hear the spittle on the microphone when he says the word post. He's like, there is no sign post. It has such punch. It's like, I can't believe how real it sounds. It every time I listen to it, headphones on, in the car, it doesn't matter. I'm like, I cannot believe how that sounds. It literally sounds like somebody got in the studio, got right up on the mic and said, there is no sign post. Can you mimic great acting? That's a good question. That's a good question. How well can they get the AI to understand emotion within vocal range? Like that, I think is obviously going to be a little bit more complex. What are you doing here versus what are you doing here? You see, like I don't know how sophisticated it can get at mimicking emotion. Like if I gave you a full-on palette, of my voice, and I said, make me ask the question, what are you doing here, in pleasant surprise, shock, sadness, anger, would an AI give us the Joker? That's why I don't know at the upper levels if you're going to lose the super talented people, Zubair. I'm talking mid-level. I think at the mid-level voice actors that aren't well known, mid-level projects, that's where you're going to lose the voice actors. They're just going to go with AI because it'll be good enough, for their project. Yeah. So I think it's an interesting discussion because it obviously will have a pretty big impact on the future. If you guys are tuning in, by the way, for the Halo Combat Evolved Remake announcement, I've got a countdown right here, a timer. We are currently working on a stretch goal, so we've unlocked a segment that we do on Friday nights called Gaming News Tonight. My wife reacts to gaming news now on Friday nights. It's a public stream, but only members can talk. So make sure you're subscribed on YouTube or following on Purple so that you're here tonight. It's a really funny segment. We will then finish our gameplay of Dead Take. Now, the stretch goal to 750, which you guys did last week, is for Community Game Night tomorrow. It's a whole nother extra stream. We don't typically stream on Saturdays. That's like one of my days off where I spend it with my wife and kiddos. But we will do a Community Game Night on Saturdays when you guys hit that stretch goal. And it will be probably more Jackbox, which you guys really seemed to like that last week. So that is what is on the docket. We have plenty of time to hit that goal, by the way. You guys went crazy last week and hit it. You can easily do it again. So, have you guys heard about the Tilly Norwood? No, I'm not familiar with that debacle. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Here's a question from Jamal. Do you think Battle Royale and Extraction genre can be combined? Hear me out. Halo Extraction Battle Royale. The smaller the circle, the better the loot. I do think they can be combined. I think there was even rumors about Epic working on this for Fortnite a couple, like a year or two ago or whatever. I think the issue's going to be, like with Fortnite, is if somebody could just create it as a mode within the Creative Club or whatever it's called. Like, my kiddos are addicted to all those, like, community-made games. They love it. I wish they would stop. I want them to play I want them to like play real games. My kids are not great at this right now. I'm trying to foster this in them. I want them to complete games. You know, like right now, like my wife and I are working our way through Borderlands. I'm working my way through Yote. Prior to this, I finished Death Stranding 2 and First Berserker Kazan, and like, you know, I'm trying to instill that in them. Don't play a game for an hour and put it down unless you're a streamer and you don't like it. I'm allowed to do that. You're not. No. I tell them, hey, it's okay to try games. But the thing that they've been doing lately is, like, if they try a game and they don't like it, I'm like, that's totally fine. You can put that game down if you don't like it. The thing that's frustrated me is they like the game. Like, my son loves Zelda and my daughter loves Kirby. And I'm like, if you like the game, I think you should finish it. Right? Like, I really liked First Berserker Kazan, so I finished it. I really liked Death Stranding 2, so I finished it. I was not enjoying Silk Song, so I put it down. And the problem is they're just doing like the fun mini game thing in Fortnite. Like, that's just what they like to do right now. And there was a time where they weren't doing that. Like, my daughter finished Stray and she loved it, and she did Kirby and the Forgotten Land and she loved it. And I'm like, I want you to kind of get back to that. You know, I want you to get back to, if you're enjoying a game, you know, go the distance with it. Okay, I get it, Lono. I'll finish Kazan and Liza P. Your son has good taste. What I think happens is, because he's 10 years old, I think Breath of the Wild just starts to overwhelm him. Like, I think he loves the opening and he loves, you know, the first hour or so, but it's so big. I think it just overwhelms him, you know. I think it overwhelms him. Is that a Rick Ross? Is that fake? No, that's not fake. Very creative. It is not a Rick Ross. I'm sorry. A Rick Roll. Not Rick Roll. Ross. Rick Roll. It's a Rick Roll. Yeah. So somebody claimed they found a link to the Halo Combat Evolved Remake. This is where it takes you. I have to say, this might be one of the best Rick rolls that I've ever seen. I think this is quite good. This is a very good Rick roll. Bob Ross. No, I had Bob Ross on my mind because I was talking about my kids playing Fortnite. So I said Rick Ross instead of Rick Roll. Sorry about that. People are like, Rick Ross, what are you talking about? Yeah, Rick Roll. That's a very creative Rick Roll. Very, very creative. Starseeker, if you guys haven't seen this is another one coming from Devolver Digital. This one looks a little bit like Astroneer, No Man's Sky, and Revenge of the Savage Planet, kind of all in one. You can wishlist this now on PC, Xbox, and PS5, maybe Switch as well. This looks pretty good. I wonder if it's going to have like a community aspect. It looks like they're like in a hub. It's called Star Seeker. PlayStation Store. Oh, that is Astroneer. I thought that was a whole new game. Star Seeker is an Astroneer expedition. Star Seeker Astroneer Expeditions. Oh, no, it's not Astroneer. It's a new game set within the Astroneer universe with a focus on discovery, cooperative expeditions, and camaraderie. Explore deep space on the ESS Starseeker. Players will need to work together within the entire crew of the space station to complete planet-wide objectives across multiple of the star systems. That's pretty cool. Let me wishlist that. There we go. My Rickroll was better. I got you to play copyrighted music on the stream with the Halo uninstall video. I still haven't forgiven you for that. A $2 super chat tip from J Hart says, new actors won't have the jobs to build a resume. It's very possible. It's very possible that that's the result. Yeah. Very, very, very possible. Guys, thank you so much for the large turnout today. We really appreciate it. If you've been enjoying the content here on YouTube, let me do a little pitch to you to hit the like button, because that's free and supports. Hit subscribe, that is also free and supports. Now, if you're on purple, you hit follow, and that's free. But if you're on YouTube, hit subscribe. The other thing I'm going to say is, this is a fan-funded channel. If you're aware of the fact that I've been doing this for 10 years, you might know why we're very much fan-funded, because we're sort of rebuilding. We're not quite the size that we once were, so your support helps us do that. If you click the join button and you become a member, you get into my Discord. You can talk during morning coffee segments and submit questions, and you can talk during the Friday night streams with my wife, and you get first dibs on codes for like Jackbox in our Discord. So if you've never done that before on YouTube, consider doing it. Just give it a try for a month. Click join, pick the membership that you want, and then get into all of those extra things. People have been gifting like crazy, and we may hit the stretch goal and do a community game night tomorrow night. If not, that's totally fine. Be back here tonight in about 7 hours. So wherever you are in the world, come back here in about 7 hours for Friday night. I'm sorry, no, it's not called Friday night anymore. It's called Gaming News Tonight. It's called Gaming News Tonight. It's a segment that we do with my wife, and it's really, really fun. If you don't want to support, that's totally fine. We have a daily live show that's usually about 3 hours long. That's totally free. Sometimes multiple live shows and uploads. All of those things are free Monday through Friday, but we do extra for the folks that support the channel. And if you can't support, that's totally fine. Plenty of people gift. I gift to help people get into the community that might not be able to afford a membership. I've already gifted a couple of times today, and we appreciate everybody making that possible. So the question that came up, though, from Jamal about, like, can you combine Extraction and Battle Royale? I feel like you could see that happen with Fortnite. I feel like you could see somebody come into the market with one. I think the issue that you're going to run into if you were to try to do it with, like, Halo, you need a loot system. Like, if you look at the loot system in Arc Raiders as an example, the difficulty there is that eventually they're going to have to do something to the loot pool. Eventually they're going to have to do something, new for you to chase, new to go get. I don't know if Halo would be conducive to a loot pool based like Extraction game. That I think would be challenging. Yeah, Ball Pit's really fun, isn't it, Killer? I put like 2 or 3 hours into it, and it's always tempting me. Like when I sit down to work on Ghosts of Yotei, I'm like, maybe I should play Ball Pit. So I'm basically playing Yotei for a couple of hours, and then I play Borderlands with my wife for a couple of hours. And while we were waiting for the Borderlands patch, my wife and I were also playing Painkiller. That game is really, really fun. Really, really fun. So, part 1 to the question here, Weapon says, do you think that if Xbox were to make a brand new Halo to continue the series, do you think the reputation can be saved considering Infinite being fairly lackluster on launch? I mean, we looked at the launch, though. I mean, Halo Infinite got 250,000 concurrent players on Steam. I think that says something. I think there's demand for the product. I think there's demand for their product. I think there is, a lot of people who would play it and would get it. And I think they could conceivably put the game back, up in lights. There are people that don't agree with me. We had a debate earlier about this, about like Halo's too far gone, Halo's too old. I think they could do it. I think there's something special about Halo. I was very much in support of Halo Infinite. I thought they could do something special with Halo Infinite. It's Xbox's Mario. It's Xbox's Mario, and I don't know. I would never take a big piece of property for granted. Call of Duty came surging back, with Warzone. Call of Duty wasn't in a great place. It came surging back. Doom wasn't too old. Yeah, Doom wasn't too old. Now, somebody might say, though, Kratopsy, that Doom didn't nearly get to like a mainstay, level of sales and reception. Like, Doom did fine, but Doom the Dark Ages wasn't at that level. Mario is a stretch. I didn't say equal to Mario. I'm saying he is their Mario. Yeah, I'm not saying he's equal to Mario. I'm saying he's their Mario. He's their icon. He's their guy. Halo, Master Chief. Like, that's... I don't think you can deny that. Yo, Milwaukee, thank you so much for using your Prime sub. 23 months over there on Purple, taking us to 508 on the week. Halo needs a Doom 2.0 moment. Yeah, I think Halo can have a moment again. I think they can. It felt like they were headed to having that moment with Infinite. It really did. Their record on Steam is like 250,000 players. Come on. They didn't get there just because people were curious, because it's Halo. Master Chief's a stolen mascot from Apple. The Master Chief is the guy that goes on the Xbox posters first. Yeah, I don't know. I am not like a Halo fanboy either. I'm not. I'm just admitting what I think is pretty blatant in the market, that, you know, that the game has pull. Joker Quinn says, if the Combat Evolved remake does well enough to continue Halo on PS5, would it be better to remake other Halo games for PS5 or just release all future games day and date? Well, I think they'll kind of do both. I think they're going to attack this from both sides. Like, I could see them doing remakes of the classics, and then I could also see them making the new game for all platforms. Like, I don't see a reason to not make future games for all platforms, given the way Xbox has positioned themselves in the market. They have positioned themselves to such a degree that, like, excuse me, they position themselves in a way where, like, there's no exclusives, there's no central console anymore. Everything's an Xbox. I don't think exclusives make sense in their future. And people are like, well, there'll be timed exclusives. I think there will still be some timed exclusives, but Matt Booty made it sound like, you know, Indiana Jones was a timed exclusive. That felt like it was more about production than anything. He didn't make that sound like that was like a marketing ploy. That was like a production thing. When's the announcement happening? I've got a countdown right here next to me. Excuse me. Because I don't know where you are in the world, so I can't give you the time. I can only point to the timer. Christopher Burnett says, what are your thoughts about Silent Hill app producer Akamoto, who disagrees with Kojima's comment about AI being used for remakes and sequels? I think Kojima is right, and AI will be used. I think that... Hasn't Xbox already said they're going to do that? I feel like they already said they're going to use AI for, like, old games. Like, it wouldn't surprise me at all, and this would actually be pretty cool. I don't know if you could get the rights to do this. It would be so awesome if you could get AI to be like, hey, AI, there's this game called Frenzy from Coleco. Can we give AI enough info, data, and footage for AI to make Frenzy? Like, that would be awesome. Like, I don't know how much information we would need. I don't know how conceivable this is, but, like, I would be kind of supportive of that. Like, that would be awesome, because there are games that have just been kind of lost to time. I've been a Halo fan for the last 25 years. If this is a remake, a huge mistake, I have no faith in the studio. Wait. I want to make sure I understand your position. Are you saying that if it's a remake, you think them doing that's a mistake? Or are you saying if this remake ends up being a mistake? I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, because I think they're doing both. Delta says live service games, in my opinion, should be day and date for the health of the player. Everything else is whatever. You can go day and date or time it out. Yo, it's good, Feed. I see you in the chat. Guys, Feed is on YouTube without a badge. We must rectify this. I want Feed to get a badge, and then I want Feed to be able to play in a community game night. I don't know if that's ever happened. Dadgummit. If it's public domain, I'm sure AI would legally be able to. No, I don't know if any of the Coleco games are considered public domain, but you'd have to kind of like get the rights from somebody. If they do the remake, it's a huge mistake. Can you explain to me why you think that? Why do you think a Halo Combat Evolved Remake is a huge mistake? What's the issue that you're taking with it? I don't really care for a Combat Evolved Remake. I'm not asking whether or not you guys want it or will play it or won't play it. He's saying he thinks it's a mistake. I'm curious why he thinks that. When Kojima makes predictions, I tend to listen and believe whatever Kojima is saying. It corrected me from AI to IA. I knew what you were saying. They should do a collection for Halo. The Gears 1 Reloaded alone wasn't enough. It feels like they're testing. I don't know. Feed says, everyone please hit the like. Thank you. Thank you so much, Feed, for saying that. It's Combat Evolved. Book it. If the new Halo would be like Halo 2 Remake, then great, but Halo Combat Evolved has been remastered over 2 times. This will not be a remaster. From the pictures that I have seen that I think are real, this is a remake in UE5. I can't show you the images, but I've received some pretty compelling evidence that this is an actual remake and it is in Unreal Engine 5. I believe the images that I was sent are authentic and real. Just because the studio doesn't know what Halo is or what it can be. Over the last 10 years, they have made the most radical Halo games. It's not like Halo 1, 2, or 3. I'm not connecting the logic there. What does the studio not knowing what Halo is have to do with a Combat Evolved remake? I don't feel like those are connected. I've been playing Halo since 2004, and honestly, I wish the big open levels had more exploration, like where you could find Forerunner terminals and items and lore, and Cortana narrates it for you. Subair says, I have a girlfriend named Halo, but she goes to another school, and I can't show you her picture because it's against her religion. No, I'm not going to show you guys the pictures because they were sent to me in confidence. UE5 in general makes me concerned. I think that's fair. UE5's gotten better. I mean, Ninja Gaiden 4 is in UE5, and it's gotten nothing but praise. It performed perfectly well for me. I didn't have any issues with it at all. I'm too slow and bad to play it, but it ran very well. Spilled the tea? No. I will not circulate those images. No, they were sent to me in confidence. I'm not going to do that. When Tim Dog told me stuff and told me it was off the record and he didn't want me sharing it, I will not share those things. This person that sent me these images, it wasn't Tim Dog. This person that sent me these images of the Halo Combat Evolved remake, I will not share them. I will not share them. Not even privately in like a Discord or something. I agree you shouldn't show us the pictures, but I'm also going to make fun of you for it. This is the way. That's fair. That's fair. As you guys are coming in, if you're looking for the Halo Combat Evolved Remake announcements, I've got the timer here for you. Hit subscribe so you can talk in my chat. I do a daily talk show like this Monday through Friday. All you got to do is subscribe to talk. If you want to get into all the extra stuff that I do, I've got a Discord. We have a question command. You can submit questions. And then we have chat, sometimes limited to members only. You can decide to click join to support directly if you want. But all we really need is for folks to hit like and subscribe. The members' content is extra for there. If you're here for a while and feel like you get a lot of value out of it, then you can become a member. If you're here enough, you might get a gifted member. A lot of the 508 members over here are gifted. People generously gifting back. And then I have gifted a couple of times today as well. Let me take another question here. Buckeye Play says, do you think Halo Studios might go open world for the Halo Combat Evolved remake? There's a lot of story in the books that they could include. That's not really a remake, though. Xander Games comes in and resubscribes with the Prime. Thank you so much. Moves the line a little bit further. Thank you so much for doing that. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't sound like a remake to me. Like, adding open world and adding, like, levels and stuff, like, I don't know. That seems like a very, very different endeavor than just like, hey, we remade the game and made it awesome and pretty. Like, you see what I'm saying? Yo, what's good, Jaffe? You should totally come on the show, dude. We're going to try to explore a rotating third chair next month. We'll call you. Jaffe, I would love that. Would genuinely love that. I love you and Gene so much. I think you guys are great, and I really appreciated that you guys were charitable about the Ninja Gaiden clip. I really appreciated Gene. I really do like you guys. I'm like, that would be so fun. There was a time, Jaffe, where people were wanting me to have you on regularly here because you and I had so much fun that one time we did that show. They thought we played off each other really, really well, and I was like, I would love that. I was like, I like Jaffe. That could be really, really fun. Yeah. Let's talk about it. Do you think this game will actually work out? Every time there has been an announcement, it's gone, cool new Halo game, and maybe this time it'll be good. Okay, so this is how I'm looking at it. You test the waters with a remake, like they did that with Gears of War Reloaded, and then Gears of War E-Day's got to kind of prove the concept that, like, Gears can kind of, like, rejuvenate itself, and essentially they're starting over, right? For sure, I'll reach out soon. Sounds good, Jaffe. Appreciate you. So it's like, you know, Gears of War E-Day will be like the, hey, we're still here, you know, and they're kind of starting over, right? It's a prequel. So we've got to kind of wait and see. You know, is Gears of War E-Day going to bring the goods? Right? Is it going to bring the goods? Now, let's talk Halo. Halo Combat Evolved Remake puts itself out there. Fans are excited. You know, maybe it gets some sales. Maybe it gets some money. Then the next Halo has to prove itself. It has to. Do you see what I'm saying? I feel like there are two engines on this plane. All right, okay, Gears of War Reloaded. You expose a bunch of PlayStation boys to Gears. You know, I feel like it did well. I feel like it sold well. And then you prove it with E-Day. Hey, we're still here. We're still relevant. This is a good game. I actually thought the last Gears was great. I liked it. I really, really liked it. I liked how it was quasi-open world and all that. I thought they did a great job with the last Gears. They kind of returned to form at the end. It was more set-piece driven than open world driven. I thought that was fine. But I really liked the last Gears. I had a good time with it. So, and Coalition can bring the heat. They can. Coalition needs E-Day to hit. John Linneman and I spoke briefly in DMs about this. He is extremely confident in Coalition bringing excellence with Unreal. Like, his view of it, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but his view of it seems to be like they're going to chart the way for, like, hey, look what you can do with Unreal. Lono, Jaffe, and Gene, can somebody give me a, yeah? I think it would be fun. I think it'd be really fun. Yeah. Gene and I have gone back a couple of times on Twitter. I like him. I think he's really nice. And Jaffe and I have already done a show, and it was fun. Reloaded already dead. It should have been all 3 games. I don't know if the test was longevity, Erica. Noah Mink says, I just made a YouTube channel to subscribe and talk. Well, welcome, Noah. Thanks for being here. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I don't know if the test of Gears Reloaded was, well, did it last and are people still playing it? I told people already that Combat Evolved, I don't expect a lot of longevity out of it either. Like, in 6 months, the player base will probably be, you know, down to like the core players. I don't think that's the test. I think the test is, do people buy it? Does it score well? Do people like it? Does it generate revenue? Does it generate relevancy? And then that's like your runway to whatever Halo has next. If it's the certain affinity battle royale, if it's a mainline release in UE5, I think certain affinities battle royale being built in UE5 will be like the test case. Like, can they do it and make it look good and run good? You want a remake of Halo Reach? Earlier, Noah, I was asking people for their favorite Halos, and Halo 2 and Halo Reach came up the most, I think. Erica says, I'm in the denial phase. I need to accept that their multiplayer just doesn't have lasting value. It ends up being just sweats. It's a multiplayer angle that I come from, yes. Gears is tough. It is tough because I told people, I said, my memory of Gears multiplayer is, this was my experience with Gears multiplayer in the past. I was like, dude, Gears is so fun. Let's go play the multiplayer. I'm dead. Like, that was it. I'm dead. I'm very dead. Dead a lot. It was like I was literally stepping. It was like trying to play football in the NFL. It was like I'd be like, "Hey, I have the ball." Dead. I'd be injured on one play and I'd never be able to play ever again, right? That's what it felt like playing Gears PvP. I was like, "Oh my gosh. What is happening?" All I remembered was a guy rolling at me and my body exploded. And I was like, I don't even know what happened. Like, that was my experience. Now, me and my friends loved Beast Mode. Beast Mode was so fun. I loved playing as a boomer. Boom. And you're just like, playing as the baddies was fun. Playing as grubs was fun. But the PvP is just tough. Because the people have just lived in there for so long. There's no inroad. Halo's probably kind of similar. Like, if you're really, really good at Halo's PvP, like, it's going to be hard for people to play against you. I do think it's probably a little bit more accessible. I also think Halo's PvP could be more accessible if it was more modernized. Like, I don't think Halo Combat Evolved is going to be the one for people to, like, stick it out with, if that makes sense. I beat Reloaded, and I instantly wanted to jump into 2. Gears 2 is my absolute favorite, so it's a tease. Gear 2 and 3 still not on PC either. I feel like I remember enjoying Gears of War 2 with my friends a lot. Like, I played that one co-op with some of my Call of Duty buddies, and I feel like that was one that we really loved. I feel like we were sniping a lot in that one. Like, we went down into a cave system and we were sniping, and I remember Marcus being like, "Take it!" And I was like, "This is awesome." Like, I think that was Gears 2. I have a hard time remembering. It was a long time ago. Because I remember when I first got my Xbox 360, we were in my wife and I's first apartment. So this is like 18 years ago. And I hooked it up to my projection television. And I thought, this is the greatest thing I've ever experienced. Because I couldn't play it on my PC. My PC needed to be updated. So I just bought a console and said, forget it. And I didn't look back. I didn't look back until, Destiny 2 was on PC and Fortnite. And that's when I started playing on PC again. So I was a big Xbox guy all the way up until Destiny 2 and Fortnite. So that would have been like 2017, 2018. So 7 years ago. So like that was almost a decade of just primarily playing on Xbox. For about 10 years. That's where I kind of mained. Contrary to what people say about me on YouTube, that I'm not a real gamer, I'm a fake gamer, and I'm a pony. It's like, yeah, I had 10 years with Xbox. That's what I mained Xbox for a decade. I have so many games over there. I remember in the basement of our second duplex, my wife and I using the Xbox Arcade to download demos of like games like Crimson Alliance and Gatling Gears. Yeah. That was, we ended up buying a lot of games through the Xbox Arcade. So for me, the Gears was it. Gears was so fun because I remember, I think Gears might have been sort of the beginning of me not wanting to, I didn't really want to be in PvP all of the time. I felt like I was always in Call of Duty, and Gears was sort of a balance to that. I would play Call of Duty for PvP, and I would play Gears for co-op. I kind of saw them as different endeavors for me. And I remember also when we got kind of burned out on Call of Duty, we played Borderlands 2 for I don't even know how many hours. Me and my buds on Xbox One. I think it was at the Handsome Collection. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. With 16 months, Astro Candy over here on Purple. We're at 510. I think you guys could do it. We'll see. We'll see if you guys can hit stretch today. Y'all went crazy last week. I think somebody saved your bacon last week. Somebody started dropping 50s. So it's within reach. We got a lot of time still. We have 2.5 hours before the reveal even happens. Your home is ready for up to 5 gig speeds. Oh, faster fiber is now unlocked in my neighborhood. I can level up to 2 gig or 5 gig. I think we're okay. Do I need more than a gig? Out of curiosity, how did you and the wifey meet? It's hard to find a gamer girl these days. She wasn't a gamer when we met. Yeah, she wasn't a gamer. I was a drummer in a band and she came to our show. All the rest of the guys in the band were dating. I wasn't. And so, not kidding you, if you guys know Madam, if you know her demeanor, she asked her friends what was wrong with me. They're like, yeah, everybody's either dating or married except for the drummer. And she was like, well, what's wrong with him? When I first met her, I told her hair was cute, and the rest is history. That was the first thing I told her. First thing I ever said to her. I was like, your hair is cute. It was all short and punk rock and spiky. And it was dark with streaks of red in it. I was like, that's freaking awesome. That's punk rock. A drummer, didn't know that? Yeah. I've not played drums in a really long time. Yeah. But that was how I met. She was not a gamer. She wasn't. I got her into games with Castle Crashers and Mario Galaxy. So Mario Galaxy had the co-op is more companion. So she could grab stars and grab, the enemies and shake them. And I controlled Mario, and she loved it. She thought that was fun. She was able to play with me. And then we played Castle Crashers. To this day, she still remembers the music from Castle Crashers. She's like, what was that game? The one with the she knows the Castle Crashers melody, but she can never remember the name of the game. And I remember Borderlands 2 was coming out. It wasn't out yet. I think it was a month or two away. And I told her that I said, hey, I want to play this game with you. When Borderlands 2 comes out, I was like, it's a co-op game. It's split screen. I was like, I love Borderlands. I was like, why don't we play Borderlands 1 together? I was like, you can play the siren, and if things get crazy, you can disappear. You can push these buttons and you'll disappear. She ended up really liking Borderlands 1. She would sit back. I would always give her scoped weapons, so she would kind of hang back. I played as Roland. I would push up, throw my turret down and stuff. We played every square inch of Borderlands 1, all the DLCs. She became such a loot goblin. She wanted to open up everything. To this day, some people don't believe this, she opened up a dumpster and a backpack upgrade came out. Now, if you're familiar with Borderlands 1, the backpack upgrades only come from repairing claptrap units. You can't find them in the wild. She found a backpack upgrade in a dumpster. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I wish I would have had the technology back then to screenshot it. So to this day, when my wife and I play a game and she's opening up everything, I'm like, can we please move on? And she's like, no. She'll say backpack upgrade. She always throws that in my face. So we're playing through Borderlands 4 right now. Her loot instincts are so frustrating. She's so good at it. We'll be in an area and I'm like, all right, come on, let's move on. And I'll fast travel. And she'll be moving around. She's like, oh, did you find this? And it'll be a big chest. And I'm like, no. She's like, what about this? And I'm like, no. She finds 3 or 4 chests in an area that I didn't see or didn't even, think to look for. She's checking all the corners and stuff. Her ability to find loot chests in Borderlands 4 is ridiculous. It's It's great, but it also means I constantly have to fast travel back to her to pick the guns up. So, yeah. We have a good time with it. We beat Returnal together. That's actually really hard to do. My wife and I beat Returnal together. Please tell me when you proposed you asked her to be player 2. We were not playing games when we were dating. We started gaming together about, half a year to a year into our marriage. So, and I wasn't really a big gamer when I proposed to her. Like, I would game here and there with my boys at the bachelor pad. We played NHL Hits on the GameCube, and then I would play games on my PC. Like, I would play, like, Diablo a bunch, and me and my brother played Battlefield 1942 a bunch. Like, we'd go into servers and stuff and play together. And so, like, I was a gamer my whole life, but when we were dating, I was too busy to game that much. Like, I was a full-time employee at AT&T. I was a full-time student, and then I'm trying to date somebody and trying to hang out with them. So I really didn't have time for gaming. Once we got married, there were times where she would be at work and I would be home. I would finish all my work for school. Like, I'd finish, like, my Greek vocab or whatever the heck, and I'd set it to the side, and I would play something like Gears of War. And then when the Nintendo Wii came out, this is when I knew she was a keeper. So this actually was before we were married. I was trying to get a Nintendo Wii, and they were really, really hard to find. Thank you for 23 months, Brandon. They were really, really hard to find. We had found some site or something that would alert you and say, hey, Target's getting some tomorrow. So it was a Sunday. She would come over to the bachelor pad, and we would drive to church together. And so on her way, she took a different route, and she went to a Target. She bought me a dadgum Nintendo Wii. She woke me up in my apartment by dropping the bag from Target on my bed. It hit my feet, and I woke up, and I had a Nintendo Wii. And I was like, this is a keeper right here, boys. This is a keeper right here. So we did play some of the Wii games together when we were dating, but those are like bowling and stuff. Like, those are like party games, like group games. It's not quite the same. So we didn't really start gaming together until we were married. Yeah. Madam's no joke, y'all. Her name, Madam, is actually her full call sign is Madam Crumpet. So when I was streaming full-time back in the day as a Destiny content creator, I wanted her to start joining me for streams, and we loved Borderlands so much, and she loved Tiny Tina. She even has like a Tiny Tina shirt. We decided to name her Madam Crumpet, inspired by Tiny Tina, because there's like Madam Von Bartlesby, and Tiny Tina loves crumpets, so we named Madam Crumpet. Now it's just Madam, but yeah. Yeah, that was where her name came from. Her, her call sign, her username is Madam Crumpet, which is directly from not directly from Borderlands. It's inspired by Borderlands. Yeah. So when people run narrative on me and talk about how I'm a tourist and a fraud and a fake gamer and all this stuff, it's just so fabricated and made up. It's like, dude, I've been gaming since the Coleco. Gaming's been part of my life, part of my career, part of my marriage, part of my family. Like, it is a huge aspect of what I do and what I've experienced and know about. It is really discouraging that there's just so much hate out there and so much like of this ridiculous idea that like I'm not a gamer. It's like the amount of hours that I plugged away in games on my 360 and my Xbox One. I remember the first time somebody called me a pony. I genuinely didn't know what they were saying. I was like, I don't know why you're calling me that. I don't know what that is. What happened was I was a content creator from 2015 to 2020, primarily covering Destiny. I got canceled. I get deplatformed. I'm rebuilding on YouTube. Then I get banned from Destiny because, we were unearthing the truth about what happened, and they didn't want that. So then we had to pivot to variety gaming coverage. So what happened was, all of a sudden, I descend on the scene as a commentator about Activision, Blizzard, and Xbox, and nobody knows who I am. From the console war group, they don't know who I am. They don't know that like I had a 180,000 follower Twitch channel and was this, massive I had anywhere from 2,000 to sometimes 8,000 viewers streaming Destiny. Now all of a sudden they're like, who is this guy? I had 15,000 subscribers on a YouTube channel, and I'm talking about Xbox and ABK, and they think I'm a grifter and a fraud and a fake. They don't know I've been in the game. I've been in the business. I've been doing this for 5 or 6 years, 7 years at that point. At this point, I've been creating content for a decade. I've been doing this for 10 years. They didn't know that. So they labeled me and painted me as this grifter, this fraud, this Johnny-come-lately. And I was like, I've been doing this for a really long time. I'm rebuilding my business. I got kicked out of a community, and I'm having to rebuild as a variety gamer and a variety coverage. I had clips go viral on Twitter, and they're like, who the frick is this guy? And that's why I got painted as that, because they didn't know who I was. If they knew the story and they knew the lore, it would be like, yeah, I was a main stage host for E3 at 2019. I got to interview the head of ID at Xbox and the head of Call of Duty, and I got to do all these things. You know what I'm saying? These people, a lot of times, there's no respect on my name because they don't know who I am. And they just think, oh, he's just a grifter. I was a genuinely irritated Xbox fan. It was genuine. It wasn't fake. It wasn't grifting. I was genuinely angry with Xbox and what they were doing because, man, I was ride or die with them for so long. When I was streaming Destiny full time, my community sent me a PlayStation because I didn't want to buy one. I was like, no. I was like, I don't want a PlayStation. Why would I want a PlayStation? That's why I always tell people, come to the source. Come to the channel. Ask me questions. If you actually know my history, my story, my lore, and what I've played and what I've been through, man, oh man, it's so much friendly fire. You're shooting at a friendly out here. I'm a long-standing gamer. I'm a long-standing Xbox guy. I'm not out here trying to trick people and grift and be a fraud. This is all real. It's genuine. It's what I really think. The hate and the ridicule and the harassment, it's just dear Lord. It's real. It just seems so unwarranted. That's why I always tell people, come in here and ask me. Don't seethe in the dark and clip and yell. I mean, ask me. What do I think about something? Ask me about my history. Ask me about any of this stuff. And it's I don't know. If you come and you watch a show and you hang out, with me and my wife on a Friday night, I think you'll see I'm doing my best to be a real honest man of integrity and cover things with character and transparency. Maybe I'm too transparent, but that's what I try to bring, with the coverage, and that's what I tried to do with my channel and my content for 10 years now, and I'm going to continue to do that, regardless of people's aims and efforts to discredit me and, make me look like something that I'm not. Erica says it is creepy. When I was on Twitter, I saw him constantly getting clipped. This was over a year ago, and they still do it. Yeah, I had, who was it? It was the Hidden One. He runs an Assassin's Creed channel. The Hidden One was like, dude, I don't understand why you get so much hate. I'm like, I don't understand either. I don't understand it either, man. I get passionate. I got pretty heated, and I got pretty scathing during the ABK coverage. I do think probably I made it easy. And I made it easy to paint me as something, and I maybe some of the times I was asking for it because it was easy to react and get defensive because I had been canceled. When you've been canceled at that level and brigaded against at that level, it can be pretty activating to be attacked. It can be pretty activating to be put into content in a negative way. So it's I probably didn't handle it as best as I should have, but I feel like now I'm just hey, just come in here and ask me what I think about something. A lot of the times people think things about me that are completely not true. Just come in and ask me. Give me the chance to actually explain my side or my case instead of reading a summary of a 20-minute video on Twitter. I give you props. You push through it and you don't change. That's awesome. I think I've tried to be a little less, reactionary and a little less biting in how I talk about things. But I'll definitely give people the haymaker to the jaw if I feel like they deserve it. I'm not going to be a doormat. But I'm also trying not to be. I don't want to be a pacifist and I don't want to be a doormat. But I am trying to be less disagreeable and less sharp. It's difficult because, you know, I don't know. It's difficult because it's, you know, it's a lot. You know, you have a clip floating around with 500,000 views that misrepresents you, and it's like, that seems so unjust and unfair. Like, I didn't rage quit that game, but you can't go to war with it. You just have to kind of ride it, you know? You just have to kind of roll with the punches, you know? You can't go to war with it. You're going to war with foolishness. It's just like, it's trying to grab, it's like trying to pin Jello against the wall. You're never going to do it. Do you have a lot of detractors? I mean, there's people that are pretty committed, yeah. Is there going to be a conference? So there is a Halo Championship going on right now, and in 2 hours, they are making an announcement. We're pretty confident. We're pretty confident it's going to be the Halo Combat Evolved trailer. Ready for this react? I'm not doing a react right now. The vibe is very talk show, very come in and get to know me, very come in and submit questions. We're getting too much traction in the search funnel for me to suddenly be reacting to somebody else's content. I don't think that's a good call right now. We do react content here and there. It's not really a mainstay on the channel. It's something that periodically happens. You know, it's something that periodically happens, you know, maybe once a week or something. I don't want to do that right now, though. We may end up doing that later, you know, but we'll see. So if you subscribe to the channel, that is totally free. And if you come and watch every day, that's the best way to support what I do. You can go beyond that with a membership, but the best way to support is just to hit subscribe, hit like. I am safe for work. We do this right here where you can submit questions and have them pop up on the screen. That is reserved for members, so that is something that you get when you support directly. But the best thing to do is just hit subscribe, hit like. I keep it safe for work, so a lot of people treat me like a radio show or a podcast. You know, they throw me on in the background of their day and they just kind of listen. Here's another question. How did you get your wife on board with being a content creator? My ex hated when I streamed. So it was actually not that difficult. My wife's very reasonable, and she's very measured and very logical. You know, she's also very black and white, which I think is what I need because I'm not. And so I had a small business at the time that was providing for me and my wife and our baby. And I dabbled in Twitch streaming for like a day. A friend of mine told me I was just doing YouTube videos for fun. I had no delusions of grandeur. I was just making YouTube videos for fun. And my friend's like, you should Twitch stream. So I did a bunch of research and I tried it out. The first day I was streaming like Ori and the Blind Forest. And I watched a bunch of people stream before this. And I thought, they don't talk and I can talk. If there's one thing you've probably learned about me, it's that I have what people call the gift of gab. I can just talk and talk and talk and talk. I've been talking nonstop virtually for the last 4 hours. I don't feel tired. I feel generally energized by interacting with other people. So I sat down and said, I can put on a better show than a lot of these big streamers, because a lot of the big streamers would just kind of sit and play, and they were early adopters. So they had all these viewers and this big audience, and they didn't really have to do much. They just kind of had to show up and be a hard worker. They didn't really have to focus on like being entertaining or being interactive. And I was like, I can put on a better show. And that was my aim. My aim was to be a better streamer than all the other streamers I had watched. So the first day I streamed Ori and the Blind Forest, I wouldn't shut up. I talked the whole time. I narrated my gameplay. The clip is still on this channel, I believe, of me doing that. The highlight is still there. And I had like 16 viewers, was like my max that day, which was unusual. If you started streaming right now, you're going to stream to nobody, okay? You got to almost network first and get people to kind of help you if you want to have any viewers day one. Ground zero is usually 0. I had 16 people talking with me. I had people that were like, where are you from? Did you come from another channel or something? Like, I think my ability to speak and my ability to just sort of like be on it, people were sort of thinking, there were people that thought I had come from another YouTube channel. And I went upstairs that day and I told my wife, I said, I think I can do this professionally. And she was like, huh? And I was like, no, I think I can do this professionally. I think I can become a streamer. I think I can do this. And she was like, okay, well, the business needs to continue while you try this. She's like, as long as the business, at the time I was doing graphic design for all the local businesses in the area that I had networked with. She's like, well, if the business is paying the bills, she was like, then yeah, take a crack at it. And a year later, I was partnered. And a year and a half after that, so it took me a year to get partnered. About 18 months into my career, I was making more money from Twitch than the small business was. So I basically just scaled the small business down and stopped doing it. And around 2019 into 2020, I was at the upper echelons. I was flying very high and making a very stupid income. It was absurd. And I had gotten to do things like main stage 2019 E3 hosting. I had shoutcasted professionally in New York. I went and shoutcasted the Intel Game Night. I shoutcasted a Fortnite tournament. That was amazing and fun. I got to work with Sam Strelitz, one of the voice actors of Red Dead Redemption 2. That was really cool getting to work with her. She was super nice. And then walking into 2020, the first 6 months of 2020, I surpassed everything I had ever done ever before. All my averages were doubled. The income was absurd. And then in June of 2020, that was when I got quote-unquote canceled. Brett, Play Games, thank you for 8 months of members. Hey, Lono, life's been crazy for a bit, so I haven't been able to keep up. What were your thoughts on the 30% profit margin from Microsoft that they won from Xbox? It's not surprising, given the size. It's not surprising, given the size of the acquisition and the amount of money that they're going to need. It didn't surprise me. It sounds bad. It sounds worrying. It sounds concerning for all devs and all projects underneath of them. Yeah. Which E3 did you host? 2019. Yeah, 2019. That's Faster and Natural. I remember, if you guys know 30 and Still Gaming, he's still a friend. We used to do shows together, and it just hasn't worked in a while. But 30 and Still Gaming had me on his show maybe like a month into my streaming career. And he asked me, he was like, how are you already like such a seasoned pro at this? And I was like, I don't feel like a pro. I just like to talk. And I feel like I've got a decent voice. I feel like my voice has gotten better over the years. Like I'm better at like adding some production value to it. It's a little bit lower than it was back then as well. I've got a better mic and a better setup. I'm not talking through like an Astro headset anymore. I don't think I ever did an Astro headset. I forget what I did. I had like a mic on the... No, I think I did start out with an Astro headset. Anyway, but yeah, the early reactions were like, who are you? Where'd you come from? And I didn't really feel like I even knew what I was doing. I would just sit down and play games and talk a bunch. And I heavily invested in Borderlands because the Handsome Collection came out, and I spent 6 months playing Borderlands and building a community. But then if I ever played anything else, I would lose all my viewers. So I played Elder Scrolls Online and I lost all my viewers. I remember the day I was playing Fallout 4 and I was so discouraged. I remember the day that I played The Witcher 3 and I was so discouraged. I went from streaming to 80 to 100 people to 10. Like if I wasn't playing Borderlands, then it was very discouraging. And there was a day where somebody was like, hey, let's go play a raid in Destiny. Let's go play the Kingsfall raid. And I was like, sure. So we went over to the Kingsfall raid, and I went from 14 viewers in Fallout 4 to 60 viewers. And my friend at the time, he's still a friend. My friend, Fistmaster 5000 was his name. He's a big Borderlands streamer. He still streams today. He whispered me on Twitch, and he said, this is your game. You need to invest in this game. He was like, something just happened. You need to invest in this game. So from that point on, I became a full-time Destiny streamer. From that day forward, I just ran the Kingsfall raid every day, all day. Nobody wanted to do Kingsfall raid carries because it was kind of a hard raid to take people through. I got pretty good at it. I had a team of people that could help me over time. I kind of grew a community around that raid, people that could come in and kind of help me do it efficiently. And that's how I got partnered, was running the Kingsfall raid. I garnered enough viewership averages, and it really worked out in my favor because the Division 1 came out. A lot of Destiny streamers went and played the Division. It opened up the directory a little bit, which is why I got very frustrated at the time. There was a kid, view botting, and he to this day he denies that he view botted, but like it was obvious because eventually he shut them off and couldn't get any viewers, and he always claimed that like I ruined his career. Like, yeah, sure. He was view botting to get above me in the directory because the big guys were playing the Division, and if you could get into the top 3 positions in the directory, it was huge for you. You would get so many followers and so much support. And so I got partnered, and then I just kept going with Destiny. And we got into Rise of Iron, and Wrath of the Machine was like perfect for my crew. We had Hobsnovsky, I remember you. I remember running Kingsfall with you. Those were the days. Yeah, I remember your name. That's a very familiar name to me. You've probably been following me for a very, very long time. I bet if I click on your name. Yeah, you've been following me since 2016. June 29th of 2016. Thank you so much, dude, for sticking around all these years. Wrath of the Machine came out, and Wrath of the Machine was built for our system. I would always bring 2 helpers with me, so 3 of us knew what we were doing, and 3 people were being helped. We didn't call them raid carries. We called them raid helps. Well, Kingsfall, that worked well for, but so did Wrath. Wrath was 2 people stand here, 2 people stand here, 2 people stand here. You were always splitting into groups like that. So guess what we would do? Each helper would take a person that was new, and I would take a person that was new, and we would just walk them through. Stand next to me and do this. Stand next to me and do that. We were literally taking people through Wrath of the Machine hard challenge mode. Like every 40 minutes we had a new group. I remember people telling me when we were doing the hard mode of Wrath and the challenges came out, I remember people saying, Lono, I don't think you're going to be able to do this. I don't think you're going to be able to carry people through this. And I was like, oh, I already know what I'm going to do. Like the day we were playing Wrath on hard, I already had plans in my brain. I had already worked out what I was going to do to take people through that raid. So Wrath of the Machine was huge for us. It was huge for us. I mean, we grew a lot. And then the Age of Triumph happened, and there was a different raid every week. It was, we ate real good as an up-and-comer. So as an up-and-comer, like, I was not big time. Nobody really knew. I mean, people knew who I was, and I got invited to events and stuff, but, like, I was not big time. I was always, in, like, 3rd or 4th place in the directory. Like, if the big guys got on, I would get pushed down. That was kind of the deal. Destiny 2 came out, and it was bad. Like a month into Destiny 2, the big creators were being critical. Everybody was upset. Everybody was disappointed. I had told people I didn't want to do raid carries anymore. I wanted to pivot to Q&A and discussions. Okay? That's what I wanted to pivot to, which was scary because I thought somebody could take my place as the raid guy in the directory. So when Destiny 2 kind of fell down and people wanted a place to talk about it and discuss it, my stream became home base. I became like directory lead almost by default because the big guys moved on. And I was like the last man standing that would play Destiny and would talk with the community about how to fix things. Leading up to Forsaken, there was somebody view botting again because they knew Forsaken was going to be really, really big, and they came out of nowhere view botted. They view botted their way into success. It's really unfortunate that it worked so well back then, and now it's like an epidemic on Twitch. Like everybody view bots, and so they did that. So I sort of got bumped from first place by this, which was frustrating. But I just kept doing my thing. As frustrating as that was. And then 2019 was really, really good for us because charity events happened that were good for us. I got to host E3. I got to be one of the main stage hosts. Like, I was on the stage with, like, Anna Prosser, Rachel Seltzer, Kelly Link, Okadrian, Ezekiel III. I was literally sharing a stage with these people that I looked up to. I was now lead host sometimes. They were like, yeah, you take lead host. They were so sweet and nice. They're some of the nicest people I've ever met in the industry. So warm and helpful and receptive. They are not at all like what you expect in this environment. Like, people can be very backstabby and very, cutthroat. They are some of the nicest people I've ever met or worked with. So, yeah, there's going to be a Halo reveal in 2 hours. Yes, it's official. It's going to happen at the Halo Championships. Halo World Championships or whatever's going on. So we rolled into 2020, and I suddenly started really, like, soaring because of there was, like, the Quarters of Time event. There was, what else happened? Oh, yeah, the something crashed into the tower. What was that thing called? It wasn't the Leviathan. It was the Almighty. The Almighty crashed into the tower. Those days were huge for us. I was breaking records left and right. I made the mistake of one day when we broke a bunch of records. We went to the soccer field and we took a picture in Destiny. There was like the soccer field. We went and took a picture. I had broke every viewership record, every sub record that I had broken. I think we had like around 8,000 subs at that point because people were gifting. So what we call members today, about 8,000. 8,000. And I boasted about that on Twitter. And, you know, that started a process where people hatched a plan to take me down. They were over it. They didn't like me. And 2 weeks later, I got canceled. And I spent 2 weeks looking into it, and 2 weeks later I defended myself. Me defending myself made somebody real mad, and so I got banned from Twitch, and we had to rebuild on YouTube. So we rebuilt on YouTube, kept covering Destiny, and then early 2021 I got banned from Destiny because people started unearthing the truth about what happened to me, and Bungie was involved, and they didn't want people to know that. So I got banned from Destiny. So we had to start doing variety coverage. And that was really hard because my YouTube channel that we were streaming on was like all Destiny coverage. It was like 5 years of Destiny coverage. So in September of 2021, we made the decision to move the live show to the YouTube channel that I'm on right now. The YouTube channel that you're hanging out on, we only had like 5,000 subscribers. So we moved the show here. And that was terrifying because it was kind of a burn the ships moment. It was like, we don't have a choice. We can't do a variety show on a Destiny channel. We're dying. Just slowly dying. And so we moved the channel here. Yeah, Hilly was one of the ones that was like, I think you should go over there. I think that's the channel. That's your future. The green joystick. And so that's what we've been doing for the last 5 years. Or I'm sorry, 4 years. For the last 4 years, we have been doing the show here. We hit 50,000 subs at the beginning of this year. YouTube sadly made a bunch of bad changes this year that really hurt our format. We were doing a lot of members content this year, as we always have. And YouTube started taking members content and pushing it out to people who aren't members, and it caused us to just constantly lose subs, and we didn't know why. We didn't know what was happening. Now guys like Linus Tech Tips and Moist Critical have come out and said, we can't make members only content anymore. It's hurting our channel. Well, we were the first to kind of figure that one out because it was hurting us all this year. That's why I don't do members content anymore. I also got back on to Twitch. In April of this year, I got back on Twitch. Dan Clancy looked into the situation. In 4 years and 9 months after being unjustly banned, it was an unjust ban. It was wrong. There was never provided reasons. There was no adequate reason to ban me and to take my livelihood from me. It was completely illegitimate. He looked into it, welcomed me back to the platform. We've been on Twitch, back on Twitch since April. Someone tried to calculate the distance of the Almighty to the Earth. We had a communication breakdown. What? How did you find that? This man just casually has 4 million subscribers. Who, me? I don't think there was never a moment where we had that many subscribers. I think at our peak, we had 180,000 followers. Ultra Rare Dan Clancy. Dan Clancy was just talking about bringing people back. You know, they were willing to welcome people back to the platform, so I just started emailing him. Yeah, I've been here since the Destiny debacle and never have agreed with Bungie. I have some words about it, but I'll keep it to myself. Yeah, we all have words for Bungie. We all have words. I don't remember this clip. What is this clip, Sven? It's a 30-second clip. Here. I'm going to have to get out of the way. Hang on. Here, I'll move over here. That's me. I'm a little heavier there. I'm a little heavier. I lost a lot of weight after everything happened. Let's see. I don't remember what I say here. Hang on, let me pause my music. On the Almighty's distance to Earth, and it's probably no more than 82,000 kilometers from us. I speak American. I don't know what that means. How many footlongs from Subway is that to the Almighty? I was trying to keep a straight face. I was trying to keep a straight face, man. I was trying. If I failed, I jacked it up, man. I speak American. I was such an idiot. Those were good times, man. Those were good times. Your voice is so much lighter. I wasn't running that. Yeah, it's the same microphone, but I wasn't running it through a mixer at that point. I now have like an analog mixer that adds a little bit of warmth to my voice. Yeah. Oh. Imagine being tied to Destiny now. Same corny jokes. Well, you see, we were sort of building the channel that we're on now. We were sort of building that as like a way to have a variety channel. Essentially what the goal was as we knew the Destiny train was going to run out of track. I mean, you'd have to be stupid to not know that was going to happen eventually, right? Like, I knew that was going to happen. And so we had a plan. This channel that we're on now was going to be like our second show, basically. Eventually there was going to be a second show, and the second show was going to be variety gaming coverage. That was the goal. The goal was to have a place we could go to talk variety gaming coverage. And so we just sort of got kicked out of the nest. We had that plan accelerated when I got banned from Destiny. So that was, yeah. It was scary, but yeah, we had the plan very much accelerated in 2021. And yeah. And we talked about this a little bit this morning because I think somebody mentioned what happened to me like in an Asmongold stream. And I've always had like a lingering hope that somebody of a pretty sizable platform would cover what happened and set the record straight. And, you know, getting my Twitch channel back was a level of vindication. I think that was a level of vindication, like, hey, this thing finally got fixed that happened here. You know, people scrubbing their timelines and deleting stuff and hiding stuff was its own level of vindication, but the public didn't really know that happened. A large portion of the public still thinks they still think ill of me. It would be great if, it got fully looked into and fully covered, because it's never really gotten that. I'm not pushing for that. I'm not using my platform for that. I've never made an effort. We tried to do that a long while ago. We were telling the Say No to Rage story, and nobody cared, because at the time the culture hadn't shifted yet. The Johnny Depp trial really changed things. I think people are very much now quicker to be like, hey, whoa, let's pump the brakes. There should be formal, investigation. There should be evidence, not tweets. So the Depp trial really changed the culture. Sadly, when everything went down, the culture was very much torch him, ask questions never. You know what I mean? There was no shoot first, ask questions later. It was literally burn him alive, torch his career, don't ever ask questions. Like, that was basically the mantra of the day, was the tweets are good enough for me, burn him, So we had a 3-year plan to leave Destiny. We executed it in 13 minutes one morning at 7:47. Yeah. I called Creature on the phone, and he rather prophetically said the world must be on fire, because I wouldn't call him in the morning. Like we would talk in the afternoons. He's like, the world must be on fire. And I'm thinking to myself, you have no idea. I'm banned. I can't play the game. I can't play the game, bro. Oh my gosh. Yeah. They've all. Yeah. Oh yeah. There were plenty of things like that happened. True SSJ. It happened with Chris Avalone. He got like a 7-figure settlement, and he got public retractions, and people still won't report on it. Chris Avalone got public retractions and a 7-figure settlement, and he can't get anybody to like run the story. It's ridiculous. I've always told people, if you think it's okay, if you're okay with it, you better pray it doesn't happen to you, because you will feel powerless. It is awful. It's like living through falling off a cliff. Like, it's like you just feel like, I'm just falling. There's nothing beneath me now. There's nothing. No one's coming, to save you. It's a terrible feeling. Yeah, Upper Echelon tried to cover it, Jack, but he covered when I got banned from Destiny. That was 7 months later. Everybody had moved on. Like, it was like, right now, if that sort of a thing were to happen, the big guys would be on it, and they would not be friendly to people that think testimony is evidence. Like, that was something that kept getting thrown around, and I was like, what a claim. What a thing to claim. Yeah, that happens all the time, Delta. It's really unfortunate. Yeah, it's super unfortunate. They're like, yeah, I'm just going to drop it. I don't care anymore. And it's like, that's great. You just ruined someone's life. That's awesome. What the heck? Barrett getting ousted is poetic justice. He's not the only one that'll be ousted. There'll be more. It just takes time. I'm very patient. I can be pretty emotional. I can be pretty reactionary. But I've learned a lot of patience, and I'm a very patient man. It's been 5 years. I'm going to wait a couple more. Eventually, there are people that will still be ousted. It's not over. It's never really been over. We just moved on and create content and focus on the community that we have here, That's the goal. That's the focus. There needs to be severe consequences. I agree. I think there should be severe consequences for lying and misleading the public and ruining somebody's life. I agree with you. But that's just the difficulty with it. What are you going to do? There were pretty prominent dudes that helped this thing happen, and they just scrubbed it all and deleted it all. It's all gone. They scrubbed their Twitter timelines because I think they were worried. There was potential legal liability with their involvement and false claims that they made, and it just all vanished. It's all gone. Summit will always be the homie. He tried. Summit tried, and then he backed down real quick, which I get it. I didn't expect anybody to stand in front of me and risk their brands or careers. Summit tried. Want to say thanks for the gifted. Oh, you're welcome. Glad you got one. What did they say to get you banned? Oh, in Destiny? I was never told why I was banned from Destiny. It was a dev ban on Steam. I've never been told why. I never did anything in their game. I never broke their TOS. I never did anything. I to this day, I don't know. Will there be jobs available during this Halo coverage? I have no idea. Stand in front of you. You were trending in North America on Twitter. Yeah, that was not fun. Yeah, it's a 500-year dev ban. If I go to the Bungie website, it doesn't treat me like I'm banned. It doesn't treat me it's not like an actual legitimate ban. Somebody went in and dev banned me on Steam. It's very, very bizarre. It's not a legitimate ban. So like they went in and they did the dev ban on Steam. So like I go to Bungie.net and it treats me like, it doesn't treat you like you're banned. Like when I went to appeal it, it didn't even acknowledge that I had been banned. I never got a notification that I had been banned. And whenever I appealed it, they didn't say anything. They just closed the ticket. They just closed the ticket on the ban. Like, yeah, I don't, it's crazy to me that they did that. Like, I really think they thought that I would be gone by now. I genuinely think that was like Bungie's hope. Joker Quinn, thank you for the gifted member. I always said I always said like truth always wins, right? The mob is stronger than the truth, but the truth has more endurance. That's what I always said. I said in a moment like that, the mob is stronger than the truth. The mob will drown out the truth in a fiery moment like that. But the truth has more endurance. It doesn't waver. It doesn't fade. It doesn't go away. It will always come. Always. So I've always, trusted that. So it's like I always thought, what a weird thing to do, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not quitting. Do you want me sitting here with, in some distant future, I could be sitting here with 100,000 subscribers. You want me to still be able to tell this story? Or would you like to have some reconciliation and some healing? Like, you see what I'm saying? It's like, I just don't understand. Like, I think people genuinely just thought it would just go away. They thought I would go away. I think they underestimated the grit and the determination that would be provoked by a man with a family. I'm going to tell you this right now. You never underestimate a man with a family, because he won't stop. Death would have to claim me before I would stop. Like, I'm not going to stop. Like, that's what I was faced with. It was like, well, this is my family. I got to provide for my family. Like, it's not like you have an option. You're like, well, I'll just quit. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I would never underestimate a dude with a family. He won't stop. He'll work a crappy job. He'll work a double. He'll drag himself out of bed every morning to make sure his family's got what they need. $2 super chat. Bring back bangable, playable elites? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you're talking about Halo. Yeah, sure. Bring them back. A $10 super chat from Azure Dragon. I grew up with Reach, so I'll never understand everything about Halo's legacy. But I will say, if this remake's bad and the Infinite sequel is bad, I'm ditching Halo. Went from 6,000 subs to nothing overnight. It was tough. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. I left out the part that we had just bought a house. We bought a house in May of 2020. A month later, that all happened. I literally thought we were going to lose the house. I was like, I don't know if we're going to be able to do this. We're going to have to move back into like an apartment or something. I was so terrified. We didn't buy furniture for our living room for 2 years, I think. It took me about 2 years before I felt like we were financially stable enough to buy furniture for the living room. So our furniture was just this big, huge open room, which led to an adorable moment. My kids were very upset when I informed them that we would be buying couches or a couch and some chairs. And they were like, why are you going to put a couch in our playroom? They thought it was their room. They thought our living room was their playroom. So, yeah. That was a pretty special moment when I was finally able to buy furniture for my wife. I was like, we can get furniture now for the living room. It took about 2 years. You still gonna play the other Halo games, or are you completely done? Oh, you asking the guy with the super chat. I mean, I get where he's coming from. Listen. I don't think it's wrong for you to look at a company and say, you got to win me back. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. I think that's fair. Yeah. If they're not giving you the goods, if they're not giving you something worth your time, then don't play it. Be done. Move on. Like that. I think that's totally fair. You're a real one. I appreciate that. I've said for a very long time that I think if you come into the channel and you watch me, you interact with me, you watch me interact with my children, you watch me interact with my wife, I think that testimony is stronger than any of the nonsense that has been claimed. It's like, that's real. That ain't a twit longer. You can't fake that. Like I've always said, that testimony is strong. You come and hang out on a Friday night, you watch my wife and I interact, you know. You watch us celebrate 18 years of marriage. Like, you can't fake any of that. Like, that is so strong in the face of falsehood. It is. You know, my insistence and my resilience and my determination and my willingness. You know, my willingness all these years to be like, do an investigation. Do one. Do it. I'd submit to discovery. I don't think any of them would. Like, I've been willing all this time. I think that speaks for itself. Do we think the trailer would be before or after the tournament? There's this timer, airtight. This timer is when the announcement is happening. It's on the schedule. That it's literally on the schedule. So like, it is an official thing that is happening. So, woke up thinking I missed the announcement. No. It's actually on the schedule, y'all. Yeah. We're going to cover it. We're going to do a new stream. We'll do a new stream. Let's see. So, hour and 30 in an hour. We'll switch to a new stream in an hour. Yeah. Because I don't want somebody to have to watch like a 7-hour stream to get my reaction to an event like this. So you guys can really help us like jumpstart that stream when it happens. So today has been remarkable. Like, the turnout has been stupendous. The support has been incredible. We are working on a stretch goal down here for community game night tomorrow night. If you want to help with that, you can gift, you can upgrade, you can do a membership, a Prime sub. Any of those things add to this total. About another 200 and we're there. And you guys did that last week, so we'll see if any of the big boys are waiting in the wings. But today has just been absolutely incredible. Like, it's been pretty tough year. It's been a pretty tough year. Like, we worked really, really hard, you know, to get here. And then this year has been a bit, it's been a bit of a kick down the stairs. Like, YouTube just made a lot of changes that really, really hurt us. So if you subscribe today, you like the vibes, you like the community, and you keep coming back, man, that is so much what we need here is this community. Like, what we build is a daily talk show. It's safe for work. We got a Discord for you if you become a member. Like, this is a place for you to really hang out and become a part of what we're doing. What's good, Joseph? So. And sorry, hang on. Okay. You're 35 and you're never married. I told you to cover more Halo. You should listen to me more. Prior to today, Hilly, Halo coverage was never great. Listen, and it's fair. A lot of fans of Halo were pretty over it. Did y'all see the Painkiller reboot? My wife and I have played it for about 3 hours. We've had a blast with it. We've really enjoyed it. It's like co-op Doom. It's so fun. When we went back to Borderlands yesterday, I literally told her, I was like, I kind of miss that hand cannon I unlocked in Painkiller. In Borderlands, I was like missing one of the guns that I had unlocked in Painkiller. Painkiller's really fun. You know? Look at Infinite's numbers before a big launch. Did they showcase it yet? No. Here in the corner, you can see here, we got a countdown. Hour and a half. You can watch it here with us. I will be co-streaming it, so you can watch it here with us. You don't have to go anywhere. You've been playing Dispatch. Dispatch didn't really like it was my cup of tea, but it had great reviews, so people seem to really be enjoying it. That's pretty cool that it's doing that well. Combat Evolved was my first Halo. Kind of excited for the remake. I'm telling you all, Darrenstein 3D, free on Steam, Serious Sam and Wolfenstein. There's elements of Painkiller, it feel like Serious Sam. It's kind of like Serious Sam and Doom co-op, you know what I mean? Hilly says, listen to me. Halo Studios could launch 7 more Halo 5s in a row, but if they say another Halo is coming, Halo fans will show up. I think that group of people's going to get smaller, Hilly. You know what I mean? And a 10 bomb comes in from Rissick, and he says, I believe we can hit this stretch goal, and he gets us to 522. Thank you so much for that, Rissick. If you guys become a member to this channel through gifting or on your own, you can be a part of our Discord. You can be a part of the Q&A when people submit questions. Thank you so much to everybody who has been a part of this show today. I greatly appreciate it. We are cooking on YouTube. Oh my gosh, I hadn't even really looked at the stats. A lot of you have tuned in today and hit subscribe and been a part of the stream, and it's very, very encouraging. I'm so excited for this. I've been screaming for Halo to go to the PS5 for the longest. Your Xbox, by the way. I mean, some people don't care where the game goes. They just want it to be good. I want to be excited, but after all 343 has done, it's hard to. I think that is totally fair. I think it's fair to be, to be hesitant and to be, a little skittish. And looks like Stone Spire is going to walk this to the 525. He gives a single. We're at 523. So if you guys have ever been here before, every 25 members on the goal, I gift one as well. So whichever platform makes it hit the milestone, that's who gets it. So whether it's Purple, whether it is YouTube, either platform. And there it is. Stone Spire has secured it. So you might be one of the lucky ones that gets a gifted member from me right now. Thank you so much for being here. Let me do that very quickly. I saw Painkiller and thought it looked interesting. Wasn't sure if it was good or not. My wife and I have enjoyed it. And Joker Quinn comes in as the Agents of Chaos, and he pushes the membership past the milestone of 525. Jack Garland with the $5 Super Chat tip says, I only played Halo 1. My favorite moments were when the Sarge and the Covenant Brute hug and the epic reveal of the Flood. I remember playing Halos with my siblings. That was my experience with Halo. Yeah. And Predator gifts a member as well and moves the goal a little bit closer. Thank you so much, Predator, for gifting a member. We do have some more questions here. The OA, and this is something you can do as a member. You can use this command in chat, and then your question is featured in the content like this. I've never had an Xbox, so I know close to nothing about Halo. What's the better title to play if I were to start today? I mean, chat's going to have to weigh in. I think the difficulty is you go and grab the Master Chief Collection, and all of the games there are probably worth playing. It might be a good time to just wait for this Combat Evolved remake and play that. You know what I mean? You never played System Link back in the day? So I came to college in 2002, and they added networks like Ethernet to the building in my second semester, and we figured out how to plug Xboxes into those ports and to play Halo against each other over the network. And I wasn't a Halo guy, but that was fun. That was fun. And I had a long history with shooters. So, like, I was coming from, Quake and Unreal Tournament. And me and this other player were so good, they would never let us play together. Because I got really, really good with the pistol, like that white pistol. I could kill people from so far away with that. Because I don't think it had any damage drop-off. And, yeah, they would split us up. They wouldn't let me and this guy, I think his name was Josh. They wouldn't let us play together. And Niz Ra jumps back in as a member plus. Thank you so much for renewing your membership. I appreciate that. System Link days were some of the best. Yeah. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun, man. We played a lot. So there's a remake coming of Halo 1. There's a remake coming of Halo Combat Evolved. At this point, they've not confirmed it, but it's about as confirmed as it could be. I've seen compelling screenshots that tell me it's real. There are too many reliable leakers, insiders, and sources that have said it's real. There is a capture event that happened earlier this week that people were like, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We kind of knew what they were doing. And then that's when I started getting screenshots. So when is the announcement? There's a countdown right next to me. I enjoyed Halo 5 for the brain rot, OP weapons and custom games. We actually on this channel had a lot of fun with Halo Infinite custom games. We played a lot on this channel, actually. Yeah, Sneaky Wolf. I love that Colin Moriarty was willing to do that. Cuz I'm not willing. I'm not willing to do that. I love that Colin is willing to do it though. Because I think it'll help over time maybe. I think it will. Oh, no way. Astrocross tweeted, baby boy was born last night at 10:13. Thank you to everyone who reached out. Mama is recovering and little guy is cozied up. Is that their first? Congrats to him. That's awesome. Bless you. Thank you. All Halo games after the first were, yeah, I saw you put in Discord. I saw a clip this morning, Sneaky. Oh, he has this on already? Oh, okay. So this is number 2? It's like his 4th? Oh, really? Well, okay. He's got a little collection going. That's awesome. I mean, I've only got 2. It's their second? Okay. Cross is a nice guy. Yeah, I really like him. That's awesome. Congrats to him. Member Plus renewal from Kingslayer. He says, bring back Halo Wars and bumps the count to 529. Okay, not his first. Okay, well, still congrats. The birth of a child, and the thing that's always concerning is health of the baby, health of the mama. That can be very scary. Stuff can go wrong. So that's it's always good to hear that both are doing well. So congrats to him. I won't tweet him a congrats because people are terrible. Are you gonna say anything? I'll just say it here. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh man. He's building his own raid team. I mean, by the time Destiny 3 comes out, they'll all be able to help him, Oh, 3rd or 4th overall, he got remarried. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. When is Halo? There you go, Hilly. There you go. Put the timer everywhere. That's right. And a member plus renewal. Oh, Niz Raw. Yo, Reforge, what's up, brother? Yo, Niz, how are you? Thanks for that renewal, man. 22 months. I already added you the total a second ago. Yo, what's good, Gaming Ledger? Good to see you. A $5 super chat. Halo landing on PS5 is the end of Xbox's identity. When your defining franchise no longer defines your console, you've crossed into full publisher mode. I don't disagree with you, but I also don't think that this is the moment that happened. I feel like they lost their identity long before now. I think they've been very much ecosystem publisher for a year or so. He really is ignoring everything but Hilly. I can't tell what you're doing, Barrier. No one's watching this, please. Lono, are you watching this? The deep dive at 2? Yes. Yes, why would I not watch that? Sorry, Barrier. Sorry. Sven wants to know. So now he reads Discord. Lono doesn't acknowledge Discord anymore. Did you ever type the question? Or did you always do it with the picture? Yeah, see, the picture thing doesn't work. You drew on a picture with paint. It's late in the day for you. It's an hour later. I didn't know. You know now, Sven. You know now. Discord getting scolded. Oh, Lono, will you be hanging out for the 2 p.m. Pacific deep dive? Okay. You did ask that. Okay. That's fair. You asked it. Yeah. I don't have a comeback. You put it in the Discord and it didn't get read. This isn't your first day here. That's just kind of how things go some days. Okay? I don't have a comeback. You know? Put it in the dadgum YouTube chat or the Twitch chat if you really want it answered. You know? How many times did you post the image? How many times did you post that image trying to get my attention? The dude's got 3 chats. Cut him some slack. Well, I have a combo thing that combines the Twitch and the YouTube chat. I can see both at the same time. I can't put that on screen. That's like against the Twitch terms of service. Lono, yes. Sven, I see you in YouTube chat. Yes. What do you need? Rister's got to stop dropping 10 bombs and upgrade his PC. No. He can keep dropping 10 bombs. Don't you tell him to stop that. Don't you dare. You let him. You let him live his life, sir. I was putting my name here so you could check my chat history. Oh, you asked it here too? Okay, hang on a second. Let's see here. Will you be hanging out for the 2 p.m. Pacific deep dive after it was announced? Okay. Okay, so there's a fatal flaw in what you've done, Sven. You asked one time. You just asked once. Okay? You know full well you're probably going to have to ask twice. People are member gifting, super chatting. You know, I got a lot going on. We have a question here from Weapon. He says, why is Sven such a little baby? Well, I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. Stone Spire with a question. And a 10 bomb comes in from Rissick, and he says, I will do what I want, sir. And there it is. 539. New Age Halo? That's right. That's right. Hang on. We have a question here from Wired Rope. I need to answer this. This is really important. Wired Rope says, will you be hanging out for the 2 p.m. Pacific deep dive? I mean, this is the first time I've been asked this question today, Wired Rope, so I'm so glad that you asked this. I'm happy to answer your question. Yes, we will. We will be watching that. So thank you for that question, Wired Rope. We appreciate your willingness to ask such a great question. It was like that day. It was like that day that people kept super chatting Tim the Tap Man, saying that, like, hey, Tim, it's crazy. I saw this guy getting pulled over, and they were talking about how they like your show. It was the best. That's the best. That's the internet at its best. That's what this reminds me of. Hey, Loto, when does the event start? Right here. Oh, my gosh. That was not a yawn. That was just a weird vocal thing that I do sometimes. Okay, let's take the next question. Stone Spire. With Microsoft clearly calling the shots now, what direction do you see them pushing the developers, and if any, main focus? Okay, so I don't think Microsoft's going to say anything about the creative process or the games. None of that. Microsoft's just going to say, make me money. That's all they care about. You know? That's all they care about. They're not going to come in and say, you need to do this with Master Chief, or you need to do this with the story. You know, you need to do this with multiplayer. They're not going to have strong opinions about any of that. What they're going to say is, make us money. Set it up to maximize profit. You know, get it ready. Hit your deadlines. Hit your deliverable goals. The worry would be that they have deliverable goals, deadlines, and margins that are unreasonable, that put the project or the studio in a bad place. Hilly with a £5 super chat. Will you be hanging out for the 2 p.m. Pacific deep dive? This is a really good question. It's the first time I've seen it today, honestly, which it's interesting because, you know, we've been streaming for a while. I've been streaming for about 5 hours. I'm kind of surprised this is the first time it's coming up. But yes, I will be covering the 2 p.m. Pacific deep dive that's happening later. And you made it rain confetti with that super chat. Thank you so much, Hilly. You know, for that. That's a great question. And also, you know, you use it to make it rain confetti. So I appreciate that very, very much. I will gift a member. I owe you guys. Thank you for the hard-hitting questions. Yes, I owe you guys a member on YouTube, though, for every 5 super chats. I appreciate that, dude. You guys are making me gift back a lot today. Making me give back a lot. Okay. What do you think about Halo Remake? I've not seen it yet. When I see it, I can give you my opinion on it. I've seen some screenshots that look really good, but I can't show those. So, Weapon with the question. Do you think that this reveal for whatever Halo is make or break at this point for Xbox? Could be a bad reveal, be devastating to the company. I don't know if there's a make or break. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Is the finger guy back yet? No, he's not. No, he's not. I don't know if there's anything make or break about Xbox right now. I don't think there's anything make or break about Xbox. They're just going to do what they're going to do. They're going to pivot. They'll close and cancel things that aren't going to make them enough money. You know, I don't think there's like a moment where they're like, oh man, if this Halo reveal goes poorly, we're in trouble. You know, they are at this point, they are an enormous publisher, and that's primarily where a lot of their revenue is going to be coming from. Finger guy. There was a guy a long time ago who came in and randomly said that he had lost a finger or something. And yeah, it was so frustrating because he never came back. He never came back and explained himself. We were all very frustrated by that. So hang on. I need to schedule the next stream. We are going to switch. We will switch gears to a new stream when it comes time. I mainly do this for folks that are watching later because it's like it's really difficult to watch a stream this long when all you're really worried about is the event. So, yeah, we are going to go to a new stream in about 45 minutes or so. So that is a way for me to make the content a little bit more accessible to you later on. So if you're trying to watch this later, whoops, it's just going to be its own thing, like me watching and reacting. Let's do this, no. Okay. Yeah, I'll set it to that, and then we'll go over there at 3:30. We'll give ourselves about a half an hour. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to schedule again. It pulled an error, and it's set to private, so you guys won't get a chingering or anything. Hang on. When it pulls an error when I schedule something, I'm going to cancel it and do a new one. YouTube's been acting up recently, and anything that could cause a problem, we are going to avoid. All right, schedule stream. Let's try this one more time. Sorry if I'm a little distracted when I do this, but again, it's super helpful to, subs and members of the channel later when they come back to not have this gigantic stream that they have to watch. No. Close that out. All right. Yes, it needs that. We'll have it set to subs can talk. And we'll have it set for 3:30. Try this again. There we go. That one went through without a hitch. The future of Halo is nigh. Ackman tweeted something about 30 minutes ago. Is he at the event? Okay. Just use Sora 2 to what? To make this type gameplay trailer for a new game. Yeah, I'm not going to watch that right now. I don't know why you're telling me to go look at it again. We're in the middle of a stream about Halo and the event that's coming. All right, let me save this and make this public. All right. Hilly renews as a member plus. Thank you. Adds to the total. We are now a 10 bomb away from 550. A $5 super chat from Dale Raider. Can't wait for the remake to have my Master Chief asleep with a Covenant spy. Oh my. Thank you so much for that. Whoever makes this hit 550, your platform gets the gifted member from me, and a 10 bomb would do it. So whoever hits it gets it. And that would put us exactly 200 away from stretch goal. Don't forget, you guys unlocked tonight. Gaming News Tonight is a Friday night segment. It's a public stream where only members can talk. My wife reacting to gaming news. So be here tonight for that. And then if you guys hit stretch, you can unlock Community Game Night tomorrow night. I usually do not stream on Saturdays. We do have Jackbox Party Pack 11. We played it last week, and it was a stinking blast. So Yo, TRM15 comes in with 43 months and a VIP. Let me add it to the total. Thank you very much. Is it just me or is Takezo not that hard? I feel like people are gassing it. Did you fight him for the first time only, or did you go up to the mountain and fight him a second time? The first fight is not that difficult. I thought the same thing. I was like, why is everybody saying this is so hard? Because the first fight is not that difficult. There's a second fight up on the mountain that is allegedly, according to everybody who's done it, more difficult. I haven't played it. I have not played that part yet. I hope Lono covers this. Halo Studios Project Deep Dive at 2 p.m. Pacific. Yes, I was, nobody's really asked me about that yet. I am planning on covering that. Oh, both fights? Well, here's the other thing, Champagne. Did you fight him, like, really close to the end of the game when you are, like, pretty stacked? I haven't fought him yet. I'm imagining when I finally fight him, he'll be a little bit easier for me because I'm pretty stacked on health and weapons and abilities. That's probably going to help my survivability, I would think. Some people fought him early, and I think it was harder. They go live in 5 minutes. Can you get me a link? Are you going to play Outer Worlds 2? I don't think so. I'm not really that interested in it. I don't really feel like buying it to play one time. I'm fairly confident that it's not for me. I'd be willing to cover it if, you know, if they want to send me a code, but like, and that I think is fair, because then I can be like, hey, I wasn't really interested in this. Let me give you my honest feedback on it. You know, outside, I'm not hating on the game. I think it looks fine. I think it has a good score. I'm just not really that interested in it. How many of the OT6 have you killed? 3. More questions here from the audience. Champagne says, do you think rumors about Halo-style Battle Royale are real as well? I think Certain Affinity built something, yes. I think they did. Yeah, I think it's real. I think it's probably the basis for the next Halo being built in Unreal. I think they went and said, look at what we built. This is really quality. This is really good. This is what we should build the next game in. And I think they won that debate. I think they won that argument. If you want YouTube. Yes, I do. Is that you're saying that's going live in 5 minutes? Great content as always. Thank you, Citizen JV. Yeah, I mean, they're already live. You can fight him twice. The first time you fight him, like, you don't really fight him. Like, you do, but you don't, like, kill him. Here, let me put myself on the other side. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We've had a great day. We're going to watch this all together. Oh, what's good, Zycon? Just back from my wedding and mini moon. Need to catch up on the Xbox news. What's good? What's good? It's not great. This could be great, but the Xbox news has not been great. Okay, let me pause that. Let's go to fan funding here. Okay. Well, I'm gonna let them talk. Listen, here's the deal. In 30 minutes, I'm gonna switch. Maybe we should switch now since they're already kind of starting. It might make sense to switch now, but I worry that I don't want to have too long of a preamble on the new stream. Yeah, I mean, Twitch, you guys don't have to do anything. You guys stay put. We have to switch on YouTube. Yeah. Just switch now and get it out of the way. They're going to be doing a 4v4 on stage. Yeah, the Halo Studios Project Deep Dive is an hour from now. Wait, I'm confused. 2? I thought at 4 o'clock. I'm confused. I thought at 1 o'clock p.m. they were doing the thing. Did they bump it? Wasn't the original plan at 1 p.m. Pacific to do the Halo Studios thing? Now they're calling it a deep dive. Are you sure that's the announcement stream? There is something at 1 p.m. Eastern. They're saying here that they're doing a 4v4. That's a community stage stream? Oh, the deep dive is at 2 community stage stream. There must be a separate stream. Yeah, there at 1 o'clock, there is a Halo Studios project update. Where is that stream? No. There is something called a Halo Studios project update that is not on this schedule. There's got to be a separate stream. This is the community stage. Yeah, this is the wrong stream. We'll come back to this stream for the deep dive, but the actual announcement is probably... This is the Halo channel. Are they doing multiple streams? HCS? Yeah, where's the main stage? Is there an HCS channel that's streaming right now? Is it Halo Esports? Okay, the Twitch Halo channel, what are they streaming? Yeah, this is what Halo is currently streaming on Twitch. They're just, they're kind of, gassing up the teams and showing the players and stuff. Yeah, in 1 hour, I'm assuming that this broadcast, or if I come back over here, are any of these, which of these broadcasts is what we're looking for? A stream, B stream, C stream, D stream. The frick? Okay, so this is the main stream here. This is the same as what they're showing on okay. We don't need to switch then. It's too early. There's nothing going to be to really show. You know, they're probably going to be doing like interviews or game. They're going to be covering the games between Optic and TSM, but like we don't necessarily need to cover that. Yeah. There's a project update in 1 hour. We just had the wrong stream. We had like the community stream pulled up. All right, I'll keep the Twitch pulled up. I'll also keep the community stage pulled up. A question here from Chaos. How are we expecting the graphics to be? I do have a serious question. I expect the graphics to be good from what I've seen. From the screenshots I saw that were sent to me privately in confidence, it looks really good in Unreal. Yeah, it looks really good in Unreal. Why do they call it hand waving? What other kind of waving would you do it? Shut up, Jack. Wired rope. Will Halo Combat Evolved Remake have Vicellis? It will probably have lots of Vicellis for you to use. Let me clear out the question command. The question command is now set to 0 in the queue. We finally got all the questions answered. There you go. Let me pause the thing that nobody likes. Keep hitting that like button. Try to get us to 600 likes. You guys can also try to get us to the goal, the stretch goal of 750. It's within reach. I think last week we hit it because we were doing the whole thing where you could extend the stream. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that today unless you guys want to push me right into dinner. We'll see. We'll see how the deep dive goes. It'll look really good. Mind you, but it'll play like crap. I don't know. Did you figure out the stream thing? Yep, we figured it out. We found it. We figured it out. We found it. We know where to go. We'll go there in 23 minutes. And thank you guys for all the support today. I've really tried to minimize on YouTube the number of those things that pop up and interrupt us. I've tried to minimize how often that happens. On YouTube, I've minimized that. On Twitch, if you sub to the channel, you'll never see those at all. I turn those off for subs. So that's another great reason to support the channel on Purple. You get past all that. No, it's not been announced yet. That's happening. The announcement's happening in about an hour. Roughly 1 hour. And if you have, if you guys are paying for Amazon Prime, check your Primes on Twitch. You can use those to help us hit the goal. Also, if you're watching on YouTube and you help the channel, like you support the channel, hit the $sign. You may have a renewal to celebrate. Someone throw me a beer. It's a little early for me. Hold up. Is there a Mabinagi in chat right now? It's Madanagi, M-A-D, not B. Hey, Brandon Gifton, a member over there on Purple. Thank you. Getting us to 542. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you. Early? Yeah, it's 3 o'clock, man. I ain't starting right now. Hilly's going in. Well, he's in a different time zone, though, so Hilly's allowed to drink right now. It's fine. My wife and I, one of my kids on my soccer team this year, his parents gave me and my wife, they gave me a gift card. It was very kind of them to do. We don't actually go on dates all that often, especially right now. Like we're trying not to spend money, so we haven't gone on a date in a while. So we used the gift card. We went to Carrabba's. It was one of those ones where you could use it at various locations. So we used it at Carrabba's. And I tried, it was an Italian, it was like a light beer. It was an Italian beer. I forget what it was. And I'm so used to IPAs. I was like, oh my gosh, this is like drinking water. It was good. It was tasty. It went really good with the meal. But it was like drinking water. I was like, there's nothing to this. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. That's right. What's good, Christopher? Getting my name called out is actually from Mabinogi. My gamertag is actually supposed to be Mabinogi, but I misspelled it with a D and not a B when I was making it. I was like 13. Well, there you go. Also, hi, streamer guy. I see you too. Literally only typed in chat because I saw Mabinogi's name. It's okay. I don't feel ignored, or you didn't hurt my feelings by not talking to me. You didn't hurt my feelings. I was okay. I was fine. Like, hey man, don't ignore me. Talk to me. Already 4 beers in, my day off. I don't have a problem. Hey, was it Peroni? It was Peroni Evidence. It was. I couldn't remember the brand. That's what it was. Yeah. Yep. It was fine. I don't think I would ever go back and like, I would never go out of my way for it. It was fine. It was good. Do you think Halo 7 will be teased? So my current theory is that what they're going to do is they are going to reveal the Halo Combat Evolved Remake, and they're also going to reveal whatever Certain Affinity's been working on, like their Battle Royale. I imagine we could get dates for both. No feelings were hurt in the making of this stream. This is correct. I do not think anything's getting shadow dropped today. No. I don't think you host a capture event for something being shadow dropped. That doesn't make much sense to me. I could be wrong. I'm open to being wrong about it. But I don't think you do a capture event for something being shadow dropped. You do capture event for something that you do a capture event for something that you're getting ready to market, for something that you're getting ready, to push and promote. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to do a capture event for something that you're shadow dropping. So, I think what we're going to see later today, folks are going to be able to upload their footage of Halo Combat Evolved Remake and talk about it. Not sure if you noted this, but there are multiple Halo games in the works. Yes. If they have anything to show us for the next Halo, which is, I guess would be Halo 7, I think it'll be very brief. That is so early in production. I don't think they're going to have much to show for that. Guys, really quickly, if you're watching on YouTube and you've been lurking and listening throughout the day, do me a quick favor. Double check that like button. See if you have pressed it. Let's try to get to 600 likes. We will be switching gears in about 15 minutes. I'm going to take you guys on YouTube to a new stream so that when somebody wants to watch this later, it's in one nice location that's not 6 hours long. Like this broadcast is going to end up being basically 6 hours long, which has been awesome. It's been fun. But when somebody comes to my channel later, it's going to be easier for them to watch the Halo Combat Evolved Remake announcements. It'll be easier for them to watch that when we are giving them a shorter version of the stream basically to watch. So we're going to switch in about 15 minutes. So make sure you get those likes in as fast as you can. And then when we go over to the new stream, I'm going to need you guys to do the same thing. I'm going to need you to go crazy with the like button on the new stream. And thank you to everybody who has added to the member count today, either through renewals, upgrades, or giftings. I appreciate that so much. They sent everyone there. Better be big news. There were whispers and rumors about a big announcement at this event a while ago. Like a while ago, there were rumors that we were going to hear something pretty big at the championship event in October. So this has been kind of a long time brewing. So probably Halo going to Switch. That's one of the rumors. What do you think will happen if the Combat Evolved and Halo Studios fail? That also includes Halo 7. What will the future of Halo be? I mean, if everything goes terrible, that's a bad future. I mean, there's not much to say. That sounds, yeah. Well, no, I've just arrived. What's been happening? Any chance of a 10-second recap? We have just been hanging out waiting for the Halo announcement that will take place in about 45 minutes. We're going to switch gears to a new stream in about 14 minutes. Yeah, so we've just been hanging out talking. We have unlocked Friday night. So tonight is a new segment that we launched last week. It's called Gaming News Tonight. My wife will join me, and she will react to this week's gaming news. So that's a public stream, by the way. That is a public stream. So make sure you're here for that. That will be about 5 hours from now. So wherever you are in the world, in about 5 hours, we'll be back here for Gaming News Tonight. You guys have unlocked that. If you want community game nights tomorrow, you got to hit the stretch goal. That's an extra stream we do every week as well if you guys hit the goal. And you did it last week, and we had a freaking blast. It was so fun. This dude with the green beard, he's holding the line. He is. He's very much holding the line. Ten-second recap. We're hanging the F out. That's what we've been doing. That's right. Is it confirmed? 47 minutes left. There is an official schedule that Halo Studios is making an announcement about the projects they're working on in 47 minutes. It's official. They haven't said that it's Halo Combat Evolved Remake, but we are about as confident as we could be that that's one of the announcements. So, Town Hall tonight. I don't know if you're going to be able to do Town Hall because we're probably going to be hanging out in here because there's a deep dive after as well that we're going to want to watch together. So we might not have room for Town Hall. We will see. We'll have to kind of call it as we go. If you have hit subscribe today on my channel on YouTube, because subscribing is totally free. If you have hit subscribe, I hope to see you again. I hope you come back. We do daily talk shows like this Monday through Friday. We do stuff in our Discord for members. We allow the members to submit questions. I try to give you, perks and benefits for supporting the channel with a membership. I no longer create members only streams. And I hope you guys understand why we stopped doing that. So, but there is still a lot of benefits to becoming a member to the channel. Imagine if all of this is just to announce a new audiobook. That would be pretty hilarious. And I just paused the thing on YouTube that nobody likes. So if you don't like getting disrupted and interrupted, I appreciate that, and I try to do my best to pause those things that interrupt us. Do me a favor and hit the like button. That helps me out. And I try to minimize those and their presence on the channel as best I can. I'm emerging from Lono Lurk. I'm sorry. I'm emerging from Lurk to say we got to do that town hall. I want to bother Creature. I'm not really in charge of town hall. I'm not. That's not something that I'm in charge of. That's not my jurisdiction. So checking the news feeds now. See what we got. See if anything's leaking out. Anything's hitting the airwaves. As a dude that's been playing Halo since 1 and 2, I was 4. The next game revolves around the classic Halo formula. I'm going to be slightly disappointed. Can't compete with Battlefield and Arc Raiders. I think they can't. I don't think they can kind of fall back on the formula. Happy Friday. Hopefully the remake is announced for Halo fans. Thank you for 53 months of memberships. Liquid Smoke. He bumps the line to 543. We are 7 members away from me owing you guys a member. If Twitch hits it, they get it. If YouTube hits it, they get it. So thank you guys so much for continuing to push that with your renewals and your gifts. You're the best. Do you think the remake will be added to the Master Chief Collection? No, I think it'll be a standalone. How are you so certain it's going to be a Combat Evolved remake? Because I've seen it. So I trust the person who sent me the screenshots. They look legitimate and real to me. There have been way too many people that there have been way too many people that have said it's real. And James MC gifts a member and bumps the line to 544. Thank you so much for gifting a member, James. That's very kind. Keep expectations low. Only then can you not be completely dissatisfied. I'm not expecting anything. No, that's fine. Expect nothing and you'll be happy with everything. I mean, unless you expect nothing and you get nothing and then you're really satisfied. I don't know. You've seen it? I have indeed seen, yes, I have seen pictures of the Halo Combat Evolved Remake. I've seen it. I can't show it to you. They were sent to me in confidence. And it looks good. It looks good. I can describe one of them, you know, the guy's holding the rifle and there's like a blue glow from the left and it's like hitting the rifle. It looked good. They've really done some good work with it. So you expect nothing, you get nothing, you need a new hobby. There you go. Lono Tier 1 leaker. I don't leak stuff. I'll say if I've been told things or sent things that I'm allowed to talk about. You know, there have been things I've told that I haven't revealed. Like Tim Dog and I were on the phone for an hour a couple weeks ago. And he knew a lot of this stuff was coming with Xbox and stuff. And he told me some things that I'm not going to share because he asked me not to. So when people provide me with like info or insight or conversations and they want aspects of those things to not be shared, I honor that request. And so the person that sent me the photos was like, please don't share these. I was like, I will not. Do you ever wonder why we're here? No, I don't. A gifted member from James MC. He's setting up a 5-bomb. We are exactly 5 away from 550. So somebody can drop a 5-bomb right now and round us out to 550, and I'll owe your platform a member. We'll see if anybody decides to drop it. I'm watching both chats to see who does it first, if somebody does it. I have to watch like 2 monitors at once like this. What's good, King of Leon? How are you? What's good? A duck on Quack. I love that name. Halo COD crossover is the big announcement. New skins only. Oh, I don't think so. What do you think about Halo on PlayStation? I don't think it is. I don't think it's as tectonic as people think. I think Xbox has made it clear that nothing is staying. Everything's going. if it would have been one of the first to go, it would have been like this earth-shattering thing. And Brains 84 does it. He secures it with a 5-bomb to 550. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate it. I now owe YouTube another member. We are now exactly 200 away from the stretch goal. You guys are going to have to summon some 50 bombs, I think. You're going to have to try to manifest the climb here. Get some of the big boys involved. Spam those farty bomb emotes. See if you can get him to do it. My son lovingly refers to 50 bombs as farty bombs because he turns everything into fart and butt jokes. It's very hilarious. In 5 minutes, you guys on YouTube, in 5 minutes, we are going to switch to a new stream so that when people want to come and watch this later, it's contained and it's not like a 6-hour stream. So, you should be shoutcasting the community stage. No, I don't really feel like doing that right now. Send in the Kraken. That's right. That's right. Nothing Xbox does is really hype, to be honest. It's, that can't be real. What the frick is that? No. 200 members gifted on Twitch. Silent Spartan you're nuts. You just broke my chat. My chat app doesn't even work right now. Boom. Boom. I don't even have a button. The 100 member is the mind's eye guy face. It's his face. I don't even have a 200 button. I only have a button for 100. Oh my gosh. I need to see some insane spam right now on both chats to say appreciation to Silent Spartan. This guy just secured another community game night for you guys. That is so insane, an insane level of generosity. I've got to reset my combined chat app. He broke my chat. It's not working. He freaking broke it. I can't see what anybody's saying. Jiminy Christmas. Yeah, it's totally broke. I can't see combined chat right now. I'm just going to have to wait. Uptime, channel not found. Oh, let me fix that. Hang on. Uptime, Reforge Gaming, update. You can now use the uptime command. It should work. I had to break my alert for that. Okay, so tomorrow night will be another community game night. It might be a little bit later in the evening though, because my family does have something going on. Okay, I will be streaming The Outer Worlds 2. I've been offered a code, so I will cover and stream it. What's the embargo on that? I wonder when can I stream that? It's releasing on the 29th. I'll have to look into that and check that. Yo, Brains84, thank you for that many months. What is that? That many months? It's 20 months on Purple. Thank you very much. And a gifted member from Jerry A over on YouTube is like, well, let's just keep pushing the number. Jiminy Christmas. Thank you so much, Jerry A. And thank you, Brains, for renewing as well. Hilly says, perfect day. Twitch with the W, Halo W, Xbox W. All right, it's 3:30. How did I not get one? I have no idea, Zenthos. That's absolutely insanity. Well, I tell you what, I owe Purple some anyway. So let's do this. I owe some members to Purple anyway. So there's one of them. There you go. And then I'm just going to do a 5-bomb to be paid up on. I just need to do a 5-bomb to pay up over there. Jiminy frickin' Christmas. Oh, I can stream it now. Okay, I'll probably make that the second segment on Monday then. I said, hey, I'll be willing to cover it. I said, if they give me a code, I don't want to buy the game because my interest is low. So you'll get very honest feedback from me on that game. Okay, here's what we got to do. We got to transition to the new stream on YouTube. Let me give you guys a link. Hang on. All right, you guys on YouTube, if you want to head over now, there is a link in chat. Sometimes redirect doesn't work. Sometimes redirect does not work, so you may have to use that link. And then, all right, let me get the tweet out. Okay. Thank you guys for just an absolute stellar day, man. This is super encouraging. It really, really is super encouraging. We've had some rough months, but this could be a good turning point for new people getting in, getting involved, getting members, all the things. Okay, here we go. Okay, so this is going to be a stream of the Halo announcement. You're going to want to skip ahead by about 30 minutes if you're watching this later. So if you're watching this later and you're looking for the Halo Combat Evolved Remake trailer or Halo 7 trailer or Halo Battle Royale, whatever it is they announce, okay, it's going to happen in about 30 minutes. So skip ahead. I do need to update that timer. It's not quite right. Let's do that. There it is. That's how much time is actually left. So skip ahead by that many minutes. I'm going to end the previous stream, which was just a waiting room for this stream, and I'm going to redirect folks over. If redirect doesn't work, then just come to my YouTube page. It'll be a featured video. All right. Thank you guys for just the insane amount of support today. This has been